place. Who go come fix our Naija? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are all once more time welcome to the church, to the mosque, to the shrine, the synagogue, the space of violence. Today is a very beautiful evening from my side. Summer is here, and yes, I can feel the heat. Thank you guys for always coming to this platform. Thank you for always turning up when we call you guys. Thank you for making this how do I put it, a regular personal activity for a whole lot of us. Thank you so much for always coming out. It is always a pleasure being on this platform, sharing this time with you guys, discussing issues that have to do with our national setup and the build up of the country. It is always a pleasure on this platform. Thank you to all our first responders. That's what I call all of you. You guys are the first responders. You guys are the MVP. You guys are the ones that come up and open the church, open the mosques, open the shrine, do all the ablution, do everything that has to make this place and this space kicking. It is always amazing on this platform with you guys. Okay. Today's space is we're gonna be discussing. The topics are very clear. We already have a direction on what we're discussing, so I think we'll just hit it straight up. But before I do that, before I jump on the topic, as I always do when I come into this platform, we always start the platform. Thank you so much also to my brothers, Atumba, Jimmy, I see you. S6 is caught up in traffic. He's gonna join us any moment from now, and his schedule also has changed, so he's gonna be coming quite a little bit late, but he's going to be on the platform with us today, as usual. Thank you to all our amazing team members on this platform. Guys, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the love and support on the Power Facts. Guys, we see the love. We see the love firsthand. We feel it. I would love to, I think, the topic section is already filled up. We would have loved to have the Power Facts up on the topic just to have feedback. Feedbacks are very important when you start anything you're doing. You need to get feedbacks, honest feedbacks, criticisms, whatever it is, positive, negative, how it comes. We need it because we need to strengthen up that platform for the people. For me, I would just say that the love has been amazing on behalf of me and the whole team. We feel the love, we feel the support. It's been amazing. You guys jumping on it, just pushing the news, helping to circulate news. Big shout out to every one of you that have been doing that. Big shout out to all of you that are following the platform. Big shout out to all of you yet to follow the platform. Please make sure you do so as quick. In fact, you must do it today. That's why we're here. All right, guys. Thank you so much. As we're always on this platform, we say the first thing you do on this platform when you get into this church, this mosque, this shrine, this synagogue, this space, the first thing you do is to pay your tithe and your offerings. That is the first thing. It is compulsory when you come into this platform that we have built, that you must, MUST, capital must, you must pay your tithe and offering. If you don't, that means you're looking for our trouble, and we'll be forced to react the way you don't like us reacting on this platform. We'll be forced to open up our voices and say things you guys might not want to listen to. So please, when you join this platform, we expect you to pay your tithe and your offerings. And people that you may be new on this platform, you're asking, what does this guy mean by tithe and offering? Okay, let me tell you. What we mean by tithe and offering on this platform is that the moment you step into this place, you go straight. The first thing you do is you retweet the space, you share the space, and you let the whole world know that the number one space on Twitter is up and running. And we're about to go ham as usual on the platform. So please, all of you start paying your tithes and your offerings. For those that have not done it, let me check how many of us are on the platform. All right, we have close to 500 of us on the platform, and I have less than, you just got to 100 retweets. Guys, we can do better. We need all of you on the platform using your retweet buttons, using your share buttons. Share the space, like the space, copy the space, post it up on all your social media handles. Let's get people into these conversations. I always say on this platform that my greatest wish was if what we say on this platform every day could be heard by every Nigerian. That's what I always feel, because I feel like the information we get on this platform is way too important that it's just shared amongst thousands of us, just few thousands. I feel like it's what we should be making impact that should be touching hundreds of millions. We have 200 million Nigerians that are highly majorly uninformed, and we are here trying to pass information that these people need to listen to. That's why we emphasize so much and try to do everything we can within our own parts to make sure that we can spread the information. But it doesn't stop on our table. It stops on the table of each and every one of us. If we are 500 on this platform, and every 500 of us on this platform get 1-2 people, and in that same chain reaction, you get 1-2 more people, and you get to see that the message gets spreading far and wide. And that is why on the platform we have a radio station, our online radio station, that this space is streaming live from on www.radio.vawulenceplace.com. Is on the thread section. You can just hit the comment section and you see the first thread I made. You're going to see the radio station there. This is for people that are not on the platform, people that don't have data, because we understand that Twitter Spaces consume high data. For those that don't have data, you guys can quickly just copy that URL and post it on your WhatsApp stories, post it on your Instagram stories, on your Facebook stories, and they can join these conversations live. If you understand how important, if you know how you feel, I feel like, most apart from the fact that we pass on knowledge on this platform, I think that the violence is very, very therapeutic also for a whole lot of people, including myself. Most times, I we get the feedbacks and we know how much so many people have healed from this platform. So I feel like we should not just be the only ones healing from the platform. A whole lot of Nigerians are hot out there that needs to listen to what we're saying on this platform, needs to get the hope to understand that we can and we will salvage and take back our mandate. These people need to be heard also. So please, it is important that while you share this platform, get more people into the conversations, let more people listen, let more people join these conversations. Simply try and help us build and push the platform as far as possible. We want to say big shout out to over 9,000 of you that are already following the parallel facts. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Thank you to close to 1,000 of you that are already subscribed on YouTube. Today, we'll be selling our market with ruggedity. As in, today's selling of the market will be so. It will be next to diabolical. We will press it in people's neck. Everybody has to buy our market. Everybody has, please. And on that thing, if you see please turn up the notifications of Parallel Facts. Please do that. Go on your page and turn the notifications on. So every story we break, you guys get to see them and retweet. Your retweets and your likes on that handle goes a long way to push the conversation far. Please help them. Go out there. I see all out. God, I think that's Jimmy's work. Jimmy will come in and give you guys your flowers. But honestly, we see everything you guys do and we appreciate you guys. God bless you guys. Thank you for supporting this movement. Thank you for pushing and believing that it is possible. And yes, it is possible. Are we going to make mistakes? Yes. But we're trying to make sure we limit the mistakes. And with you guys' help, we will continue to grow gradually, step by step, baby steps we have been taking. Hopefully, we turn this baby to an adolescent, from adolescent to a youth, from a youth to a full-fledged organization. So, guys, thank you so much. All right, I think I have sold our markets, and I think we'll just jump into the conversation real quick. I saw, waking up yesterday, I saw the U.S. tweet from the Secretary of State, Secretary Anthony Blinken, where he said we have imposed the visa restrictions on specific individuals who undermined the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 elections. We remain committed to supporting Nigeria's aspiration to strengthen democracy and rule of law. When I saw that tweet, I said, okay, if there's anything, this is an admission of that the elections were flawed. First, these are admission that the US admits that the elections were flawed and that some individuals participated in undermining the democratic process in Nigeria. First. So you now understand why they have not opened their chest, even though we reported something on the violence space the last time, whereby we reported about the breaking news we broke that day about the Chaguris and how much the Chaguris have influenced foreign policies, how much he has laundered the image of Nigerian politicians in diaspora, and how much he is presently laundering the image of Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the West, trying to paint him, trying to make sure he gets 1 or 2 governments to legitimize this illegitimate president. You see that even in all the lobbying and everything going behind the scene, the US are still trying to make sure they keep their hands a little bit off. Not coming out blanket statements, making all and say, okay, yes, we do not recognize this government, but They are coming out to tell the world that we understand that some people played a role in making sure that process was flawed. And I know a lot of obedience, including myself. I was expecting names. And the good thing about this movement is that you cannot know everything. That is a good thing. The way your knowledge stops, another person knowledge starts. In this movement, that is one of the greatest gifts I found in this movement. So probably you wake up in the morning and you're thinking, oh, this is the angle this story is coming from. Somebody comes out from the movement and open your eyes to a different angle. Another person comes out in the afternoon, open your eyes to another different angle, and you get to see the bigger picture in this whole stuff. And I was thinking, how can these guys release their names? And I think Dr. Jeffrey, big shout out to you. I see on the platform. I think I think you reached out to the secretary, or I don't know who the foreign affairs or something, and you came up and they said the names of the people cannot be published. Same way you cannot publish the names of people that have been given visa. Same way you cannot publish the names of people that have been denied visa. It's when they step up to the embassy, they will find out. Hopefully, this is not just them being the usual USA that we know. Hopefully, I'm just hoping, because what I'm expecting is to start hearing in the next couple of weeks or days that Iyashukudi's son has been deported from the USA and the properties they have been confiscated. And we want to start hearing stories like that, because if it doesn't happen that way, then all this is just one huge, dirty another US way of trying to just use media and deceive people. If the moment I don't hear that people like M. Solomon has gone to USA and he was pursued, and his children are present because his children are currently in the USA. There is no bigger. There's nobody else that should be the first brunt, because that one is that he's not even a government official. He's not a government official. He's a freaking normal citizen in Nigeria. A motor parked out. If that particular person and his family have not deported yet, I do not take anything the USA have said serious. I just take it with face value. We want to start seeing truly that politicians are suffering for what they have done. That people like Wike, when he gets down as a governor, will never be able to travel beyond Benin Republic, Togo, Gabon, within AU. These are the things we need. There must be consequences for bad behavior, especially behavior that are brazen, open brazen behaviors, in criminal behavior that you go use your chest, run am, say nothing dey sup, make I run am. Highest way go happen, make it happen. Why? Because now we the wrong government. Why? Because we know that the US or the foreign government media will do nothing. That is why we are looking at and say someone like El-Rufai came out in 2019 and said foreign people should freaking stay away from us. If you come up and do attend our elections, people will end up in body bags. He made that statement. Probably I'll find the video and I'll play it up here for them just understand how brazen and how the audacity of our politicians. The audacity, and I say this all the time because I don't expect our help to come from the Western world. No. But I expect that the Western world, if you're putting your mouth in our issues, as you're already done right now, that you really put your mouth and put it in the right place. Don't come and deceive people that are suffering. Don't come and side with our politicians, because it is in your banks that these same criminals siphon our money and lodge. It is in your countries that they come and buy choice houses in selected areas. It is in your country. You see all these things. You can't tell us that you don't have. El-Rufai is one of the major sponsors of universities in UK, Oxford and the rest. They know these guys. The world monetary system is monitored. They know when money is moving in, except raw cash. And in raw cash, there's a limit to how much you can carry in raw cash. We know all these things. So most times, we just bring up this conversation for Nigerians to understand that even my happiness is that USA have used their mouth to admit that elections were flawed. And a day later today, we woke up again and we saw our brother. You know, if people say this, it looks like everybody have been talking about Rivers. You don't need to understand. You don't need to read far to understand that a man like Bola Tinubu will always have someone that will be. In fact, I don't call him drug dealers, drug capones. They always have a fall guy. Go and read, go and watch. There is always someone that will take the bullet for them. Either you do it willingly, or they frame you into doing it without you even knowing. And the next thing, you're a fall guy and you're wondering how. I was loyal to this man now. I said I did not know. You are a fall guy because you were not wise and you were not smart enough. I made a tweet earlier on today and I said, I think I'm going to play that video. I'm going to play that video later for us. When Bagudu, the man that admitted that he is the one in charge of the manipulation of results for APC, when Wike came and promised them that he's going to deliver River State, and he said, to me, this is magic. We have never in our lives gotten, APC have never gotten 10%. I'm not certain I've gotten more above 5% ever in Rivers. I'm not certain. And you come with your chest, you know fully well that that Rivers voters are sophisticated voters. Not just that they have a disdain for APC. They know what's up. Rivers people know what's up. And Rivers always churn out votes in millions until the advent of Wike in politics. Until the advent of Wike in politics, whereby they now start playing the dirty kind of politics and Tinubu practice in Lagos. The Obia or Hitler now feels that he's now a Rumokola Jagaban. That the same politics of grab it, snatch it, and run with it can be done in River State. And no wahala. They set up the trap for this man, and as a greedy man, he fell into it. And I made a submission I think the last week I had this conversation when Premium Times broke the same news. There's a reason why all these media organizations are breaking the same news. It is not new. Tomorrow you will hear the nation will come out and say River State elections was rigged, blah, 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 blah. They are all focused on River State. You get why? It's not like what happened in River State did not happen in Ekiti. In fact, Fayose is on media, is openly, he has admitted that we know what we did to win Ekiti for Tinubu. He said in a live interview. It's not like what happened in River State did not happen in Benue, did not happen in Kaduna, did not happen in Bayelsa, did not happen in Akwa Ibom. It's not as if it did not happen across the country. It happened. We won the elections that they had to rig it massively across the nation to suppress our votes. It happened. But there's a reason why they're focused on one state. Because the drunkard went to deal with men that smokes crack. You think say they drink shepe? Say you go eat shepe brain. Guy man where they take cocaine. How? Expensive man drugs. You now carry your brain of kai kai and say you make you go. Like you want to trample with men that are dealing with white powder. You know how crazy it is. And that is why today, as we stand right now, Wike is the fall guy. It is not as if the brazen rigging that he did in River State. If you take that same prism and put it in Ebony State, Umar did the same thing. If you take that prism, take it to Ekiti State, the same thing. If you take it to Oyo State, Sheyi Makinde did the same thing. They all rigged for Tinubu. Why is Wike the fall guy? And you know, when I woke up and I read this article today, I read the article and me, I like focusing on. I like focusing. If I see sometimes you say you make a statement of 1,000 words, and in 1,000 words, 200 are bad. I focus on 800 are good. That's how I am. That's how I operate. You see that 200? I know that 200 is bad though, because if you read that article today, you will see that they still try to absolve and say the election result in Rivers State did not change, will not change the result. It is because you're focused in one state. And you cannot tell Nigerians that it happened only in Rivers State. We are not stupid. When you take out Rivers from Tinubu, that is one state down. I give it to Peter Obi. Peter Obi has won 13 states. Tinubu has won 11 states. When you go back to Benue and you take out Benue from Tinubu, Tinubu has gone down to 1 in 10 states. Peter Obi has gone up to 14 states. When you go to Bayelsa, you take out Bayelsa back from Atiku. Atiku falls down to 11 states. Peter Obi has gone to 15 states. How do you win Cross River State and lose Akwa Ibom? It's not possible. Then you go and take back Peter Obi's Akwa Ibom. Peter Obi has gone to 16 states. Atiku is down to 10 states. Tinubu down to 10 states. These are the realities on INEX, IREV. So when you do all this mathematics and this calculation, you see that we won these elections clean and clear. You go to Bauchi State, the same thing. You go to Kano State, the same thing. There are local governments in Kano State that are dominated by minorities. And you come out and say people did not get up to so vote. It is not possible. Go to Kaduna State, the same thing. So the election was stolen. So when you see BBC throw this stuff through, I now understand why the multi guys when I go give Empire Facts writers their flowers. The first 3 breaking news, I don't know, many of you did not even read that news. They dropped a bomb there. People did not read it. Many people did not read it. And I was like feeling like David one day. You say, I will drop the news and Nigerians will not read. I said we'll discuss it here. When they said Tinubu's Buhari stayed back in UK for dental care, actually people broke the news on Parafax and they said Buhari stayed back in UK to lobby for Tinubu. And if you don't know it, BBC is the news wing of the British government. So they are sticking to the same script of making Wike the fall guy. So this is part of the lobbying. Yes, they were rigging, but it's only in Rivers State that we can see for now. No. The same eyeglass used to look at Rivers State. Carry that eyeglass and now look at Benue. Carry that eyeglass and look at Akwa Ibom. Carry that eyeglass and look at Bayelsa. Carry that eyeglass and look across Nigeria, and you will see that Peter won that election in a freaking landslide. It was so huge, as Jimmy said, that they thought we rigged it. So please, my brothers and sisters on this platform today, we are going to make sure we do homage to the drunken sailor from Rivers State. Hopefully, in the bag, and his children, Wike lead will follow. Wike lead will follow. They go follow and go sell. Because Wike, there is no running away from where he's going to go to. They have used and dumped Wike. If you are supporting Wike and you're thinking they're just doing it for people, no. No. Wike will suffer for this he has chosen the side of cancer. And the cancerous patients will teach him what it means to have cancer. He would have stood with it. He would have even stood with Atiku. And best choice would have just allowed everything to flow free and fair. And if not for the suppression that happened in Rivers State that day, because we're having live reports on the violence situation room that day, and the amount of intimidation, the amount of attacks on voters, many voters that came out and were pursued and they went back, Peter would have costed in Rivers State with millions of votes. Our people charged and came out that day. We had agents on this place reporting live that day. But Wike suppressed and suppressed and suppressed and suppressed and suppressed our votes. You say, no, suppression don't do too much. You don't reach out. Change the numbers. And in his mind of mind, he believed that he will give Bola Ahmed Tinubu victory in Rivers State. And the world will clap for him. How? It's just like saying Peter Obi went and won Castina. It's just like saying Peter Obi went and won Castina. I can even believe Peter Obi win Castina self, which I know is almost next to impossible. There are some things that are impossible in Nigerian politics because of the way we are built. Wike performed a political magic, and he will explain to Nigerians and to the world in general when, in few days' time, his tenure elapses and he becomes a common citizen like me and you. Hopefully, we will now start testing that visa ban. whether it is really working or it is Bulaba, Bala Blue. We now understand if it is real or not. And with that, guys, before I jump back to I circle the mic back to my brothers, I just want to talk about the tribunal. Our tribunal case starts again tomorrow. Please, everybody in Abuja, as you did the first time, let us double our effort. You guys are amazing. You guys are the MVP. Early. I don't know the time for tomorrow's tribunal. Remember that knows the time. Please come out today and come and tell us about the time. Please, it is important. We all come out tomorrow en masse in solidarity, standing up, supporting our legal team tomorrow. Please, in fact, go there early enough. The judges, the justice system tomorrow need to feel the weight of the Nigerian movement. That they should understand that, listen, that Nigeria is calm today. I watched that statement. Yes, I watched it. That's it. Please, I'll put it on Jumbotron. If you guys did not watch it, go and watch it. It's on the Parallel Facts YouTube channel. You can watch that full statement yesterday. If Dati was Peter Obi, I am certain that what is happening is not what to be happening. I am 100% certain. The game would have changed. Nigeria don't become Sudan by now, safe. The way the man thinks. But we understand how divided and how complex Nigeria's situation is, and we are saying, let's follow our principle. He has done this before. Our case is watertight. There is no place of leakage. Tinubu cannot escape. I heard that they have changed the INEC rec in Abuja, in FCT, and 25%. And 25%. I heard they have changed the rec. Probably they are planning for a rerun. But no, there's no rerun in this one. You will give us our mandate you stole, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You will give us our mandate you stole, and you will go to jail. That is the only thing that's left for you. It's either you give us our mandate and retire to Bodilon, and we forgive you. In fact, you don't even deserve forgiveness. Or maybe you go on exile, or you by force. That mandate is collected by force, because there's only one outcome in the court. There is only one outcome in the court. Only one outcome, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is stripped of the presidency. That is the only outcome. Any other outcome, I cannot guarantee. I cannot guarantee that Nigeria will stand the next day. Any other outcome, because there is no how you can prove to Nigerians that a freaking drug dealer that have spent forfeited over $460,000 to the USA, a man that has perjured himself, a man of dual citizenship, a man that came out and said he has on his INEC form, he said he has no any other citizenship. He perjured himself. A man that has no certificate. You cannot trace him from age 1 to age 39. You know nothing about this man. His life started at 40. You have nothing to trace this man's childhood to. You have nothing to trace this man. We don't know who Bola Ahmed Tinubu is. A man that rigged the election so badly that there was no jubilation anywhere in Nigeria. There is no record, if not the one that's Desmond Elliott and 500 of his political talks celebrated in Surulere. You cannot point to any video in 36 states and the FCT where they were jubilating. Where are the 8 million people that voted for Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Where are they? There is no one video to show them in groups, even in group of 20 or 100 jubilating. There is none. Dead people voted for the man. Ghosts. Such a man is an anarchy for disaster. So it is important the judiciary system understand that Nigerians are keeping calm and following this process is because we want it to reach a conclusive end, which is giving back power to the people. It is very, very, very important. And I understand also, whatever the optics may seem, the judiciary should understand that they are on red alert. The same treatment that the politicians are getting today in the hands of Western pressure from the Western government, you guys will get times 10. If you allow a freaking drug dealer to capture this country, forget your judiciary is over. Your practice, just all of you people just go to the farm. Go and learn how to farm opium. If you don't know what's opium, Google it now. Go and learn how to farm opium. Because all of you will be farmers in the drug man's in his farm. That is the only task, because you have no job anymore. If this is the most easiest case for any. In fact, Bola Ahmed Tinubu himself, he's the one sitting on his case himself. He knows he is guilty. Nobody will sit on this case and say this man will pass through. It is not possible. So when my sister and Gerald Oluchi came out and said she's 100% certain, 100% certain that we'll win the case, I understand it perfectly so. And I am 100% certain, except the judiciary says, Omo Nigeria don't tire us, make we end this country. If that is the rule, the route they want to take, good and fine for them. Let them know that this generation will not go down without a fight. We will not go down and watch a generation of people that have failed this country for years and decades. They have destroyed the fabric of this country, and they are closer to their graves, spoil Nigeria for us. No. It will not happen. If Nigeria does not work for everybody, it should work for nobody. Gone are those days when the selected few enjoy the master's table. Then we, in our majority, will eat the crumbs from the table. No. It has to work for everybody. I'm happy I'm seeing many of our northern brothers coming out right now to question many of the northern governors saying our Magiri system is not working. That Jonathan even tried for them and everything. It is good. Young northerners are speaking up right now. When that flame will catch, the elite class will feel the heat. And with that, I'm going to yield the mic. But before I do that, I just want to say a big. I have done this so many times. I think I'm going to stick with NC's word. We haven't get to the point of what did he even use that term he used? Sympathy fatigue. See the killings happening around the Middle Belt. Just today on the parallel facts, I think it was reported we have killed in Plateau, killed in Benue, yesterday killed in Nasarawa. People are dying across the Middle Belt. Nigerians are bleeding. And these people have a voice. And these people are angry. And it's not as if we cannot tackle these menace. It's just that we have incompetent bunch of people ruling this country. APC has to die, and APC must die for Nigeria to work. And with that, I say welcome one more time to the Vawulence Space, my brothers and sisters. In this church, mosque, synagogue of Vawulence, thank you for always sticking with us. Thank you for always joining us. It's always an amazing platform. Let us get into this conversation today. We have a whole lot of topics to talk about. Please, if you come up here and you want to speak, you can simply focus on one of the topics. You can talk about the three of them, but in a record time of 5 minutes, or you can just do justice to one of them. Thank you, my brother Otumba. Thank you, Jimmy. S6 flight is close by. He's going to drop anytime from now. Thank you to all our first responders. You guys are amazing. Guys, please keep sharing the space. Please, we need everybody on the platform today to subscribe to our YouTube channel, The Parallel Facts. Follow us on Parallel Facts. Let's get up to 10,000 followers tonight. It is possible. Yes, we can do it. Thank you for the support so far. We appreciate you guys. God bless every one of you on the platform. Today's space is going to be an amazing space. And yes, please, people are asking me what was the result of the last elections that happened on this space. It has not been declared. Any result you're seeing is fake. You did say this your format will work. That means go call
Well, if you go and ask, they did not look at Ahmed. I want everybody. I know the election. I didn't win election. What are you talking about?
You don't come election. You won't come with you won't come declare.
Lawan style. Lawan style.
Your opponents don't they come. Your opponents don't they come.
My opponents can go to court.
All right, let me give the mic to Otumba on behalf of the Vawulence Independent National Electoral Commission. We will be announcing the original results at the end of this space tonight. We are collecting results. They are still counting votes. Something happened to Beavers. Our Beavers were attacked by hackers. Hackers attacked our IRF, so the results were not transmitted real time. But
you forgot that you don't have to. That you can make up the rules as you go. There's nowhere in the policy that says you have to upload results to IRF. I'm swearing in every Saturday. They did. When I go court.
All right, Otumba, let me yield the mic to you, my brother. Welcome. Good evening. It's good to have you on the platform today. How are you doing, bro? Welcome.
Hey, good evening, my brother. I'm doing well, man. I think the U.S. travel ban. I mean, you touched on it, but because I've been looking and I've been reading. So I think there's a confusion on two parts. Um, there's a disparity between what the secretary tweeted and the news they have on the state government, state gov. So if you go to the US state.gov website, which is the state Department of State's website, what he said was Department of State's website says they are taking steps. Secretary of State tweeted they have already taken steps. So which is, I sent that email. I'm still waiting for a response, which is it's just funny. So I think we should get that cleared up pretty soon. But because the response of they don't release name, it doesn't make any sense. When they sanction Russians or they sanction everybody, they immediately publish their name. Like they don't hide it. So that part doesn't fly with me. So I think, yeah, we'll dig more. We'll see how it comes because I say if you go to the, I think I'll post a link to the state government's website. Their press release itself doesn't is saying they are taking steps to impose, which is what they released as their own press release. So I think there's still conflicting information. So I'm trying to get a clarification on both, whether they've imposed or they're taking steps to impose. On the yeah, I have a varying opinion on the BBC article, but I know I'm probably in the minority. And I had a tweet after and I said, obedience. We live in paranoia where we just question, actually over question everything. It's like we see a news and we immediately switch to propaganda mode. Like our mind just goes there. Like even when we get, I remember we did it with Oshun once, Adeleke was managing Oshun for some reason. We tied Oshun to LP, and I'm like wondering, what's Adeleke got to do with Labour Party and Peter Obi? Adeleke, what does Adeleke got to do? But I get it. It's the nature of where we are. We are forced to question and poke holes and second guess and doubt and look for angles and you're finding things where, and the mind has a very very funny way of playing where once there's so many gaps and so many questions, and then you start to connect the dots yourself. Now your dots might be wrong or you might be right. So because me, I felt this was a partial win for us, and this is why. Not a win in the sense. At the end of the day, it's not BBC Africa that will determine what those judges will do. That's what I believe. It's not any foreign news media, or it's at the end of the day, it's still down to the judiciary itself. It's still those judges. Now we can put pressure. We are putting pressure on them, which is good. But BBC Africa or whatever, or even if because the way I look at it is, if we say okay, BBC Africa is in bed with APC, and BBC Africa is in conjunction with the British government, and the US state government is in bed with Bola Tinubu. So it means we are no longer fighting INEC, we are not fighting Bola Tinubu, we're not fighting the Nigerian government, we're not fighting the judiciary, we're fighting two of the world power plus the Nigerian government. So that's a fight that I don't know. I don't know if you can win that fight, but good luck. So my point is, I just feel, this is how I feel like sometimes, and obedience, because I say we're forged in fights. We're forged in second guessing, and we're forged in being forceful to defend positions and counter propaganda. Because I remember when this movement started, I mean, no, not movement, like when we got traction online, there was a lot of things we had to combat, like news media. We fought everybody. We fought everybody to get relevant in a sense. So sometimes I think we get so caught up where, and I get it, you can't just take a minute to say, you know what, okay, it's on BBC, let's move forward. Because what BBC wrote, while it appears propaganda, is factual. Rivers itself is not enough to cancel the election. That's nothing. It's what we've always known. Like it's factual. Like there's a reason why when our petition, we went to our petition, they didn't just use Rivers State. Now, I've always said it like the attention to force BBC to say, go and look at Plateau, go and look at Benue, go and look at Taraba, look at Lagos itself. That 500,000 INEC road in Lagos is bullshit. Go and look at Gombe and Bauchi, like you said, Akwa Ibom. Look at Ogun State. I know we got 25% in Ogun State. Go and look at Ondo State also. Ekiti was a mess. So yes. So while I like the fact that, okay, we are directing it to say, okay, go look at other states. I would rather prefer that than just saying, oh, BBC is already APC, APC is media arm. Like to me, that's a fast stretch. We're entering the conspiracy theory region. I mean, the only conspiracy theory I believe is aliens, but that's a conversation for another day. So me, to me, it's two ways. It's two ways. There's a victory and there's more work to be done. Where, okay, BB and Wike, to me, Wike deserves whatever he's getting. Wike is obviously their scapegoat. They have a clear plan to dump Wike and make him as useless as possible. They don't want to give him any position. Like they've made it clear to him that number one, we asked you for 25%. You decided to give us the whole state. No one sent you message. Two.
But Otumba, can I ask you a question here?
Yeah, go ahead.
If this Wike's issue now that BBC reported, is it a hidden? It's not something that's hidden, right?
Yeah, it's not hidden. It's public knowledge.
So can you now explain to me why did BBC go and report what is already news?
Why is it already news? Oh, everybody does it now. It's the same reason why 10, 25 media outlets will carry the same news.
I mean, them doing. Did you read the article? You know, they did their own investigations.
See, that's a lie. They didn't do any investigation. Someone dumped that in their lap. But but follow me. This is what I'm going to. I'm not saying there's no angle to it. What I'm saying is, I just don't want a situation where we now spend the next 2-3 weeks fighting BBC. BBC is not our enemy. BBC is not our ally either. We don't care for BBC Africa. We don't give two shits. But they're not our enemy in the sense of, because we're not going to put them in the same box as the Nigerian government and what's his name. To me, that anger should be poured on the Nigerian media. Why is the Nigerian media not reporting on Rivers? Why is Punch? Why is Tribune? Why are your other TV medias in Nigeria that actually, when they report it in Nigeria, that message actually gets to the crooks and crannies of Nigeria? Because at the end of the day, like we say, the West, there's so much they can do. London or Washington, D.C. is not going to determine the outcome of this election, of this judiciary here we have. It's not them. I mean, because if we then say we want to ascribe them that power and say, the British Crown is paid for, that 10 Downing Street is paid for, and they've also paid Washington, D.C., then we're fighting. Then it's a waste of time fighting this battle. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because then you're fighting the UK and you're fighting the US. That's a fight where at that point you're not going to win. I'm sorry, you're not going to win that war. So you see what I'm saying? I don't want a situation where it now becomes, we did it to that Times lady, where it becomes, and there's something about labeling and branding that even though where perception almost becomes reality, because right now I know there will be business that will have looked for the writer, start sending her or sending him or her messages. You know I'm going to. And it now becomes two reputable magazines we've gone after now. So I'm just, and like I said, I'm in the minority in this opinion. I'm not an alarmist in the sense of, I just don't run when someone shouts fire. I want to first and see where's this fire coming from. Because I don't want to run into fire itself. Because what that happens is, it puts our mind in a place where, even when we get victories, the enemy will convince us it's not a victory, but it's a loss. And then we'll stay in that same position and live there. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not saying there's no angle to the BBC story, but that's not even much of my focus. My focus is there's a hearing tomorrow. Whatever BBC writes or they don't write, or CNN write or they don't write, at the end of the day, it's not up to them what those judges will do. If we're ascribing that power to BBC, then we're in a different territory, saying, okay, BBC is already paid for. If the BBC is paid for, then we're fucked. So that's how I see things. Now, this is my opinion. This is how I feel, and because then you're to me you're conceding defeat. If this David used to say it, these politicians want to always act like they are smart. They want to appear very smart and very diabolical, and they have very whimsical methods of doing things, and they assign these.
Otuma, I want to explain something to you. When you say concede, BBC is a news media outlet.
No. But remember, you said BBC is the media arm of the British.
Yes, it is. So wait. I'm coming. I want to explain to you. When I said that, let me land here, please, my brother. Let me land. When I say it is the media arm of the government, it is a propaganda wing of the British government. Facts. Go and check what BBC
so let me ask you a question.
So I want to give you some. I'm giving some. And our elections is local elections. What they can do is to shape international views. Where I'm going to. So I'm asking you right now that if BBC normally will not even stand with the people. I don't expect BBC to stand with the people. And that's why I'm saying that for them to report this news as they reported yesterday and reported today now, it is not as if it is a win-win. Because for me, it is not new news. It's just I'm happy that, oh, you guys can acknowledge truly that Tinubu rigged Rivers State. You can acknowledge it right now. So even if anything you want to come out and say,
and that's my point. That's my point. See, we can see this is me. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying we can't be skeptical, but I'd rather us flip it and say, oh, you reported on River State. Oh, okay, my friend, go and report on Plateau. Rather than stop and say you reported on River State. Why River State? You've collected con. You this, you that, and we end the conversation there. I'd rather we go. You reported on River State. Good job. Okay, now let's give you Plateau, Benue. You see, I'm going to like. There are two ways you can use it. You can use it and just go all ballistic and go full blown. Oh, BBC is now a con media, and just kill the story there. Where, let's say the editor, whoever wrote the story, like, you know what, why do I even waste my time writing this story? Or we can go and say, man, you've done it, my friend. Yes, okay, but there's Plateau, there's Taraba, there's Akwa Ibom, there's Rivers, there's like you can now say, okay, man, go and do more investigation. This is investigation I do. It's public knowledge. We get it. But I keep saying it. It's two things for me. It's I don't want to get caught up in it because I know how we are. We will now spend the next 2-3 days. It's BBC all out war. You know, sometimes you know what I'm talking about. We will spend 2 weeks just going after these people and juggler. But rather I say, yo, man, there's Plateau. Here's a sample of a result from Taraba. Because at the end of the day, the way I look at things, which is funny, that I'm sort of I'm a moderate Democrat in the sense of I still feel a personal responsibility where I've always said it like you can't expect too much from the West. There's so much they would do because honestly they don't care who is president. All they care is as long as the country is sort of stable. They don't give two shits and they can still move resources how they want to. They really don't. It doesn't except if the Southeast Asia blows up, then they need new grants. They'll go to South America somewhere. So I don't want us to where okay we now get gone stuck on what BBC wrote. Nah, it doesn't change the fact that there's we know they are rigging in multiple places. And what they wrote is actually factual. You know what I'm saying? But the wicked angle is where I'm coming to say where I sort of now buy into some of the things in the sense of what they are doing to Wiki. I'm so happy because it's they're trying to they put Wiki in a place where Wiki can't call PDP home anymore. Wiki is also technically not welcome in APC. See, what they're doing is they are making use. They are publicly making him useless. Like, I think he said with Tinubu talking when he went to commission our project or whatever. When they sort of told him, I don't owe you jack. I don't owe you anything back. And then the governors, I've always said, wait, why are these governors? Why are they intentionally just ridiculing him and trying to tell him, yo? They told him publicly that the message we sent you. We know what do you do now when we send you. We sent you to deliver 25%. My brother, you went too far. So to me, and because you know why? They also know Wike. They also can't deal with Wike because they know Wike is an usurper. Wike, if he gets into that, will scatter everything. So they are publicly making him useless. Like, yo, this guy, you are useless, and he deserves it. That dude has to end up in jail. There's no two ways. Now, I think the last part is the tribunal. I think I don't know, Saddam, you have any lawyers coming in to sort of explain what to expect? Because I know I don't know if I think we're gonna have a ruling on the live broadcast because that's one I've been actually excited about. I know PDP. I don't think they gave PDP a ruling on live broadcast, and we also filed the petition for them to broadcast the tribunal live. So I don't know if tomorrow is when, and if someone has the time or someone has insight to when the ruling for the live tribunal. So I'm excited about that. But yeah, but I mean, I just don't want a situation where, and I might be wrong. I just hope I'm wrong. I'm looking at this from a very wrong angle. I pray I'm wrong, but I don't want us to get stuck on BBC and then spend our energy. Yeah, they wrote an article. Fine, bye bye. At the end of the day, it's still the judges at the tribunal and the Supreme Court judge and the stupid Buhari and the useless. Now you talked about the killings in Middlebelt. I thought we were going to include it. I don't know if we'll talk about it back maybe on Thursday or Saturday. My brother, people are starting.
I
They're
think
calling
I
it
think
war.
we'll have to have that. That one will be full space on its own.
Yeah, they're calling it war. It's not war. I saw language. There's no war going on. It's genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. I mean, I think working with, Paradox has made me get it. Like, see, when you start doing certain things, you get closer to the news in a way. My brother, it's scary. See, I think these things happen every day. It's just that we don't pay attention and we wait for it to come on to the news. My brother, there's a lot more happening that doesn't get to the news. A lot more killings. Like, some things, like, when you I'm scouring the internet for news, you'll be like, what? This is happening on a daily basis? So yeah, so I don't know. I think we said we'll have a space. This is some genocide. I think we have to go back and re-push that genocide talk. This is genocide and ethnic cleansing. It's back in the forefront. What they're doing in the Middle Belt. Like, I was reading about one university. Well, I can't remember the name. Is it Plateau State University or what university? Talking about how part of the university has become Fulani herdsmen land. Like, they went to I think a federal institution. I'll find the story again, and they already, like, the university authority itself has ceded some of the land to them. I'm like, in this country, no, we can't have it that way. So, I think we'll have more robust conversation. Let me use my mic now to my brother Jimmy. Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, I do, Otumba, Saddam. How you guys doing? I did. As usual.
I
Let me
I see say Jimmy, he go dey fight with he go dey fight with police.
breathe.
The man don't see your face. The policeman wey dey, I
Oh,
mean, a police
Jimmy at the
postman.
police, Abby.
Jimmy enter inside block. Jimmy enter inside block.
I think that one another topic on its own. Let me start my discussion with this one first, I beg. Eh? This is the part I want everybody to listen to now. Which way are we going? For military men to rule our nation at all times. Politicians better get together to practice democracy in the way it should be done. Let's get together and do things in common for the benefit of our nation. That is a Fuji music by Indesikiru Barista. This was back in 1992. Fuji Fantasia. You heard what he said. Nigeria. Let's think twice before we move. For military men to rule our nation at all times. Politicians, we better get this together. For the benefit of our nation and the incoming generation, let's think twice before we move. Let's think twice before we move. I'll start my submission with the useless, uh, the transgender looking Olori Buruku IG of police. He came on news yesterday saying they want to protect democracy. That useless man will be like female. What kind of a stupid democracy are they protecting? Did you see the songa they bought? That was a drone equipped with a light machine gun with a barrel. It has a barrel magazine for civilians. They are planning towards the inauguration. And this idiot, this imbecile, came on national TV addressing public, telling people they are trying to protect the democracy. Where was he when they were killing people? When they were shooting people? When they were disenfranchising people? On election day, where was this bastard? And he's telling us now that they are ready to deal with anybody trying to come out and protest, that they are there to protect democracy. Ayé yín ò ní dá. IG, ayé ò ní dá, ọkàn ò ní balẹ̀. People were killed. People were shot at. You did not call out, they didn't arrest MC Oluomo. They did not arrest MC Oluomo that was calling Mama Chukudi. It was telling Igbo people not to come out and vote. It was
Jimmy, let's even pretend they just got these drones, right? Let's say 2 weeks ago. Do you know, me and you know what the terrorists in the Middle East, you know what they fear the most?
of
The
course,
eyes.
drones,
They call it
drones,
eyes. They call it eyes in the sky
eyes in the sky. Of course,
because it monitors their movements.
they don't even see it. They don't see it.
Yeah. So
That's
you're telling
how
me
powerful.
the Nigerian police has this capability, but yet people got killed in Benue, and these troops, it's not like they're disappearing, they're actually moving, so you can see, and it's not like it's some Afghanistan terrain where you can't see. Even in Afghanistan that has crazy terrain, you can still drone people. You can see people with drones. Yeah.
Otumba, thing is mad. The effectiveness is mad, guys. I just put it on the jumbotron. You can check it out on the jumbotron. It's on the jumbotron. Look, this drone is capable of handling. How am I going to put it? How can I best describe it? It can carry more than 200 rounds, right, of bullets, and it can withstand at least, let me see, a couple of shots. That's even if they are that
And
precise.
it's precision firing, so it's
Don't
not
you
it's not
understand?
random
Precision
rabbit.
firing. I mean,
Mhm.
I made a tweet about it. I attached a video of how effective these things are. People got killed recently. Was it 2 days ago, a couple of days ago? They wiped out the whole village, and nobody did anything about it. This drone can be single-handedly used to track these guys, but no, you're now installing it. They are bragging about it. They are displaying their muzzles on civilians, law-abiding citizens of Nigeria. They are flexing their muzzles on Nigerians, people that actually came out and they voted. See, I keep saying these things. If Tinubu won that election, clean and clear, we will be angry, but we have no choice. But this man did not fucking win. He did not fucking win. So people say in 2027, what the hell is going to happen in 2027? The same thing that happened now. It will even be worse because by the time they get into power, they will suppress every single person. They will make sure they clip wings. They will make sure such
My
uprising doesn't
my
happen.
brother Jimmy, if there's a Tinubu presidency, say goodbye to democracy in Nigeria.
Honestly speaking,
No, Jimmy, there won't be any election. They will just go and write the result in INEC.
then you
So
understand. It
this
will
is a this is a fight to either we take back our country or the country should go to bunkers. If a Tinubu presidency happen, forget about any election. Nigeria should just disintegrate. A Tinubu president means that there is no longer democracy in Nigeria. There is no
honest.
point. There is no point. There is no point. Lagos is a prototype for everybody now. But go on, bro.
So, bro, they don't understand what is coming. And I keep saying it, 2015, 2019, what happened during those election period, you can't compare it to now, right? It's a different ball game entirely. Right now, the obedient movement is involved, right? And the fact that we don't even have a leader, a headless mob, they don't understand what is coming. Besides the fact that we come on spaces to talk and show how angry we are, they don't understand. The only person holding this country together right now is Peter Obi. Take it or leave it. The only person holding this country right now is Peter Obi, because any tweet from that man right now can set that fire, can set that country on fire. Any single tweet, because it is glaring that this man won the election. Even the so-called IRF, go and check the IRF. Everything is there. So what are we saying? Visa ban. FFK has been throwing tantrums. He has been going through a lot of emotional, how am I going to put it? Emotional breakdown. Since when they announced that, he made a lengthy tweet, was talking about countries that ban people from entering their country, they have the right to do so. And Nigerians too will ban their. He don't know say his name they there. Olori buruku ti mọ̀. Ó ti make a list. He don't know his name don't they. Ara àwọn tó bayé jẹ́, one of the people that actually made this election one of the worst in our history is FFK. Fake news ti bayé jẹ́, oníjẹkújẹ, tọkùtọkù ẹnu. He always go back to his vomit. He's one of the people. that actually made this the worst election in the history of that country, Nigeria. FFK. Oh, let me see me. The kind of bigotry he brought up against Igbo people. It's as if he doesn't even have any affiliation with Igbo. He's married. This idiot is married to an Igbo woman. He has Igbo kids, for crying out loud. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know this is the right place, this is the wrong place. He goes anywhere belle face. He will go and pack his vomit. He no care. He will tell you over his dead body till Jesus come back. That place he go still go back there. Just give him money. He knows how to dance to their tune. Give him money. That is his problem. And we are fighting against cabals. Over 60-year-old cabals. They have been in power all their lives. They are now bent on passing this power on to their kids. Their kids. That is what they are doing right now. Young shall grow. Since when? And you learn that because since when? They don't talk them since we did primary school.
Then Jimmy, people where their children are slaves to the cabals. What inherit the slavery of their parents.
Of course, all the housemaids and gatesmen. Honestly speaking, back in the north, people will be say, then they take care of billionaires pikin. When them born finish, then go they train their pikin how to take care of those people pikin too. It is that bad. By the time Obi gets in there, who go they wash car for people again? Who go they do These guys are fighting for their lives. When Obi gets there, a lot of them, it is game over. Then go pack up shop. Or Jatiton, they know. When they get in there, they know. I don't know what exactly is going on right now. I'm not sure if Mahmoud has actually set up Tinubu to mess him up. I don't understand. Because that IRF alone, make them just go court. Point that IRF to all the jobs. Make them just open computer. Make them show them. I was on the space a couple of days ago. And they were asking some ignorant APC people. Say, do you believe Tinubu won River State? And this idiot was saying, based on the result Mahmoud read. Are you mad? Based on which stupid results? Results where Mahmoud read, they don't correct them for their IRF. The result is on the freaking IRF. Have you checked the IRF? He said, no. Based on the results where Mahmoud don't know anything where Mahmoud. See, besides the fact that we are dealing with block-headed people, Saddam don't talk am. Some people there will be say, then go ask for Pekin from Ishawuru, for Bar Beach. You are wondering where those children are right now. Some of them are on this place right now. We are mingling. Some of them are there. When you think they ask for doggy, you think a normal person be doggy? You think a normal human being born doggy? You know here in names they have doggy. You think a normal human being, they go beg for doggy for shrine. They go beg for that idiot from shrine. Have you heard these guys speak? The bigotry on this.
I know the shrine, Okija shrine.
The bigotry
coming out near River Niger.
Mad. It's mad. And we have them all over the place. We have them all over the place. Those are the people we are dealing with. You see Wike matter? Olori Buruku ni Wike. Ologogoro ni Onparaga ni. What Wike is doing now, it don't backfire already. It don't back. They don't put them for in level. There was one cartoon I tweeted about. Saddam tweeted it again this morning. If you check that cartoon very well, I don't know the kind of animal. The animal no be like horse, no be like donkey, but be like Rufai Pikin, because the neck long way the animal. Then for the ground, you go see say one yellow uniform they ground. Now Wike uniform be that prison cell uniform. They don't give una clue. They don't give una clue. The uniform will be yellow. It don't dey ground, and it was naked there. I go serve Wike beans. I go serve Wike. I go serve am beans. Wike, I go serve am beans. You know go.
Jimmy, you know they talk this. Showing the Nigerian prison system, you won't go.
Bro, I go serve because Obi go enter. When Obi enter, I go serve that guy beans, because what they've done to the democracy of that country, what they have done, Saddam Otumba, people died for crying out loud. After they announced this, what do you call it? This plug and play man, Mogaji Anwatole, what's his name? Tinubu. After they announced him as the winner, people committed suicide. People were depressed. See this guy will do 100 hours cooking. See as people, Tom, Dick, and Harry, just they jubilate. They happy, say, Nigeria on the map. Nobody jubilate when Tinubu win. Nobody jubilate. Everywhere just be like say, president die for country. The country was mourning. The country was mourning. Nobody jubilate. We dey court. We are not stupid. We are law-abiding citizens, and that's the reason why we're in court. We don't believe in the judicial system. Let me say that for a fact. We don't believe in the judicial system, okay? But we believe in our principle, because he believes in the judicial system. We know that democracy is already dead in Nigeria. We know that one. They don't kill and take. But we want the judicial system to make it official. Make them talk out with their own mouth. May we hear. That is when they will now burn that country, because the constitution is the only Bible of democracy in that country. And the moment you ignore the constitution, it's a banana republic. It is a banana republic. Everything waiting. Everything goes. Everything freaking goes. And as for what do they call these idiots? Shekuti. I don't say in topic no day here. I just get one. I dedicate one song
Now
for him.
space. No need to put the topic. In topic day here. In topic day here.
That one I don't even get. I go just give her. I dedicate. You get one song where I dedicate for him. Orlando. Ìbàròyìn lálágbọ́n. Ọkùnrin lálágbọ́n o, obìnrin lálágbọ́n o. Charles, I go play am for am again. And another song where I play for am na him papa song. Palava. You dey find, you go look for trouble. Shekuti o ti kọjá yìí. I don't know how that one take concern obedience. And that useless class captain, what they call that one? That useless guy. Ṣòwòrẹ́, short. He called the post say obedience want them to execute Shehu because he did not support their ayé Ṣòwòrẹ́ ò lè dáa. Ayé ìdí tí ò ṣe lè win nìyẹn. Aluta continua. You cannot, you will see local government chairman. Saddam, you remember now? I do Twitter poll with Ṣòwòrẹ́. I win him for Twitter here. I win Ṣòwòrẹ́. Saddam, now you dey laugh.
My friend Princess, we never do anything politics. Put her hand for politics this year. Only female presidential candidate. She get 25,000 votes.
25,000 votes.
More than Showore. Princess
brother,
from Delta State. Google
brother,
am.
after that one, after Princess don't win and finish, I just say I just try my luck. Now I put them for Twitter. Say I will run for president. So Showore too. Now only me and Showore. My brother, I wish Showore Olori Buruku. I win that class captain. Man be Babalawo lockout. With all him Babalawo, I still win that idiot. He no get level. So man, I just disregard him. Everything we already do now. He just want attache with Obi. He just want see obedience. We have this power. Anything we don't put mouth like this, hey, my trend shani. So if they don't mention Obi, they no fit do anything for their lives. They no fit do anything. So cause I don't know how obedience take attached to the fact to say they arrest this Imbe. I don't know why. I don't know how they take attach him. I don't know the connection. And now, where they say you don't slap person now, the person don't go write his statement. After the write statement finish, that one enter coma.
Ensis, can you mute?
Ensis, your mic is on. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. That's a mistake.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. So, he slap. Person where he slap. Person where she slap. That one, officer, you know, enter coma immediately. The guy still go share house. He still write statement. Now after statement, just oh boy, come out there one place. So me I enter coma. Pew.
Internal bleeding.
The internal bleeding. So the guy just enter come. And now they say they don't go in house, they go look for his phone, they go. Well, to me, I believe it's a breach of privacy, but man, this man said it publicly. He said he don't dey slap police since. So make them do that investigation. On this note, I will give an exception. It's no invasion of privacy because he don't dey slap. He's a police slapper. He's a police serial slapper. The guy don't dey slap police since he bragged about it, and there is a video he made. He said it no be today. So I saw him today in the morning when I woke up. His picture was the first thing I saw. I never knew he was that humble. In fact, I'm not sure who is more humble, him or Portable. He sat down politely with the other people that took a picture. He was very obedient. I love him. Even though he no join obedient people,
He
he's a
never.
very
They don't give him a
He
place to
don't turn
speak now.
obedient by force.
he don't turn obedient. He was obedient. He sat down. They told everybody to sit down. He sat down. He was looking and he was listening. It be like they give them money devotion. And he was paying attention. So I like him for that. He's a very, very, obedient person. Now,
Now
eh?
the detox when they do by force, now they funny me. Now.
And
At least he don't
I
spend
hear
24 hours without choco.
say they don't ask for 21 days. Say make them detain am for another 21 days. I beg, I don't know the judge where they charge. I beg, please consider that request. Please consider that request. Let us know what is going to happen after 21 days. I mean, one of his followers don't come up say, every freedom fighter goes to jail. Okay, let him go to jail too. So when he comes out, I just hope and wish he can still understand what is going on. He can keep up with what is going on now in Nigeria from the kind of beating where they go beat inside that place. Though some people are saying they might not beat him because for in Papa's shrine. Now most of the customers for him Papa shrine they inside that place, so then sabi themselves. Say now 5 and 6. But that being said, Shehu Kuti, he slapped a policeman in public, so he deserves whatever comes out of it. So Wike na home wahala be that one. Tribunal resumes tomorrow. That is my main objective right now. I just dey hope. Now, tomorrow, tomorrow, I won't fast tomorrow. And the first thing where I go say tomorrow, it go be curse. I don't want to hear story. Say they adjourn they adjourn the case again. Say one judge say in the sick or èpè ìhó màálù la ma fi máa ṣépè láti ọ̀la lọ. Èpè la ma fi máa ṣépè láti ọ̀la lọ. With all this see, at this point in time, we only have few days left, to the inauguration. I want you guys to also pay attention to something Saddam Otuba and Sizu. Say we dey talk am like play. Una don't see the letter where this army right now. There is a fraction going on within the military personnel in Nigeria right now. They are complaining bitterly because the top high-ranking ogas, they don't want to leave. They don't want to retire. They are sitting on the cocoa money where they're supposed to use to buy weapon. They are sitting on it. The people where they're supposed to promote, they promote them. Now all these young Hausa guys, if they don't go UK or America, go do training, they don't come back, they don't promote them. But the ones that are actually going into battles, facing all these things, they have the on-ground experience. They're not promoting them. And they've come up with a conclusion that, look, the people that you are pushing into the war zone, they are more of a Christian than the Muslim. They are more of Hausa people staying back in the office. It's in the letter. There's a fraction going on right now. And they are telling the government to look into it. It's not a joke. Look at what APC is doing now. They are saying Senate president cannot go to Southeast simply because Southeast did not, they didn't give them enough votes. The vote, people that voted for Tinubu, it was weak, it was low on that area. See, inside fighting, now you go scatter this party last. One thing I'm certain of, Tinubu will not be the president of that country. Honestly speaking, it will be the end of democracy. Let me yield for now. Let's hear our brother Sizu give us his own monologue, I beg. It's been a long time. Welcome, Sizu, my brother. How you doing? Sizu, are you there? Saddam, how do you say Sizu they here?
I think he's struggling with his network, but he's trying to set up himself. But thank you, bro. Let me just add up a little one or two things.
Okay.
Probably
Let me
play
know when
some.
you're done, Saddam, so I can acknowledge our regulars here before we start taking speakers.
Yeah. Guys, we see all of you requesting the mic. Please, it's going to get to everybody. Please, we're going to start up the space real quick. And if you're ready to speak anytime, just let me know. I think I should play people some of our sound bites. Let me take you guys to Rumo Koroshi. Reporting from Rumo Koroshi is Adolf Hitler of Rumola. And he has this to say. When I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day, I feel so ashamed that we're going to the level where sacrificing, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job. Of poverty is a good job. Of insecurity is a good job. Of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shameful thing. I can't believe that somebody will come out in today's Nigeria and say, I want to continue where Mr. Buhari has stopped. Okay. Oh yeah, you want to continue where Mr. Buhari has stopped. He did a good job, but you now went to go and join them. You see, politicians, politicians, God have mercy. Oh yeah, I don't want to be here for you. Today is your day, Mr. Wike. Hopefully, when they serve you that breakfast that you have been running away from, you will eat it and you will be full, and it go choke you. Trust me, it will choke you. This particular breakfast because you have no place to run to. You have no place. Go and ask about political betrayals. Just go and ask. Nobody trusts you in the political sphere right now. Is it El-Rufai that will trust you? Is it El-Rufai that you think will fight for your behalf? Do you really think a Kasim Shetima or you think a Tinubu now? No. Your despise for Atiku and your craze for power made you do the unthinkable. And it's unfortunate, honestly, that you will have to suffer it the hard way. But before NC's coming, I want to play our sound bite for this space. This is our sound bite. This represents this space. This is what we believe on this platform. This is what we are saying on this platform. That we are not, we are standing on it firmly with our vice presidential candidate, and he has this to say. And I think every Nigerian should understand this is where we stand on this platform. Take it away. Calls of the people violating the constitution. Let them even go ahead, even if they swear in Tinubu Shetima on 29th of May. They are swearing in an unconstitutional government. Nothing will change it. I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document right you just read. I'm following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have by so doing ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this our democracy is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May, 2023. Please write it. You know my name. I am very, very happy to say it. You know my name. You introduced me. Listen, just No. I will, because those are screenshots. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of the Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying. If there is an official... If you reach the Constitution... It is not left to the court to decide otherwise. This is already decided by the court.
But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration. If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them. I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it. Yes. What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country. Very. So whatever the stipulation of the law guides, if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it? This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, Sean, I am saying it on national TV.
We are saying it also on National Space TV, the Violence Space, the Violence Church, the Violence Synagogue, the Violence Mosques. We are saying it here, swearing in Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Bin Laden Shetima is the end of democracy in Nigeria. And you know why you say, people say, because on this platform we educate people, we educate you. So when you go out there, you can say it with your chest. It is unconstitutional to swear in people that do not meet the constitutional mandate of the presidency. It is unconstitutional. You can say, people say, but other people, they went to tribunal and why they were president. Every other president that ruled Nigeria, even if they rigged the elections, they rigged it to the point whereby they met the constitutional requirement of Nigeria. That is how it is being done. Every other time, until this circle, until a group of criminals ganged up to rig and steal an election and they forgot to rig to meet the constitutional requirement of the country. You can go and check from Obasanjo first term to Obasanjo second term to Yar'Adua first term to Jonathan's first term to Buhari's first and second term. Every single one of them won over 25% in Abuja. It is a must that for you to be a president of Nigeria, you must get 25% in Abuja. It is a must. It is in the constitution. If you don't get it, you do not meet the requirement. It's like them telling you now, we say this all the time on this platform, you must, to get admission to university, you must have 5 credits and maths and English. It is a must. If you have go and get 9 credits and you fail maths or fail English, that result will not get you admission. It is simple. So Bola Ahmed Tinubu constitutionally has failed to meet the requirements to be president. So you swear him in, you have destroyed the constitution. And that's why we say May 29th is not sacrosanct. So when you hear people like Dati come out to speak like this, it is because he's standing on the constitution. And the constitution is the Bible or the Quran of every country. The moment you do not stand by that, that means you're no longer up. Even shrine itself, they get what they will tell you and what you do. Incantation. The constitution is the incantation of the shrine. If you do not stand on incantations, whatever instruction will be given to you is null and void. Zlich. So that's why we are standing on this platform, and it was important to have to reiterate it all the time, everywhere you go to. Keep saying it. Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not meet the requirements to be president of Nigeria, and he will not be the next president of Nigeria. If they go on May 29th, anything happening that day is what? All one bear party. All one bear. All one bear. Anything they do on 29th. If anything happens that day, it is just all one bear. We do not recognize the man. He has not met our constitution. Everybody in Nigeria, apart from his criminals and gang of children of criminals, the children of the roasted corn, that we want to use that day and say, of which they are in the minority. They are in the minority. You don't see them anywhere. They are only gang of you see them when they come out on social media spaces and you see them trying to hustle. You don't see them anywhere. They are the minority of us in the country. So it's important to state this all the time. N6, if you're not ready to speak, I think we're going to bring in speakers right now. Probably when you're ready.
No. Continue. I'm enjoying the show. Continue.
Okay. Probably when you're ready, just let us know. You can give your submission when you're ready. I think before I will come back to this amazing interview with Rufai earlier on today on Rufai and the governor, ex-governor of Zamfara State. It is amazing, the audacity of APC chieftains. It is just amazing. the worst of us, just because I'm a politician, I should occupy choice positions in the country. That's where we are with this party. But let me circle back right now to our listeners, our speakers on the section. Please, guys, try and keep your submissions. We have taken the mic for a very long period, and we are sorry, but that's how we do on the platform to make sure we shape this narrative and make sure we are sticking to topics. Please, if you're jumping out of any topic on this platform, it should be talking about the massacre in the middle belt, or paying homage to our brother Sharon Kuti. Sharon Kuti, sorry, I'm sorry for what your travels, what you're passing through, eh? But it's part of why you should not fight grace. If you fight grace, you will face disgrace. Peter Obi is not your problem. Don't fight that man. Thank you. All right, Jimmy, I don't know if you want to use 1 minute to thank welcome our hot guest in the building. And let's circle back to our speakers. If not, we just jump straight by allowing speakers. Jimmy, bring in the speakers real quick. Bro, are you there?
Oh yeah. I'm here. Yeah, sure. Let me bring in. Let me acknowledge our regular ones here. Huh? Okay. When you mean Ogamat, Omega X, Obedient, Anka Dede, Mazi, Derin, Aunty Dunke, Ayobami, Enze, Omalatika, Aunty Bolanle, Ladi, Aunty Madonna, Lady Liberty, Nello, Biruki, Ella, Ozaro, Illuminator, The Comrade, SIM card, Oga Jerry, Ada, Okogan. Armstrong, Godson.
Yeah. Oh, must be able to say unmute my mic. No vex.
Right.
I said, Okoka said you come out space. Okoka and Undertaker. Then they come out space. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. Thank you guys for always my chairman. My chairman, I acknowledge you as my. I'm not meant to. I'm meant to be INEC. I'm meant to be Yakubu. And their chairman, Dr. Lu, their chairman. If you're here and you want to speak, sir, I want to give you preference for you to start. You successfully rigged the elections on Saturday. I don't know how 240,000 people came to this space. I don't know where you manufactured out numbers from. I don't know how they voted you. But you gave yourself 200, you allocated yourself 240,000 votes. Dr. Lu, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and speak. Good evening, sir.
Dr. Lu, thank you for the British citizenship. Thank you, sir.
He gave me two. He gave me British and you're not supposed to talk this thing for public now. British and he gave me two. British and
Yeah,
American.
sorry, I didn't know we were on space. I think send a voice note I send you for WhatsApp. He share Bitcoin with citizenship.
Let's go, Dr. Lu. He did call. So let's jump on. Let's move on real quick. All right. Let's take someone else. Let's take a lady. Nina, good evening, ma. You have the space. Yep, welcome.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba. Good evening, Cecil, Jimmy. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to speak on the BBC Wike expose. My opinion might be unpopular, but forgive me if I'm not swayed by it. I believe it's a whitewash for the APC government, and I'll explain. If you read that article carefully, you'll see what they did. First, they are trying to exonerate INEC by hammering on this imposter who pretended like he's an INEC rec and so on and so forth, and automatically now the guy has disappeared. They can't find him. So INEC has said he came and he made these claims and they took the claim on face value. So that means, well, he doesn't work for INEC. So INEC technically did not commit that offense or crime, as it were. Then the article goes on to say that there were discrepancies. Yes, Peter Obi won in two local governments that they used as the examples, Obiakpo and I think Obiwo is the other one. But they didn't see all the other local governments. However, it does not affect the general result. So I'm not swayed by it. I was very glad because I'd had that conversation. Then I now saw David's tweet. I was like, okay, I'm not such a conspiracy theorist because I have a lot of conspiracy theories. I have trust issues. I don't like APC. They are liars. Whatever they say is a lie. So anytime I read anything, and I always read it again. So it for me, it's a whitewash. If you don't agree with me and you're celebrating it, then you're a better person than I am. About the US travel ban, I take it the exact same way I take the BBC expose as well. Tell us the people you're banning. You ban people from other countries, and there's a long list of the people you've banned. Now you're banning people, and we don't even know the people you're banning. What if you're not banning the right people? I was asking a friend of mine earlier today, when he sent it to me on WhatsApp. I said, they never bring list. So what if you're on the list? And both of us had a very good laugh. But that's the truth because you don't even know who's on the list. So what if I get to um, the border and I arrive and I realize that I missed two, I'm on that ban list. So they need to tell us who and who are on the ban list if they are being really honest. Honestly, I'm not swayed by it. And then they are speaking from both sides of their mouths. Now you're congratulating Tinubu, then you're saying the election was free and fair, then you're banning. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. And like I'd always say, if somebody can explain it to me like to a 4-year-old, then I'd probably understand it. A shout out to Sheon Kuti, the police lapper. When I first saw you during morning devotion, I actually thought it was a Photoshop picture until other people start posting, and I'm looking at it like, is this real? So shout out, enjoy your vacation, enjoy, and please slap as many policemen as possible when you're coming out. I like to yield for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you very much. I don't think your position is unpopular. I think your position on INEC is on BBC is almost popular. Um, another one, Shehu. Ghana has done the rejection. They no one claim Shehu. Ghana they claim they collect everything from Nigeria now. We don't feed drag. And I know one collect Tinubu and Shehu. Why? Please. We have these two great exports. Please claim them on behalf of us. Thank you very much. All right, Dr. Oli, if you're ready to speak, okay, hands are not up. I know if you're ready, you speak, raise your hands up. So let me come to you. My brother, Chief Oekena, longest time. How is your project going, bro?
Yeah,
It's been a whole while. Long time no hear, long time no see you on this platform. It's good to have you back, bro. How you doing? Welcome. You have the space.
good evening, Asadam. Good evening, everybody. There's a lot of things happening in my end, so I have to sort out some professional and career goals and just partly be part of this movement. I try to tweet as much as I can. Good evening, everybody, and nice to be here again. I will start by saying, may the soul of our brothers and sisters who have been massacred, may their souls rest in peace. It's really sad every day when we wake up and we see this news. It's just the one that killed me most was that little boy. Who is it? A little boy, a little girl, who sat by the corpse of the mom. That picture, whenever I picture it, I don't know how I just get confused. As old as I am, I get confused, and God help us all. I was having a conversation with a Ghanaian, an acquaintance I met yesterday, a Ghanaian here in Germany where I live, and he said to me, why are we allowing these things to happen? That nonsense cannot happen in Ghana. And this is small Ghana, my people. This is small Ghana. And I told him, oh, it's about the Fulani herdsmen rearing their cows and killing everybody they meet on the way and other. He said they actually tried it in Ghana, but the government stood up and the people joined and they fought back. But in Nigeria, we know the story. But I think we should we really have to get up now and face these people head on. I'm begging. I was shocked when Zariyi said it was a war, and I was not happy with the tag of saying that it is a war. I believe he should have known better that this is not a war. A war is between Ukraine and Russia. That is what a war is. When people come to your house and they fight and burn down your villages, kill your people, slaughter your people, that is not a war. It is a massacre. It's complete genocide. And I beg the people of the Middle Belt and other Nigerians to get up. There was a tweet I responded to from Switchside where she said, where are the Christian leaders in Nigeria, especially the ones in the South? Why are they not talking? And my response to that tweet was that of anger and insult, because somebody has posted a picture of one of the so-called GO who protested when the bombs were flying in the northeast of Nigeria against Goodluck Jonathan's government. Today, they have all got dumb, deaf, and blind. They can't see anything anymore. It is really sad, the hypocrisy in our country. I just pray the souls of these our brothers and sisters rest in peace, and we can to fight back very soon. I hope we can find the courage to fight back. I'll quickly switch to the BBC interview. For me, I would say, I think it is time we obedient, start to celebrate the little wins, but do not get carried away with it. What do I mean? I am really glad the BBC did this expose. Premium Times did the same expose about Obiakpo some few weeks ago. BBC are doing the same thing. The fact remains that we are no longer shouting alone. Obedience, remember, they called us 4 people in a room. Now we have a multinational media adding their voice to our voices. Our suspicion, for those who are suspecting APC is doing some background work, I agree, it is fine, it is good, but I give BBC the accolade. Imagine if that Shenwoki Baloye did the same thing for channels, or what is his name? Ruben Abati did the same thing for Arise TV, for other states of the country who actually know the real figures, even though you and I know the real figures. So for me, it is celebration. I am happy it came out, but I'm not carried away with it. My own point there is, the last speaker, Nina, said she thinks they are trying to exonerate INEC. No, they are not exonerating INEC, because the same INEC refused to look at the credentials of the drug baron who they declared as the winner. And they went ahead to make sure that somebody they cannot verify his status as a lecturer became their rec. It just tells on the stupidity of the leader of the organization. And I'm telling you, like Cizo says here, Mahmoud must go jail. We go drag Obi. After we carry our mandate, we go drag Obi. Mahmoud go jail for the pains he has put us through, for the nonsense he did. That man supposed go jail. And in Cizo's voice, 20 years at least, because what he did, it is treason against the Nigerian people and against our constitution. He must go jail. He must go jail. I wish and I pray that we get good wins tomorrow from the tribunal. We need to watch our tribunal live on TV, and I hope everything will work out fine. As for the travel ban, the US is doing well, but we keep shouting and we keep pressing their necks to release the names, and we will tell them extend the travel ban to the families of these people. If they cannot go outside to access medical care, like the dumb president that is in the UK treating toothache, if he cannot go outside to do that, he will fix Nigeria or they will fix Nigeria. I'll end my submission here. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother, Chief Oyakena. It's always the pleasure having you on the platform. Wonderful take as usual. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on. Before we come into the Violence Select, sorry, Vinex Select, Dr. Lu.
So now we only recognize one chairman on this
Otuba,
platform. So
calm
now I
down
don't know
now.
where you're
Otuba.
getting this chairman from. I told you to go to court.
Otuba, you are the one that will go to court now. You don't see
Now,
2.4 million.
wait, okay, let me ask you a
2.4 million
question.
votes you are talking
Who then
about.
first declare? No, wait.
See, you
Whose
don't
result? Wait.
see.
Who then first declare? Who then first
Even
declare?
though if you are the second or third, you are the
Sammy, come and Ezenam is my
Jimmy,
witness.
Jimmy, you know you are my lawyer. I will, and definitely, Jimmy, I don't want us to sing Orlando for this guy.
No, Dr. Olu, I've asked you a simple question. If you check the timeline,
You are
there
the
was
one that will go to the court now.
Let me explain how it
It's
works.
2.4 million votes, my brother.
Forget your announcement came hours after my own
Who
announcement.
told you announcement? Announcement when
Namdi
me Naija.
Ajadi.
When me Naija was my collecting officer. When me
We
Naija.
would not replace since when? When we Naija never know as they go. You never know the next sheet.
You have told where you know you are in the US. Hope we say we no go ban you because we go just ask maybe
Who
you
they
have
want by
narcotic affiliation.
by name we no go see for list where you no fit see.
Chairman is thank you, Saddam. Self-acclaimed APC factional chairman, and then I you can see the work we are doing. One of the effort that was put in place was one of the pressure that I put on the BBC right all the way from the United Kingdom, as I rightly said earlier, that we are going to coordinate every form of media from this part of the world to ensure that um, the Bala Blue of Nigeria, at least, even if it's not going to go to jail, must return the stolen mandate. Now, the point here is, I have a very, not really a contrary opinion, but a very kind of a way of letting us see the positive side from the US release and the BBC stuff. The point here is about the timing when the timing of all this information coming out. The timing is very significant to whatever discussion we are having. If you look at Bloomberg was consistent. BBC came out just I think this early this morning. US the same thing. And whether it's like somebody make an update on whether make an illustration on TL that you stole a meat from the pot. That is Archie anyway. You stole one meat. Then everybody catch you that truly you actually stole this one meat. Then later they are looking for the whole pot. They can't find the whole pot. But at least there's an evidence that somebody have stolen a meat. What is trying to bring about is there is empirical evidence that shows that there is irregularity. Whether the outcome will determine whether the evidence will be enough to determine the outcome. And that is the illustration the useless son Keyamo was trying to put out that even though they wrote an article, they wrote one documentary that shows one particular place, it was just trying to speak in tongues. Useless man. The fundamental point here is that they have admitted that Rivers State was actually not won by Tinubu. That is number one point. And it's very difficult for APC to admit failure or it's one of the greatest weakness or the problem we have been having with APC is that they always believe that they are right. But it's a shame
to me, to our medias, to Vanguard, to the so-called Punch, to Daily Trust, to all those Nigerian news media, apart from Premium or what's their name. This is something that naturally Nigerian media should be the one propagating this kind of information. But for you to capture a state, one of the power you need to do is to ensure that you capture the media, and that is why we have parallel facts now. So my own positive take from this BBC stuff is that, number one, it's coming towards the inauguration. The more people are saying BBC Africa, BBC the world, they will not change anything. It's a lie. Because this BBC Africa is not only Nigeria that follows them. It's more or less like people said they have a Nigerian president. His name is Tinubu, but the guy rig his election, rig his way in. Even naturally, that is a very bad reputation for the so-called Tinubu. So my own take is the timing of all these things is a very positive. Is one of the fuel that we need. Because to be sincere, what they are expecting from us is for us to have been like PDP guys. I don't want to mention somebody's name. One of the popular PDP on Twitter. The guy think like dumb. He think like as if he's one of the most. He's the most stupid.
That's you want to talk.
If no be you, I go trek from here and go back Nigeria.
That guy is the most. In fact, that guy has cerebral palsy. That is the reality. Because the question is, I don't understand the kind of opposition, the kind of game, I don't know. I just don't understand.
Dr. Olu, it's not a game. He's auditioning for APC. That's what he's doing. When he's waving his pom-pom and trying to get APC to notice him.
But the question is, at least Yoruba to say something. That if they say you have something that is very smelly, at least you will cover it up. That is it. So if what they are expecting us to do or to have become as an obedient is to be like PDP guys. If you look at what is the name of this other one too, that Mr. Ibu, that one too is tweeting whether you like it or not. Tribunal we hold, clinical inauguration we hold. These are the things all these APC guys want us to be talking about, and these are the things that will kill the morale of people. So my own take is that anything that will give me encouragement, that will give me hope, that will ensure that it is possible 100% is a welcome development. At least if a tribunal open the case, okay, there is an evidence that shows that Rivers State is rigged. Rivers State is not one. It's more or less like when they say when you are going to court, bring your evidence, bring your facts. That's what they always talk about. Without you complain, at least you must have fact. Okay, Rivers State is not what is on the radar. That one is enough for any judge, any of the judges to say that let us go and review all of that stuff, and then everything is going to be unraveled. That is one. Two, I think we are not even talking about what PDP is doing to our candidate in Enugu State. Anytime I look at what is this is the kind of Nigeria that I'm afraid of. How will I be using Obafemi Awolowo University fake certificate? And OAU is now going to court to go and find out that is it true that this guy is using my fake certificate? And I'm not going to court and tell OAU not to confirm. What kind of correlation is that? What kind of Nigeria? What kind of Nigeria are we aspiring to have? And these are the reasons why we need to just at least. I know Jimmy want to pray. Me too, I will pray because we don't have choice. The presidency of Tinubu automatically we should just forget about Nigeria. We should just forget about Nigeria because there will never be rule of law. And that's the reason why all those TO and PDP guys, they don't have the boldness, the confidence to say the truth. So in a nutshell, for Tribunal tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to a positive response. I'm very confident that positive. I'm looking at the expose of the BBC, the Bloomberg, the US, because the US stuff. All these things are timing, and there is all these judges too. They don't, not be say they don't get here. They know what is going on, so there is no way it's not going to shape their narrative. It doesn't mean that they are going to win election for us, but no matter how it is more or less like the world are aware of what is going on. Look at the election in Turkey. Excellent. fantastic. I don't know why can't we get to that stage. Turkey too is not as if they are just. Many of my friends here are from Turkey. They do live. They are leaving Turkey to come and practice medicine in the UK because they were complaining of substandard way of life. But in my mind, I was like, give me your half 50% of your Turkey. Do you think I will come here? So the question is, they have a very successful election without any pin. But win, and it's not as if I don't know. I
Dr.
don't
Lee,
know which
the
country.
funny part, I think the election started, was it on Saturday night? By Sunday evening, US time, we had the result. Like, the result was live upload. And they didn't have to go to court for the
Which
court to tell
court?
them to do rerun. I think they're going to a rerun now, runoff. Like, there was no need for them to go to seek any court's interpretation of the results. It's their constitution. It didn't meet this percent. It didn't meet this XYZ. Triggers a rerun
Look at
automatically.
Brazil. The same thing. So the point here, my own conclusion is that any information that is going to give us encouragement, please, is a welcome development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right. Let's move on real quick. Let me bring in my sister, the general herself, the emperor, the conqueror, the champion. General.
Mr. Dam, how are you? Good
Good
evening.
evening. I'm fine. It's good to have
Good
you
evening,
here.
Otumba. Everyone, how are you doing?
Good
Dr.
evening.
Lu, I see say you don't read your way into office, but no wahala.
Listen, you should stop. Oh, this matter is in court.
General, you are going to be my
I forgot that general was
Don't
also on the
worry.
ballot box.
general.
I did ballot, I forced myself into ballot. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this BBC report. I saw it this morning. I was like, okay, let me read this.
Sorry, General, please. Sorry, please. I am sorry I have to do this. Please, guys, we have a very big story on the parallel facts. It's up there on the Jumbotron. Please go and read. We have big stories that just broke on the parallel facts right now, and they were sent to me. You guys should please go up there and read. We'll talk about these topics, I think, on Thursday, but please go and read about them. Thank you, guys. Please retweet and share also. Thank you. Our big handles, please retweet our stories. Oh, thank you. God bless you guys. General, please go on.
So I read the BBC report this morning, and I wanted to make sure that this is not another funny article, with an interesting caption, but then inside of it is something else. So, sorry, Saddam, give me 5 minutes. I'm around my kids. It's chaotic.
Okay, take care. Take care of them. Take care of them. You can always come when you're back. Please just raise up your hands. All right. Okay. I think General has taken a part of the lady, so we'll go to a guide and we'll come back to a lady. Attackers, you're here for the longest, so I'll bring you in right now. Attackers, my brother. Good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Saddam Otumba. Let me just quickly go to this BBC matter of Wike, because sometimes when people say that BBC are trying to pinpoint only River States, the fact still remains that I do operate in two states, and whenever I normally used to come back where I stay weekend, most of my people that live there, they normally say that the place here they are working, look at how River State people do this, do that. They don't really understand what happened on ground. Let me just speak for the Choba now. In Choba, because I was the ward observer, what really happened is that almost all the polling unit agents metamorphosed to be ward observer, because we stay in the ward for almost like 10 p.m., 11 p.m. That was when police people have to come and carry all the coppers and the rest of them and go to local government council. So that was what happened. Because still yet, the ward chairman, the ward chairman was that is the ward agents. We are working directly with the ward chairman and also directly with the Obiabo Labour Party and directly to the state chairman. And you know very well what really happened to those people. They were, especially the Obiabo and the River State Labour Party chairman. They were really compromised. That was the reason why they didn't really defer our vote, because we really stayed to make sure that our vote was really held. And some people don't want to talk about what really happened. So when this BBC just come out this today, a lot of people in Rivers State, a lot of people were happy. Let me just tell you, a lot of people were happy because this is a story that media were not trying to carry it. They didn't want to carry it. They were thinking that That is, a whole governor can just do anyhow, and the rest of them just carry our vote. A whole River State that almost 90% or 100% voted for Labour Party. As of 2 p.m., River State vote was done. That was when they started all these nonsense shenanigans in trying to do all this IREC and the rest of them, upload and not uploading. At the end of the day, we could not even see our vote. So this story have to be there, and the whole world have to know about this River State, because we are very, very pissed about this. River State voted. They have what we call a voting dynamics. They don't vote rubbish, for goodness sake. How on earth will you explain to people that a whole River State in Nigeria voted for Tinubu, for goodness sake? A whole River State. That one now mumu now. Now juju be this now. So these are kind of the story that the whole world needs to know about it. And we took upon ourselves that to promote this story, to know that this man called Wike, sometimes when they were telling Wike lead, we follow this. This man is a total disaster right from 2015. The first year that this man was in office, it was total disaster. Some people don't even know that a whole local government, especially Omoa, was totally on kidnapping mood for good 3 years. Some people do not know. Is it because of the media we are not carrying it? This man is a total disaster. Wike is a total disaster. He's pure a tout. This man don't even know what is the meaning of governance. Is it because he was in PDP when we are trying to be in opposition? Some people were hailing. No, this man is a total tout. This is a kind of person that immediately he step out of the power, he's supposed to be in Kuje prison. At least just stay there because what this man did, you won't understand. The River State people we are really dealt with during election time. Even during campaign, some people could not even campaign boldly. People could not really campaign boldly. So this story, everybody needs to know about this story. Whether they are trying to only focus on River State, let this River State propagate that our vote really belongs to Labour Party. That is the fact. That is the fact. I don't care what anybody wants to say. I don't care. Yes, we know that we are still going to be doing our. We know very well that Labour Party won Bayelsa State. We know that one in Benue State. We know in Taraba State. We also know a lot of places in Akwa Ibom State. We know that one. But this River State own is so personal to a lot of people. This is a total 1 million vote in South South, the highest voting population in South South. And you're telling us that a South South highest voting population that know how to vote, we vote APC that totally destroyed the country for good 8 years and gaslight Nigeria for good 8 years. We need to tell this story to the whole world that this man called Wike is a total disaster. He's supposed not, that is, nobody's supposed to be associated with this man. That is a fact. And we need to propagate it so well. That man they're supposed to deal with this man for goodness sake. Let us forget about the fact that it's only one state that they're supposed, in this particular weekend, they're supposed to deal with this man. This man want to give, some people don't even know what this man did before the election. Man, honestly, I just believe that let justice to be, this man supposed to be in prison, honestly. And I like the fact that this news is propagating. I like the fact that the truth is still coming up, because I know that May 29 is not sacrosanct. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I know what Wike did, honestly speaking, the man, he outdid himself. But he go hear him. He go hear him because he has no friends now. He's enemies with both sides. The people that are laughing with him right now, they will be the ones, they are known to throw people under the bus first. They will throw him under the bus, and his crush will be so bad. All right, let me come back to you, distinguished, the general.
So I'm so sorry, man. Now so it be for my house. Children, no, they
It's
allow
fine, it's
person.
fine. They're not gonna allow
They're
you
not
make
gonna
it
allow
the
you
APC. They're not gonna allow
anyway.
APC
Now
chairmanship.
they run enter toilet. My talk. Make person no bother me. So talking about this BBC article, I think a lot of obedience have become too paranoid that they're dismissing a lot of information that could actually help our movement. And we also have to be, patient. It's not, I don't think every article out there has an agenda, or everyone hates us, or everyone is after us. I don't even think we should be attributing any form of knowledge or a higher intelligence to APC, thinking that they came up with this. Who would go and hire someone from BBC to come and publish an article that is definitely going to damage their reputation in court? This BBC article actually proves what we already know. It's not like they are the first people to publish it. Vanguard did, what is it, Sahara Reporters, Punch, and so forth. These articles are,
Premium time.
huh?
Premium
Yeah,
times
Premium
also.
Times. They have all reported. I have actually posted, I think I posted one last week where I was comparing this. Premium Times first posted that Tinubu won on March 1st. And then they came back again and said, okay, Tinubu did not win, Obi won. Here's what we found. But we also have to look at the information before us, right? These people went through the IREV, the same IREV we've been criticizing, the same IREV that Obi and Labour Party published in a petition that was filled with errors. Like there's not even a lot of information, useful information on that IREV. We have screenshots of nothing, blurry images, white backgrounds, pictures of human beings, pictures of physics exams, and so forth. So combing through all those files to get one or two results here and there, just so that they can build the data to say, look at what will be got in this area or got. I think that's a huge commitment and work, and we must applaud that. And the reason I'm saying this is because we also have our own country media. BBC is British Broadcasting Corporation. It's not a Nigerian company. They have a budget that they work with, and I don't think any of us here are donating for them to come to Nigeria and start checking our. In fact, it's not even their priority based on what has been going on in the world. But we, as Nigerians who know exactly what happened in this election, would obviously want people to see it through our lens. But it doesn't mean that everybody's going to report it in that manner. The most important thing here is that they have proven again, this is a foreign media company telling us that yes, based on the nonsense information, that's based on the rubbish that is on IREV. Even though if we had more, you would see that Obi knocked off Tinubu entirely on all the polls. But based on this rubbish available, Obi still won Rivers State. And not only did they publish this and comb through everything, they also went ahead and investigated the man who announced the result. And this is I was actually blown away because this is my first time of knowing what happened in this. The report said that this particular man, what is his name, Dr. Dixon, something, who might not even be a real doctor. This is the man that announced the result, right? This man came out and announced the result that for Tinubu that should be in 10,000 plus, and then he went and inflated it like times 3, right in front of the camera, in front of everybody, and nobody noticed. That's like, it just makes you wonder, how many more places did this happen? Like right under our noses, we were busy shouting IREV, IREV, IREV. We're busy shouting Mahmoud, Mahmoud. And somebody looked at the camera and called out a number that is not in front of them. And also mathematically deducted number from Obi right in front of everybody. You see? So this kind of criminality is something that we must continue to call out. And it is beneficial to the case in court. It's very beneficial to Obi's case. Whether they choose to tender it as an evidence or at least as a backup of claim, or whether the court accepts it or not, at least if this happened in Rivers State, and this is the way this particular Dr. Dixon did this scam in front of everyone, and he's nowhere to be found, then it is left for us Nigerians. It is left for us Nigerians to go and do more digging. I expected us to be calling out this Dixon man, but no one is doing that. What I'm hearing is people talking about, oh, there's an agenda. CNN, BBC wants to, whitewash, or maybe remove INEC or absolve them from blame. No, they mentioned INEC. What INEC did was try to hide this Dixon man. They try to protect him by saying that they did not want BBC to gain access to him. BBC still went ahead to find him on Facebook. All this thing was in the article. Which Nigerian journalist went through all that step when they were even checking for Rivers State? They went to find the man on Facebook, and they finally found him, tried to contact him, but the man, of course, refused to. They went to the school where he said he worked, and the man was not, and they said they don't know who he is. Whether they are telling the truth or lie, the fact is that somebody made effort to get to the root of this River State issue. It's left for us. BBC have thrown a bone to us. It's left for us to pick up from there and continue that investigation, if at all we want to. And we can look at any other states we want to. But we cannot just keep dismissing important articles like this. This is investigative journalism. It is journalism. It is. They tried. Yeah, they are telling you that based on the information, it's not enough for whatever, for B to win or what. That is irrelevant. They are not the court. They don't work for the appeals court. It's still an article. It's still a report. This is their own. I mean, if you look at the names of the writers, there are 3 people credited on the article, right? And maybe they are all Nigerians, or maybe 2 out of 3 are Nigerians. But this is what they feel based on me itself. The rubbish on IREF is not even enough to prove anything reasonable. What are you going to prove with a physics exam? Who are you going to credit for that polling unit? What are you going to prove with a picture of a young woman holding a beaver to take a selfie? What are you going to prove with a whiteout result? We have to be very, very patient and at least be reasonable when we're trying to push away. We've been crying since last year, asking international media to report about Tinubu, to do this, to do that, and they're starting to do it. Whether they are late to the party or they started early, the most important thing is that somebody is talking about it. If BBC is publishing it, then other big companies are going to look it. Who knows? New York Times might pick up the mantle. Last week it was the last 2 weeks, this company on Twitter that kept dragging them all over and over. You know, the point is that people are hearing us, but they also cannot just come out and start screaming or doing hashtags like we do. They have to give the people something based on, what's available to them. And also, they don't want to have to mislead anyone. So I'm not a fan of the British. I'm not. I always condemn them when I see something that doesn't look right. I will be the first to shout it out. But when we see something that is at least done with good intentions, I think we should applaud that and not get so paranoid to the extent that we start to even scare ourselves. We are obedient and we control the narratives. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. It doesn't matter what two people read. Let me tell you what happens on social media. This article came out. An obedient read it and said, wow, this is a very good article. Wow, I didn't see this thing. I didn't even know there's somebody called Dixon. Oh my God. So there's something like this that has been happening, right? Then Tinubu supporter read the same article that you and I are reading and went to the bottom and pick out the last sentence and say, he said that this thing does not mean that Obi won the election. Why are you allowing these people to get into your head with this kind of nonsense? That is not the point. Take what you want from the article, take the most important information, and then discard the rest. That's how you sieve information on social media. Take the one that matters. Take the fact, the one you can prove, the one that has the image and all the information that is meaningful to your cause, and then discard the rest. Why should you allow a sentence discourage everything you've been doing? We have a trial tomorrow. The judge has not said anything. Nobody has said that our case is invalid because of BBC's article. So why are you people focused on what BBC read when you should be focusing on the main issue in front of you? I beg, I don't want to hog Mike too much, but obedience, even those following me, this is why I blocked all APC supporters, because I don't want to see their nonsense. I am somebody that when I'm all in, I'm 100% or 0%. I know they do half and half. If I'm all in for the obedient movement, I'm all in. And if I don't want to be, I will not even see anything. And because I hate APC so much, I make sure I'm down to -0. If there's anything like that in mathematics, because if I keep seeing it, it starts to mess up with my psyche. It starts to change my mood. It starts to make me doubt myself. But I know, generally, I know they doubt herself. Now, waiting there, my mind, I go talk. And if I tweet, I make heaven fall. And I want you guys to carry on with that spirit. Stop letting anything distract you. BBC can write what they want. Bloomberg can write what, New York Times, India Times, whatnot. The most important thing is that our mandate must be reclaimed. And that is what our focus is. Thank you, guys.
Thank you
Man,
very much, General. Okay, Otumba, go on, please.
that's where she sort of summarized what I was trying to say. Where like, and I know you also share that same sentiment. Some of it where it's like there's not see that statement that he said this Rivers result will not change the outcome of the election. It's actually factual. Like that's the struggle I have where I'm like, it's not. Sometimes, see, I get it there where, and believe me, I've been down this rabbit hole. I remember Joseph Kony. See, sometimes you fall into a rabbit hole where you start to second guess every, like, it clouds your mind that you can't even think clearly anymore. Where you see what is white, you start telling yourself this is black because APC psychological game has worked on you to where things that they will read and be worried about, you will read and start saying, these people have said their propaganda. I'm like, I'm not like what General does. What she's saying is exactly what I do. I'm like, wait, just pause, because we're quick to just just wait. Bloomberg, yes, Bloomberg went after Tinubu, but you know that Bloomberg article has not really changed. Doesn't affect the court case. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, those people will write whatever they, even if APC is paying them, they will write what they write. The ball still lies in the court of the judiciary. It's still down to those judges. I think that's where my focus. I'm like, at the end of it all, it's not down to Sunak or Biden or Putin. It's down to those judges, those ones sitting at the appeal court and the Supreme Court. It's still those guys that will determine whether we have a constitution or not. And that's where, so it's not as if I believe or think BBC is not. I don't care. They're irrelevant. And also, I understand that we've been used to so much bad journalism where it's in Nigerian nature to doubt everything. We doubt even for work. We doubt Nigerians doubt everything, and I get it. We're a product of our environment. I understand, but at some point, man, we just have to focus on what's real and what's in front of us, and just push it through.
All right, thank you very much. But I think you just echoed what General was saying, and me too. I said something similar. I said like an article that have 1,000 words, you now take 200, and you leave out the 800 that favors you and focus on the 200. That means you're not doing yourself a favor. And we look at it from that angle, so you now see that I said my own is that you cannot begin to see that there's a pattern. If Rivers State was rigged and it has been acknowledged that Rivers State was rigged, that means other places were also rigged. So it's not left for us to now do our own job also and open up everywhere. So you cannot tell us that in 36 states, they only rig Rivers State. It's not possible. The rigging happened everywhere. They stifled our votes across the country. They were dragging. PDP and APC got to a point where they were saying, who rig pass? Who go steal LP vote pass? And it got to a point where they could not steal and they had to now come to the and say, okay, let's just end it this way. Everybody take your own. So when we break it down to other states, you now see that Akwa Ibom, Peter Obi did not lose Akwa Ibom, he did not lose Bayelsa, he did not lose Benue, he did not lose Taraba, he got 25%. He got 25% in Ogun State, in Gombe State, in so many states in the country, he got above 25%. So, but it is important that right now, honestly speaking, you guys open my eyes to a very different prism on this conversation. But thank you guys. Let's keep the conversation rolling. Let me bring in my brother here, Sir Vic. Good evening, my bro. How are you doing today, sir?
Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, Tumba. Thank you, General Luchi. I think you guys actually kind of x-rayed everything that I wanted to say. And let me just add another point to that. For those that are arguing the effect of, the result of Rivers State couldn't have changed the outcome of election, that sentence is actually true. That 200,000 K votes, right? Couldn't have, based on what INEC announced, cannot actually swing the election. That statement was actually only with respect to Rivers State alone. They didn't say other states, and so I just wanted to understand that. So when we're trying to kind of dissect some of these grammatical postulations, let's make sure that will look at it from the entirety of the article, right? And Otuma said something that is very critical, which is that, we live in a society where people doubt every single thing because of, where we are coming from. And I believe that article that BBC published yesterday, to me, it was spot on. There is nothing to argue about it. It was just a spot on article, you know. And if we begin to question every single thing that is coming out, from some of these international media, we are going to be losing our sanity.
Sadiq, my problem is not even questioning. My problem is we don't stop at questioning. We just suddenly say, oh, Tinubu has paid for them. Like, so we start to make APC this very, very smart, long-term thinking, this political puppet master that control world media. Like, we are creating a persona for this guy unintentionally.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the truth is that what we need to understand is that for BBC publishing that article alone, and if you look at the title of that article, is actually zeroing about the manipulation of the election. Is when you open the article that you start seeing that they were referring to only one state, right? So the truth is that for them to publish that in 2 days to the hearing of the same presidential election, to me, they are trying to put the judges on notice that, look, an international media have done their own investigation from one state, and they have discovered that the election was highly manipulated. If you read that article very well, you see they were using strong words. They were using, when they were saying that Peter Obi's vote were drastically reduced. Those were strong words that they used in that article. So you would understand that, they were trying to send some signal. And this kind of align with what the U.S. Secretary of State did day before yesterday by putting out that notice that they've actually sanctioned some people. They actually placed some people on visa ban, right? So all these things you guys need to connect the dot. If you guys are saying that, oh, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going around doing all this, Bola Ahmed Tinubu does not even have that political capital right now. He doesn't even have that international goodwill. He doesn't have it at the moment. We need to understand that. That international goodwill that we are saying, oh, he doesn't have it. If he had it, a lot of people, should have congratulated him by now and tell him, oh, we are going to be working with you. We need to understand that. What this international media are doing for us, first of all, read it carefully, you will understand that what they said there is correct. Until they do the analysis in other states to identify the number of votes that were taken away from Labour Party, we need to understand that. To me, this is the international media building a case on behalf of Peter Obi. They are building a case for him. Based on the account that they have, investigation that they've done, that Peter Obi won Rivers State by a lot margin, is building case for Peter Obi. You guys need to understand it. They are building. Guys have done their investigation on Rivers State. Nobody knows how many other states they are doing the investigation on. They are going to be putting the report. You guys are not even understanding that one. Nobody knows how many other states they are doing the investigation on, and later they will put out their results. So don't be quick to rush into conclusion to say, okay, why are they not? No. These guys are just doing us a favor, and we need to understand that. The truth is that if you look at what is going on now and the timing of when it's coming, I strongly believe that they are building a case for us. There is something cooking behind the scene. They are building a case for us, and we should not just wish it away. Rather, let's amplify it. In fact, I believe we should be calling out INEC at this moment, because INEC cannot claim that they do not know the guy that announced that result in Rivers State, that Dixon of a person. They cannot claim that, because the guy didn't fall from the sky.
Sabi, God bless you. We should have spent this last few hours training Mahmoud. Should tell us
Exactly.
who the INEC, the River State INEC chairman is. Like, me, I just refuse to believe that. I don't know. Maybe I might be. We are a few of us on this island. That Bola Tinubu is so powerful that he controls the British media and the U.S. Secretary of State, Department of State. I see. If that is true, then we are fucked.
Who said he controls British media?
No, because people have, because there's this innuendo that the U.S. visa ban is just APC playing their long game, so they send us to distract obedience, and then BBC is also distracting obedience. I'm like, wait a minute, if Bola Tinubu is that powerful that he can get the U.S. Department of State to act on his behalf, and the media arm of the British government, the Africa, to act on his behalf, then we are fucked. Do you get where I'm going to? Like, I don't want to create this. We are getting this guy. I think X used to say it, where X usually likes to downplay APC's intelligence, and it's intentional, because it's like we're giving him this persona, like, is this all powerful manipulator that is manipulating. We understand he runs Nigerian media, but then we've taken it to the UK, and then we're also going to US Department of State. Like, that's where, like, I'm like, at some point, okay, let's go back to who we are fighting. INEC, the federal government, Bola Tinubu and co.
So Otumba, if you kind of dissect that article they wrote in the, you will discover that they said they even reached out to INEC headquarters to find out the reason why they should allow someone that is not contracted by INEC to announce results. The response they got is that INEC cannot speak on that matter because the matter is already in court. So I think we should have used our time proper to start calling up Mahmoud. He should tell us the reason why INEC should go ahead. They have INEC resident commissioner in every state. Why would they employ someone with an unknown identity to actually announce results? This is a criminal offense, and Mahmoud cannot claim that he did not know what happened. He cannot claim it because the guy announced it on international media, on international television. We saw it. Everyone saw it. So the question I think obedience should be asking right now, in fact, we should have made that in a case. That's actually where our anger should have gone. That why should someone that is not a resident electoral commissioner be allowed to announce a result by INEC? That's actually where I think our anger should be. Not trying to say BBC is doing it, because actually, if we actually magnify these talking points, call INEC out, they need to fish out that guy. Because obviously, a lot of things went wrong, but this one is out of the ordinary. And BBC has actually helped us to pinpoint on something that is very critical. That means who knows how many fake resident commissioners that INEC hired around the country to announce all these fake results. Nobody knows. So let's try to learn to channel, our anger where it should be, rather than, going after frivolities. Thank you so much.
It also explains why, is it Bauchi or Gombe has the same exact number of votes? Like, because now that Field Marshal said that, like, I'm not thinking that, wait a minute. So even those things they publicized, and those people that were reading those results in those rooms, how are we even sure they were INEC officials? Like,
exactly.
how do we know who are those people reading those results, telling Mahmoud those results? Because we have the list of INEC or the election, we have the list, but we don't know their names and their faces attached to each other. Who was the person that was in that? Because I don't think we've ever turned our attention to that to say, wait a minute. Yes, it was on TV, but who were those reading the results to him? Were they actually? Is it the same exact lip?
And Otumba, if you try to connect the dot, you will discover that that's exactly the reason why Mahmoud was saying, if anybody mentions something, can you halt this? You know, there is friction somewhere. The way they're announcing it, he said, no, wait until, because this is all a ground plan. He knows all these guys. He knows they contracted people that are not INA staffs. We should be on Mahmoud's matter, not BBC, please. That's where we should direct our anger. They should provide that guy that announced that result, and we should kind of, put our noses on ground to find out if such a thing occurred in other states. That's what we should be doing. Not BBC have done us a lot of favor to actually uncover that. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Are we even calling favor? BBC they wrote whatever they wrote. Like, I don't want to get wrong. I'm not with BBC's side here. It's not favor, but it's just like the information they give us. How can we use it? Fit Marshall, I see you raising your hand back up before I go back to
Yes.
um.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to chip something in. Can I go ahead, or you're trying to take someone else?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah,
Go.
what I wanted to say, I know we're talking about how we can use this information to our advantage. There was let me just draw a quick example. I don't know if a lot of you saw this. There's this interview about this guy. I think he's an owner of this big pharmaceutical company that produced this COVID-19 vaccines that ended up not being good or harmed some people. There was this journalist, this reporter that kept following this man in a video for like over 15 minutes, following him and asking him questions. And the man refused to answer. He kept following him from block to block, asking him questions repeatedly, asking questions about the vaccine, his reaction, whether he, all kinds of questions. And I said to myself, man, that's a journalist right there. Now that we know BBC have given us a name and a picture. The picture is in the article of the man. Anybody who even a journalist that does not know where to start, can go and find that man where he is. Go and find him. Stand in front of his house and follow him and ask him, Oga, why did you do this? Mr. XY, Mr. Dixon, please tell people with a camera. Mr. Dixon, do you work for this company? Mr. Dixon, are you a doctor? This school said you don't work for them. These people said they don't know you. INEC is denying you. Can you tell people why you mentioned the wrong result? What are your... Talk to them. You don't have to touch him. You don't have to harass him. It's a question, and it's totally done in any part of the world. You understand? So these are the things we should focus on. We like I said, BBC threw a bone to us, and we have to run. We have to take it. We have to find ways to turn it to our advantage. Even the obese legal team can even put this man in as part of their witnesses if they're planning to call one. We need to find that video on YouTube. I've been combing through YouTube all morning as much as I can. I'm looking for that video where he made that announcement that BBC is talking about. I have watched all kinds of videos, but I'm still gonna keep watching until I want to find the video he made that announcement on, and then I want to go and compare the result that he has. So it's a clean proof for us out there. What are we waiting for? Why are we listening to Tinubu supporters talking about Tinubu? Now they brought about Kwankwaso. Tinubu is in London with Kwankwaso. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? Who be Kwankwaso? Why do we care? Why do we need that information? And people are talking about it. What it concerns us with Kwankwaso, we have a case in court tomorrow, and we have to do everything to build. We have a lot of evidence, but there's nothing wrong with having more. Overwhelming evidence is what we need. Overwhelming. And like someone mentioned here, even the judges read the papers. They are not aliens. They are people like you and I. They might even be in this page with an anonymous account, and you won't know. You could have one of those judges following you around on social media. You don't know. They are all here. They read, they know what's going on, they know what people are saying. But it's important to understand that when an international media gives opinion on an issue, a critical issue like this, they watch it more. They pay more attention to foreign media than Nigerian newspaper, because they know Nigerian newspaper are not, writers are not serious. But when a company as big as BBC comes out and says Tinubu rigged or APC rigged the election, it's a big deal. It raises eyebrows. Everybody's going to talk. Even the British government reads BBC. So we cannot be dismissive at this stage where we are. We have come a long way. We're basically begging. If you have a better technology, if you have a better data analytics team, if you know what you can do to enter that iRev, tear it open, bring out all those hidden files, go to Amazon Web Services, whatever they are hiding in there, if you have a way to bring out those data, bring it out for us. That is what we should take
Yeah,
it.
don't worry. That one has been done
No,
since. That one,
I'm
don't
just
stress.
emphasizing the importance of where we are at right now.
That's what I'm telling you. That one you're speaking of is what people have done like a month ago.
Then we have
He
to
did ground
we have to
already.
keep
So
talking
don't
about it.
stress.
Anybody that does not know what to talk
Don't
about
stress
should keep
yourself.
repeating that
When
news.
we come out here and say that we won the elections, many of us don't come out here and say we won the elections because we want to say it. We have our facts. We have been working behind the scenes. People have been doing the hard work. As we come on spaces, people are online correlating results, doing a whole lot of hard job behind the scenes. So we don't. I have no worries about that. It's just that we need to keep speaking. We need to everything INEC changed plus the accreditation, everything INEC uploaded that it brought down. We
My
get out.
last message is to the
We get
obedience
out.
listening, especially the ones that are active on social media. They should stop because they are the ones trending all these things that APC people are posting, all this rubbish that they're using to distract them. They are the ones trending it actually. They should stop if it doesn't matter how provocative. It doesn't even matter. Your response, they know that what they're posting is incorrect. They know that this thing is annoying and they do it anyway so that they can get your attention, so that you can react, so that you can boost their page and get it to trend. And Twitter algorithm will pick it up and keep sharing it left and right. But you need to stop this. You need to have a restraint. If you cannot control your emotions when it comes to certain posts, block the person that is posting so you will not see it again. But you have to focus on what is more important to you, and which is that if you're actually on this social media monitoring this obedient movement issue, then that's the only follow people who follow only obedient so that your timeline will be clean. No, they follow all these people who could just distract you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We say it all the time on the platform. Block and block and block. I think that is the way to go. Block and block and block. Go to your comment. Go to their comment sections. Find them. Block them. Find them. It should be a job. It should be a duty for you to be a blocker as an obedient. So
Yes,
you
block
see
as much as you can.
you see the news you get. I honestly every day I make it a duty. I must block. If I don't block, I cannot sleep. Before I sleep, the last thing I do in the night is to block. I swear, Jimmy, don't be playing. Before I sleep, before I just as I just on my phone, I could just go find. Say if Abado make tweets, they go in this thing go reply. If I go reply, that's why they go camp under my retweets. They insult me. They go they curse you are this, you are this. They go some go type up for Yoruba. I'll say, oh, I don't understand it, but I just block you first. Before I block, I go now block all the people who like him. When I don't block all the people who like him, I'll come back for morning the next day, go check out how many people add we like. Maybe there are 10 people like tomorrow reach 20 people. The remaining 10 will come, I block. So you just cleanse your timeline. So when I start making my tweets, I see that I have less Abado engagement. You don't see that your timeline is cleansed. Honestly speaking, I've got 3,000 vote block list right now. So it's important you keep blocking as obedient. Some argument or to my shock, I don't reach 3K. I said before election go reach me, I will tell you pass.
Saddam don't they catch up with me, oh. Saddam don't they catch up with me.
I said I go pass you. You go see how. You go confirm how. I must pass you. I go pass you on this blogging. It's
Saddam,
for your sanity,
another one.
honestly.
If you are looking for Agbados to block, just go on Mazi space. Oh my goodness. Now that place now den.
No, I don't
Now
block
Lions
Mazi
den.
self.
Just go. Hey, you see Mazi space and just open them. You go. It's a perfect place for a blocking spree. You could just go.
I don't block him. I don't even see the space. I don't block him. Sorry, I don't follow him. So I don't even see the space. I don't even no. There's some places where I really stress yourself. Don't stress. Just go to Tinubu's mention. If you're less busy, say you don't get work, go to Tinubu's mention. If you have 10,000 likes with like in tweet, block 1,000 instead of 10,000. You will see how fulfilling it is. It is very easy. I'm telling you. Free yourself, free your mind. And if you want to read, please, Parent Facts is open. We have big news, breaking news on our platform today. Please go on the Jumbotron. Please retweet everybody out there. Please, if you even those that don't used to read, I know, help us and retweet our stories, please. It helps us get the traction. Probably retweeting for one or two people that read so that they can read also. Thank you very much for those that are reading. Those that are not reading, please retweet. Please. You can hear no plenty Nigerians. We don't like to read. So, but please help us retweet, share the stories on your social media, share our stories. I think we're active on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Telegram. We are everywhere. We're on TikTok. We are everywhere. Parent Facts, please support the hard work these people are doing there. Support them. Let's get it going from there. All right, let's go back to our
I think you should ask for
our amazing You see Maxwell. You see
You
Maxwell.
don't use the way blind me.
Blasting the in one go toilet.
Oh yeah, you see Maxwell.
Good evening. The thing be say, say I dey always gas come outside for where network dey come listing most times. So I won't go back house. I don't dey hungry. That's why I say make I wave hand more and give me mic, make I speak. So anybody way I jump for line, I beg. I apologize plenty. For I been dey laugh because of when you dey talk about even if you know they read. For people like us we no like to read. My second name na Sudoku. We just buy books for the beauty of books, keep it in our shelf, and just smile every morning when we see it. I no like to read, so we did the retweet gang. Now wetin we go dey do. Saddam, good evening. Otumba, good evening. It's been a wonderful conversation out here. Jimmy, my senior elder, wonderful brother, I celebrate you plenty. So I've enjoyed the conversation all through. I did office when I started listing and all, but some of the things that we say here, we may not understand how far these conversations go. We may not understand how these conversations leaves Twitter spaces and find its way into our various houses and into several media spaces. So let us keep the conversation going. God go help us. First of all, happy birthday to my brother, Dr. AI. I celebrate you once again. Happy birthday. So, into the conversation proper. After what what's her name again? General Oluchi said, I began to ask questions, and these are some of the questions that we should actually ask. That is there any law that mandates INEC to choose only lecturers of the universities of tertiary institutions? Is it just a policy that was made? Is it a law that was made? Is it just something that is not really on pen and paper and it is an agreement that, okay, let's just choose these people for whatever reasons? Then after we have asked that question, if our answer is yes, if our answer is no, we now need to ask, if indeed these events took place in Rivers State, what is the possibility that it also took place in several other places? So there is a call for research. There is a call for questions. Who are the people that announce results in other places? So if there is a law that says, okay, it must be lecturers of tertiary institution, this is a ground that INEC has also violated among several laws that they have violated. Now, let us just take a quick look into it. I made a quick search. On February 9th, 2023, Professor Mahmoud, in a meeting with vice chancellors of all of universities, they held a meeting in Abuja here. He said, and I quote, for the various collation and declaration centers, the commission draws the required collation and returning officers from the academic staff of our universities, including the vice chancellors who serve as returning officers for the governorship election and state collation officers for the presidential election. This is what he said in a meeting with vice chancellors of universities here in Abuja. Now, subsequently, a few days later, on February 16th, 2023, Festus Okoye was being interrogated by journalists in Umuahia in Abia State when there was a WhatsApp message.
Are you there? Oh, sorry.
Network don't yank am off.
Please, can you hear me?
Go on.
Everything doesn't go on. Go on, you see Maxwell.
Okay, sorry, I received a call. So, journalists interrogated Festus Okoye in Umuahia, Abia State, regarding that rumor that was making the rounds. And he said, I also quote, INEC has never said it was not going to use university lecturers as collating and returning officers. Most of our presiding officers are corps members. Most of our assistant presiding officers are students of federal tertiary institutions in their penultimate year.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, please. Sorry for the interruption. So, from where I was reading,
It says our collation and returning officers will come from lecturers from federal tertiary institutions. We have had a meeting with vice chancellors of federal universities that are involved. Now, I've read for you two statements verbatim quoted. One of the professor, the chairman of INEC, and one of the national commissioner of INEC, agreeing that everybody who is going to be collation and returning officers are going to be from tertiary institutions. So we should now keep asking, keep making research. Were these guys really from these particular places? Are there laws that back these things that they said, so that we can interrogate it the more? Now, to round up what I'll be saying, I want to link all I want to say, and one thing we should ask INEC to do is that INEC should provide information regarding the Rivers guy, and then the vice chancellor that listed him, from which university he was listed from. Now, you would want to know that every lecturer that was listed for this job was listed by their vice chancellors from different universities. So INEC should provide the vice chancellor that listed him and the lecturer or the school where he lectures. To round up my conversation, I want to refer to what this young man said in the person of what's his name? This senior advocate, Festus Keyamo. Now, Festus Keyamo posted a tweet very recently talking about the need for us to checkmate fake news and all of that. Let me say this very clearly, because it has something to do. We've been talking about BBC and all of that. Now, the label of fake news is increasingly being used by persons in positions of power to denigrate and intimidate the media and independent voices, increasing the risk of such persons to threats of violence and undermining public trust in the media. You may want to know that Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and also Article 19 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights have made everything that regards fake news to be a redundant issue, because there is the provision for the freedom of expression, not only guaranteed by these international documents, also by our national documents. It would interest you to know that these guys that are saying that we should do law against hate speech have failed to refer to Section 59 of the Criminal Code. I will tell you what Section 59 says. Section 59 of the Criminal Code provides that every false information that is given by any person, that person will be punished for it. Let me quote it verbatim. It says, any person who publishes or reproduces any statement, rumor, or reports which is likely to cause fear and alarm to the public or to disturb the public peace, knowing or having reasons to believe that such statement, rumor, or report is false, is guilty of a misdemeanor and liable on conviction to imprisonment for 3 years. My brothers and sisters, if the Criminal Code and the Penal Code have punished false information with a term of 3 years, why do these guys keep telling us of the need to create laws to punish fake news? Ask yourself these questions. It's not because they are interested in actually punishing fake news, but because they use it to gag you and I, to gag the media, to denigrate every sanity we have in the media. Because, we cannot keep hearing these things every day, and tomorrow we will see people who are in the legislative arm of governance passing bills. We saw it with the hate speech bill, with a lot of things that they've done in the legislative arm of governance. I want our eyes to be open, my brothers and sisters, not only on INEC, not only on the executive, on the legislative arm of governance, on the judiciary, each and every one of those arms that leads Nigeria. We need to open our eyes and question all of their actions, every one of their actions. The judgments by the courts, we scrutinize them. The laws by the legislature, we scrutinize them. The dictates by the executive arm, we scrutinize them to make sure that they are not actually caging us in a point where we become their parrots. We only make noise in cages and we are not able to fly freely. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Good evening to everyone and God bless you. Thank you for the good job.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Eternal vigilance is the anthem. Eternal vigilance, everybody. And I want to give a big shout out to all of us, because when we say all these things and we come up here and we push ourselves, we should not forget that this whole vigilance we are doing today now is barely 3 years old. It started from October 20th. We never understood as a people that we yield the power to hold our government responsible. We have always allowed politicians, allow just do what you want to do, run this country amok, do it anyhow, and you have your way, and you come back and you see a man that come out and say he wants to be the Senate president. He wants to be a Senate president of Nigeria, and his state is one of the worst states in Nigeria. There is, you see the audacity of these politicians. It is we now as the people coming out to hold them responsible. Let them know that gone are those days where you just come out now and you do anything and you just win because you have political structure. In 10 months, we killed that political structure. We have proven that power truly resides with the people, even with all the rigging. So thank you, my brother. I think internal vigilance is a key word for all of us as a takeaway from your submission. All right, let's go back. Let's take a lady right now. Let me bring in my sister Ure. Ure, good evening. You have the space. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you, Saddam. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Saddam, Otumba, Cecil, Jimmy. I think at some point we may need to change Jimmy before he puts all of us in trouble. I don't get Jimmy. Anyways, so let's go to the topic. So I'll start by looking at UK and US. I think these countries are playing it safe, right? They're trying to play both sides. That's what exactly this is. Can you guys hear me clearly? It's raining in my end. So I don't know if I'm
go on.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay.
Continue, please.
All right, thank you. So I feel that they're playing both sides. They're just trying to be cautious, right? They have their worlds cut out at the moment with China, Russia, modding up waters for them using BRICS, So this is just an effort to get towards political correctness for them. And if you hear or listen to Saddam, the pride in his voice just some seconds ago when he was speaking and talking about how, things have changed and forever would remain so with this movement that we started just a year ago and how far we have come. I feel that the gains of the political awareness heralded by political reorientation that we have seen in the Nigerian political space is amazing, and thanks to the obedient movement. And before this time, so this is the gain, some of the gains that we have recorded. Before this time, the US would usually have POTUS. POTUS is the President of the United States of America. You would have POTUS directly calling to congratulate the president in some cases, send a message, something. But Tinubu hasn't gotten that, and that's what the upset and the unsettlement that we have seen in his camp, frantically begging, for that congratulatory message that hasn't come yet. Blinken some days ago coming out as well to say, there's been a list of political stalwarts in Nigeria being on a visa ban, placed on a visa ban. And I think that the fact that the list, let's look at this part now. The fact that the list was not released, I think is something. It's also a win. Now, this is how it's a win. Nobody knows if their names are on that list or not. I don't know about you guys, but I hate to look over my shoulders. I hate to be uncomfortable. I hate uncertainty. I understand that in the real world, uncertainty can be, a wait for development. Sometimes uncomfortable situations, herald development. I know that, but this is not an ideal circumstance. So that list not being released, I think it's beautiful for us, because now you don't know if your name is on the list, and then the parts where are they still watching? Should I do this? Should I not? That cautiousness, that a thief has sometimes has involuntarily sent a message to the Nigeria's judiciary, re-echoing our voice as the obedience, that voice that we have tagged eyes on the judiciary. So now it's not just us, it's now open that the international community are also watching. And then UK's Katrina Ling and Rishi Sunak. Katrina said something. She said, we should be proud of the elections. And at some point she recanted. She walked back on her statement, leaving Rishi Sunak as the lone wolf in front. I do not know what Rishi's political ambitions are, but I do hope that he understands that there's something called white privilege. In fact, simply put, there's something called Caucasian privilege. He doesn't have that. And I hope that he understands that they may just use him as the fall guy. And then so for the BBC and the expose, okay. So I feel that BBC is an extension of the UK government. And if you look at the UK government now, you will ask, what do they have? What does UK have as a country? Nothing but a shaky monarchy, falling allegiance of Commonwealth countries, the transitioning from a queen to a son king, no disrespect. That's exactly what it is that is going on with the UK right now. America seems their only buffer. And if you look at America, America is also seeking air. Look at all the issues with China and Russia. So what is the UK actually known for? They need to maintain chaos in Africa to be able to benefit. And so, and I feel rightly so. because every country is looking out for themselves. Nigeria should learn to do same. So one of our take homes from today's church service, one of the take homes I would have today would be, let's squash that entitlement mentality. Oh, they didn't do enough. Oh, let them check Plateau State for us. Oh, let them check here and check here and check here. We have journalists here as well. Thank God for parallel facts. So maybe we can start to look at these things for ourselves, right? And then I'll tell you some of the gains from that post that BBC made. I didn't think it was anything more than a post, because the information was out there already. It was an open secret. So one of that is an indictment on INEC as a body, on Mahmoud Yakubu. Yakubu cannot wriggle his way out of this, because the Ariaga guy, if you say that he was a foreign body, are you saying that your organization, after giving you over 300 billion naira, was infiltrated in this manner? On notice, like a submarine, you couldn't pick out an impostor. And he came on and announced election results, and he stood and you stupidly announced it yourself, right? So I think the easy thing to do, the most dumb thing that he would do, is to come out and say he doesn't know the guy. I think the only thing to do is to say you know him and push him to take the fall. That's the only option here, because, and that's another win for us, because that's the tight corner that this BBC post has put them in. Another win for me would be that the election results were manipulated. We've been shouting on top of our voices since after the elections that, oh, the results were manipulated. And we kept asking ourselves, who will hear us? Who should we talk to? Who will notice us? But now the election results were actually manipulated. And in the same breath, they're saying, oh, it's not enough to overturn the results. Bullshit. Because you are also telling the world that you checked just one state of 36 states and FCT, alluding to the fact that there could be more, right? And then the investigations as well is handy, as it has also, I feel, laid the groundwork for subsequent investigations. So now all we need to do for people who want to do it is trace the returning officers, quiz them, run background checks on them, returning officers, ward officers. To be honest, these people truly don't care about the APC. The APC has no manifesto ideology. They don't have anything. So there's zero passion or enthusiasm from these people. They got paid, ties are severed, nothing binds these people with them anymore. So it will be easy to pick gaps. And then these people will always leave trails as well if you push them. And then we would also remember, as we don't rate BBC, as we don't rate the UK, BBC is also still a voice on the global scene. So this is a good thing for us, right? And so down to Bats. I think it was Savik that was talking when he said Bats does not have goodwill. He doesn't have goodwill at all, actually. I think he's handicapped on the global scene. It's a plague that he's a plague that no one wants to associate with for fear of being stained, staying safe enough for allegiance. The allegiance that he's looking for, he will not say it. And then to Sheung Kuti, before I round off, Sheung Kuti this is the portable syndrome. He has put them, he's a federal government liability now. He has put them in a fix. Now they're trying to protect Sheung and also appearing to maintain law and order, to be seen to have their acts in order. So that's exactly what Sheung has done, to the Nigerian government. So we're also watching that space as well, guys. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you. Always a pleasure to have you on the platform too. Thank you. All right, guys, let's move on real quick. Another chairman don't come. One chairman, your results will be announced on at the end of this piece. Please, guys, as I said,
Which result again?
Now for you, the original, the P2B of the APC. P2B of the APC is here. P2B of APC chairman. Who dropped him? You can't drop him. Who dropped Chief Jerry? Okay, Chief Jerry is here. Okay, he's here. Before I come to you, Chief Jerry, you came last, so follow. P2B likes stay for line, so you stay in the line, eh? Let me come to GK. May GK might be here for the longest. We take it a guy and a lady, that way. We accommodate everybody. GK, you have this place, please. 5 minutes. Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dam, and good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're spacing from. It's been a brilliant space so far. Most of the people that have given their submissions have made it really spot on. But I think going straight into the BBC expose on what the travesty that happened in Rivers State goes to let us know particularly that, these guys actually raped our democracy right before our eyes. And letting Professor Mahmoud out of this hook will mean that we actually do not have any democracy in Nigeria. I keep saying it that at some point, consequences for bad actions must have to come up so that a lot of people will learn. So just like some
AGK was struggling with your network. Right? AGK was struggling with your network. I don't know if you are.
That's
AGK, can you hear me?
okay.
AGK, can you hear me? AGK, please go fall back down and come back up. I'll bring you back immediately up. Please fall back and come back up. Let's go to Prince Savior. You have the space, please. 4 minutes. Thank you. AGK, fall back and come back, please. Prince Savior, are you there?
Bro, Saddam, I beg, I just see one picture now. They say Peter Obi dey London. He go Dele Momodu birthday. Say, they call the one that say, no be this guy who they say they deport from London be this.
Right, now Spirit Man did that.
APC, I ain't it by the. He
Now
dey
Spirit
London.
Man.
They say they deport him. He dey London right now. I won't really.
Now
Back to
Spirit
you,
Man
Gary.
in London. Yeah. Prince Savior, are you there? Prince Savior, are you there? Going one, going two, going three, gone. End bad politics. You have the space. Good evening, bro.
Yeah, good evening, Saddam. Am I clear?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Let's talk about this BBC issue. If we can remember, in 2015, I made a tweet a couple of days back. I said that how Nigerians left a PhD holder in Goodluck Jonathan and we elected a man that was struggling to provide his Wike certificates would be a mystery. And this is why, if you look at the way other African countries, they look at us, some of all those our decisions, they look at it and they wonder, like, how did we leave a PhD holder and we now elected a man that was struggling to produce his Wike certificate? It's the power of the media. And that was what APC used in 2015. They created a narrative, they kept on pushing it, and Nigerians bought into that narrative. This River State issue started with Premium Times. Premium Times posted that news more than 10 times. For a news outlet to post a particular news more than 10 times, it tells you that there's an agenda. They saw Nigerians did not take notice of the news. When Tinubu went to London, it was this same BBC that interviewed him. So we cannot say, oh, Tinubu does not have links with BBC and things like that. If you feel that way, fine. Those that feel the other way, they have every valid reason to feel that way, because Premium Times picked on River State for so long. Nigerians ignored it. Why is it that it's still the same River State that BBC, out of the 36 states, picked on? I believe personally that Lagos State was one of the most reported states in terms of bigotry, in terms of issues, in terms of irregularities. Lagos State was top burner. One would have expected that if a foreign news outlet wanted to pick a particular state, it would have been Lagos, because they would want to report on the intrigues and all those things. For me, it's not coincidence that the news Premium Times picked on.
But let me ask you a question. What state of obedience shouted the most about rigging?
The state that obedience shouted the most about rigging?
Yes. What state, right from the beginning,
what state, if you list once, if we talk about every
No,
state
definitely.
election.
No, definitely it was River State.
So you just saying that because a news outlet
But
posted an
Atumba, we
article.
also shout Lagos, so
Wait
we
now.
also
No,
now even media shout
Otuba,
I
let me
didn't
finish.
say,
Rivers
okay,
Otuba,
pass.
let me
first of all,
finish.
I didn't
Otuba, let me
say
let
what
Otuba, let
state.
me
I said
finish. You
what state have
understand?
we shouted the most. I didn't
Wait,
say
let me
what state
finish
have we
now.
shouting.
You would understand where I'm coming from. Relax, right? Like I said, if you are saying it's nothing, your point is valid.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's nothing. I
Yeah,
hate when
if
you're tying. You're saying the
yeah,
reason why you believe it's an agenda is because a news outlet posted it 10 times. We run a news outlet. We post news multiple times. Do we have an agenda?
okay,
It's my point.
wait.
I don't
If
like
you read
when
wait, let me finish now. If you read the report, right? Let's say, for example,
also, please, is what they posted a lie?
wait,
See, that's what I want to get.
let me
If they
round up.
could top the River
Otuba, let
State
me
story,
round up, right? If you read the report, right, and you are a journalist, you are reporting not just on River State, because you are not reporting on the governorship election of River State. You are reporting on the presidential election, right? Even if you were not able to do investigation on other states because of funds and all those things, in your summary statement, you will give a general view of
you don't
what you
have to.
think.
No. See this,
Wait
and this,
now, let
no,
me finish now, Utumba.
no,
Let me
no,
finish now.
Atumba,
no,
let him
Let
finish
no,
me
no, no.
then
Wait,
finish.
you
no.
can come in.
I
Let
can
me
engage him. I
finish.
can engage him if I want
When
to.
you are an international newspaper, right?
Have you worked for an international newspaper?
Wait
Have you been
now,
selected,
oh
or do you
God
know?
of
Like,
Nazareth.
see,
Otuba,
I
let
don't
me
like.
finish now. We
What I
are
don't
on the
like is
same
when you now
page.
start pulling, you
Wait
now
now,
start
we are on
making
the same page now.
definite statement and
Relax.
say international have to put. They
Oh
don't.
God.
Have you read stories about? Have you read their? They don't. It's not every time they make. If they want to, if they make an article on a particular subject, they typically stick to that subject.
The subject of, if you read the headline of the article, they said missing votes, mysterious votes, right? And the subject of that article is on the presidential election. You come to a conclusion
The
saying
subject
that,
of the
oh, this,
headline, not the
wait
article. The subject of the
now,
headline.
God of Nazareth, relax now. You came to a summary saying that, oh, River State cannot upturn the whole election, which is correct. They could have gone further to say, okay, other states had irregularities. Like when America gave their visa ban, they generalized it, saying that, oh, they were irregularities. Nowhere in that article, they acknowledged that, oh, they were irregularities. And if you look at the narrative that APC have been trying to prove, even INEC himself, Buhari went abroad and said that, oh, the process was not perfect, but on a scale of 100, it is 80. And if you look at that article keys into that narrative APC they are trying to prove that, okay, the process was not perfect, but look at the problem. The problem is in River State. If you take out River State out of 36 states, then there is no issue. You have to connect the dots. APC have been trying to prove
Sorry.
a
Yeah.
narrative. Let me
No.
just round up. Let me round up, right?
Yeah, please do.
APC have been trying to prove a narrative. APC admitted that there's an issue. When you are a robbery gang and they catch you guys, you don't want to, all of you don't want to go down. You will look for somebody that will be your fall guy. Because it's clear that APC right now, there must be fall guy for this thing. And the easiest fall guy they can pick on is Wike. And that's the narrative they are trying to push, that, oh, there were irregularities, but it was confined to only a section. If you read that article and you are a world leader, that is what you would draw from that article. They could have generalized it and say, okay, this was where we were able to investigate.
They did that thing with an intention. And this was what APC did in 2015. You can't rule off APC and say, oh, they don't have media and all these things. They painted a picture in 2015, and the Nigerians voted out a man with PhD and voted a man that did not even have Wike certificate. And the world's people today, when you interact with people, they will ask you that how did Nigerians make that decision? I was on an African space last week, and they were making mockery of our decisions. How did Nigerians make that decision in 2015? The power of media. APC was so powerful with the media in 2015, and they are pushing another narrative again, saying that in the election there were irregularities, but it was 80 out of 100. And that is what that article did. That's my own point too. That is what that article did, saying, suiting the APC narrative. And BBC, we cannot say it's not a corrupt organization, they don't have corruption and all those things. Even if you look at all these countries, Britain and all these things, they have their own agenda. The way Nigeria is today, they are benefiting from it. They are getting oil, they are stealing our resources, China and all these countries. So you can't just rule out and say, the thing we are fighting is bigger than what
because
we can even imagine.
The line I'm trying to draw is, if we are going to now say Bola Tinubu now is using the BBC and the Secretary of State to push his, we are wasting our time in court. That's where I want us to go to. Let's see. If you're saying Bola Tinubu is using the media arm of the United Kingdom government to push his agenda and grasping at straw, bringing up 2015, you're pulling from different angles. If you go back and read the article itself, it starts the first few lines.
Let me tell you something.
The first few
David
lines
made a statement
specifically.
yesterday. Let me tell you something.
This is not a David statement. I'm talking about article itself.
Let me tell you what David said. David said BBC was invited for the press conference in the UK yesterday. But guess what? BBC, you are saying, is neutral.
I never
did not show up.
Neutral.
They didn't show up for that
BBC
conference.
I've never said, yeah, but you're just that's
that they are not neutral. They didn't show up for a conference that they were talking about election irregularities. That was what David said yesterday. That's to tell you that these guys are not, they are clearly playing out a script. They didn't show up for the conference. Why did BBC, a conference that was held in London, that they were invited, they were aware of, they didn't show up for the conference? So what are you going to draw from that?
So what is your concluding? What is BBC trying to do with this article now? I'm trying to get.
They are pushing a narrative.
What's the narrative?
The narrative is that the election they had issues, irregularities.
Okay.
But it's 80 out of 100.
Okay.
And that's why they picked out one state out of 36 states.
Okay.
When BBC wanted to sponsor the Zamfara, this thing, they had budget and they did a detailed reporting on what was going on in Zamfara. You cannot tell me that BBC wants to report on Nigeria presidential election
the same BBC
and they will pick only one state.
Wait, so the APC that went against APC to expose Zamfara, so the APC now is in bed with the same APC to push an agenda. Okay.
See, I just asked you a question now. Why did BBC not show up
because
for
the story. Yesterday? No, what I'm saying is, if you read the article clearly talks about a subject matter, which is Rivers State. The article does not say.
Okay, if BBC is not neutral, they were invited for
I'm
a
not
conference
arguing
yesterday.
That. I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing whether they're neutral or not.
So if you are not arguing if BBC is not neutral, then how are we not going to take the reporting that they did with a pinch of salt? Because they were invited for a conference.
I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. You're taking it to Bola Tinubu is using the BBC to push his agenda. This is where we are. So you're creating a persona. This is where I stand different. I'm taking this as a pinch of salt. You're creating a narrative that Bola Tinubu not only controls the Nigerian media, now controls the British, the media arm of the British government.
See, I'm not telling you that he controls. When you use the word control,
Because the
right,
only way
he
BBC
means,
can
I didn't
agree
tell you
push his
that he
propaganda.
controls the whole media of BBC. People pay for articles.
And
When an
that
article is coming out,
goes through
when
an
an article,
editorial
wait now, when
that
an
goes through an
article is
editorial
coming out,
process.
right,
No,
they will
no,
reach out to
wait.
people for comments and say, oh, we are releasing this article concerning the elections. What are your comments and things like that? Then the government can say, okay, shape the narrative like this, push the narrative out like this. That does not mean you control the whole media.
Oh, you do, because believe me, no,
Because,
see,
like I
wait, let
said,
me explain why. Because
they were asked to come
let me
for an
explain why.
interview yesterday,
Before
and they
articles get
refused.
released, before articles get released, especially high profile articles that opens you up to libel suits. Case in point, Fox and Dominion. It goes to an editorial board. It goes to your legal department. You don't just for news. See, maybe Nigerian news does it. Regardless of how you feel about foreign news, whether they push an agenda, they still have an editorial board and they have a legal team that goes through. They don't just release things just because they feel, oh yeah, this
Do
guy has
you
played
know
for
the way
small.
I operate? The way I operate, it is better that I overestimate my enemy, right? And prepare for that overestimation and crush my enemy times 2, right? Than I underprepare and say, oh, my enemy is not like this, it's not like that, and my enemy takes me unawares. That is the way I operate. If I'm going for a battle and I'm in a battle with anybody, I will overestimate you. Because by the time I overestimate you, it means that I will prepare times 2, cover all angles times 2, and crush you times 2, than to give you that, oh, you are not this, or you are not that, or you are not this, or you are not that. That is my own. So for those of us that are overthinking, let us remain overthinking, because we will cover all angles. We will not leave any loophole. Because like I said, these guys shaped a narrative in 2015, and they removed a sitting president that is a PhD
No,
holder,
that president was a
and we
that
elected
president was.
a
See,
WAEC
I don't like the
president.
20. I get what you're saying. You're right. Your submission is right. You make sense. You're right. But that 2015 is a fast stretch. Goodluck was incompetent. Boko Haram screwed up. APC also spent money and they rigged him out. That part I get. But that's a stretch. And I get the skepticism of BBC. I get it. But what I'm just saying is I refuse to buy into a narrative that Bola
Otumba,
Tinubu
let me come here.
is
I think
powerful. Mhm.
both truths can exist. You refuse, you can stay with your refusal. People that do not accept you also. It is totally me as I'm standing on the center. You can choose to think it from your own side. Fine. People that want to think it from the other side is also perfectly fine, because for me, if you underestimate your enemy all the time, you choose to just feel the no. Allow people that just feel that way, that people that are thinking this way, let them do it on their own side. May not carry their own, spoil their own. Don't carry your own and spoil their own. I think that's just leave people that think that way. Let them think for. They will help you and they will help you find out some things that probably you say, okay, you said you help them and calm their heart and say, don't think too much, calm down. You understand? So it is both ways, because as this movement is, many people have seen so many things in the course of this journey. So I would not want to come and use our own now and say, because you're seeing it from, you're trying to give this guy too much hype. People they look at like, oh, Tinubu is the next to devil. You understand? So people, let's just allow people believe how they feel like, and how do I put that? I think how do I put that? Two truths can exist in NC's world. Two truths can exist. It can be that he has gone to lobby all through this period, of which we have reported on the parent facts also, that he has gone to lobby, and he has a very strong lobby person. Don't forget who Chagori is. Do not forget who Tinubu's godfather is. In all these discussions we're discussing like this, do not forget that he has a godfather. If Tinubu has a godfather, you now understand how powerful the godfather is too. So let us try to, in the midst of this whole
I agree
campaign,
with you. I'm just saying, if that's the case, then we're fucked. That's what I'm saying.
we are not what before. When we entered the journey, do you think it was going to be an easy journey? It was going to be a very difficult journey. Now it was not going to be easy. It was never going to be an easy journey. We say now we they fight with another person, no another person now. So it was going to be a difficult journey. You know, so
Maybe I just don't want to create the
it's
person.
us understanding.
Ourselves, we only have ourselves.
And only, thank you. That's we understand that we only have ourselves. Do not. I'm not expecting any hope from any other person. We are fighting this journey we're fighting it ourselves, because no matter how it wants to be, Britain will not come and vote for us in Nigeria. Britain will not come and declare for us in Nigeria. Britain, highest thing they can do is to use their actors. They can use as actors. Rusha Sunik, Sunita, or Rema.
That one don't go, sir.
He cannot come and vote for us in Nigeria. You understand? So that's just when I'm trying to. I don't want us to balance this, allow other people come into the conversation.
No, it's fair. It's fair. I mean, it's fair. It's a fair. It's a needed conversation, and I see it from his point of view. I just don't want to create a persona. I don't know. Maybe I might be wrong.
My brother, you don't create that persona. Allow people see, bro. Just allow people that if you don't create the persona, those how to create the persona, let them create it and let them fight it through that persona they're creating. But for you, your own this thing, you know what you believe in, you know how it is. You just believe what you believe and keep pushing. We are all fighting. We say all this all the time. Just like this thing now coming out to like people are saying protest, people are saying no protest. We all have different agendas in this movement. Always, I open my mind to I understand people approach to this movement. That's why they call us headless mob. And that's why I say I love that title, headless mob. If the mob get head, we're going to go one direction. But as a headless mob, we are going in different directions. So where we're coming from, probably that these people, when they fear, when they give out this person, I go see what thing will be, we'll go us, knock them down. Do you understand? So, bro, let's just understand it from that angle and allow people, let's keep the conversation really, honestly speaking. But I think and bad politics back and forth has been wonderful. People can understand that we have two different views to this whole article. And I on my own, I started my submission and I made that 100%, 80% to 20% analogy. And you came in and you supported it, but you can see their own angle also. So let us allow it flow that way. Sabi, before I come to you, let me take a lady. We'll take a lady that will come. I'll circle back to you. I think my mommy Bolande, I'd like to even know her own view. She's in UK there. So let's take a view from. Let's take a view from.
Then the tax money they use for the BBC.
Whether they go stop, they pay tax.
Yes, somebody that pays for the TV license.
Mommy, it's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes, but I'll give you 4 minutes, 30 seconds. So I can start.
I don't even need that much. I want to get back to my EBA. So no. I'm not talking that long. Anyway, hello everybody. To be honest, maybe because when I remember when Biden, his election back then, and for each state they would say when Republicans were like this, that, and what have you, it was rigged and what have you. And they would, and the statement that would always go out is that there wasn't enough votes to overturn the outcome. So when I read, those were the eyes in which I looked at that article. I just said to myself that, yeah, if you are to take River State on its own, then no. But of all the states, the one we made the most noise about is River State. So it stands to reason that they'll pick up on that one. But then there's nothing stopping us from amplifying the rest. Because we kind of say, Biakro, wherever it is, that place is, how, this, that. And then we say, Benue, we say, we don't actually go into the detail that we've gone through. I mean, who has done a deep dive on Benue State or Plateaus? I mean, so it's like, they are just going to pick up what they see and then run with it. And that's what they've done. In one way, I feel like it's lazy journalism because they could extend it and say, they can look at other states, but they have not done so, and I don't expect them to. Right? One thing that our vice president in waiting was saying yesterday, we don't have anybody. We don't even have the courts. We have ourselves. Right? And it is what we do in terms of the pressure that would determine the outcome. And we have been doing really well, right? And so I don't want to take it as seriously as I've heard some people take it as, yeah, we knew that we won in River State. We knew that the political rascality that Wike was involved in was, he went over the top, but okay, let us start talking about other states as well. We have been our media, we have been, the loudest voices on social media. So we know our voices carry, right? And we know that because the travel ban, which again, I don't want to know who's on the list, because that the fact that the people don't know if they're on the list or not will make them sit up and think, oh my God, you know, because what has been happening in years past is people try and travel, and when they get to the US, that's when they know. And there's nothing sweeter than that, not being able to enter the US. My own is, when is UK going to join and say the same thing? Or are they so deep in the pockets of these money launderers and these drug barons that they can't say? After all, the Rishi Sunak's party, what has been taking funding from as a money launderer up to over £500,000. So it won't be the first time that they've taken money, from these people, and perhaps can't come all the way out. Right. So, but the other thing I want to say before I get back to my EBA is that, the fact that BBC didn't come to that conference, hey, if it was me too, I won't come. They would look at who are the speakers, and whether we like it or not, these are obedient voices, right? And if we're saying these are obedient voices, right, the one thing that the British government likes to do is this, and including the BBC, is diplomacy to a certain degree. Right. If, for example, because I know there was a journalist, but I just don't know which broadcasting company or wherever he came from, right? Because he got to the end and he left. I saw him writing things down and what have you, as a white guy. But I don't know. I mean, I don't care that they weren't there. It's on YouTube. It's up to us to push it out there, share it on social media, let it go far, which is what we've been doing, right? We, more than anybody else, have, used social media effectively. So whilst the cynic in me can see the points of view that, it's an APC agenda, it just reminds, at the same time, I'm like, you know what? It's still an international media body, and therefore we'll take it. We'll push it out there. But in pushing it out there, as opposed to just sharing it, quote it and then say, yes, and in this state and that state and what have this other states as well. If you check those states, you'll probably find the same thing. They're not going to do our job for us. We have to do our own job. So I said, we have learned that the hard way. And the thing is, we have been very effective at doing it. So I want to take it as a win. I want to take the travel ban as a win, because we have to take our wins. And even if it's like a 70% win, it's still a win, nevertheless. The fact that it's them, we can make use of it the best way we want to. And that's what we have become good at doing. So the rest of it, I'm getting back to my food. I yield the mic.
Thank you, mommy. Please, I think what Atuma is trying to say is that, please, as we have this win, people shall not go enjoy this win. You people that are like dissecting to the end, you can wait after 2 days. You now come and bring out the dissection.
God bless you.
I understand where Atuma is coming from. You don't make bomb tweet to celebrate win. That one obedient with microscope. Go now see say you put IT. You cross me. You use capital letter I instead of T. Hey, obedient, FBI, everybody.
Wait,
Everything will not
Saddam,
scatter.
Mommy Bolanle, how are you eating Eba by this time of the night? Kilo day.
What's your business? What is your business? That's what we used to eat in the night. That's what we like eating in our family in the night. Is it your problem? Are we complaining? You don't mind your business.
I just had to. I was
Mommy,
looking
don't mind
at
that. Don't mind that. That's our food. It's what we like. Don't mind that. It's our food.
No, I've enjoyed my food. Even the dog is sitting here waiting for bones. But anyway, let me go back to it.
All right, thank you very much, man. Thank you. All right, I think that I will just read a few comments from the comment section. Selena Funaya Adebayo says, I totally disagree with this submission. I think this is definitely an overreach. So APC can control both BBC. Can't you see that there's CC, their names end with CC? APC, BBC. But Boris cannot control, but Boris Johnson cannot control, or Rishi Sunak. It is now Tinubu in Nigeria that is telling BBC. The article uses Rivers State as a case study. I think so too. It's a case study for us to now extrapolate and get more, go into other states and get a commercial role. Okay. Lady G says Wike in his 9,000 pound whiskey state of mind openly and proudly confessed to his crimes of stealing our mandate. That's why he will be the first scapegoat. Yes, he'll be the first scapegoat. Wike has been drinking alone for more than 5 days now. Has anybody checked on him? Omar Alatika, you can check on him on our behalf. Please help check for us. Omar Alatika says, end bad politics and this times too damaging planning. Na real Zoo student is. All
For
right.
the greatness of power.
It is crazy. It is crazy, guys. Okay, let's please keep the comments. If you cannot, if you think, whatever you think, whatever opinion you're standing on, please go in the comment section and please let us. Jerry N says, don't give Tinubu that credit. Someone wicked like it. Someone wicked rigged like a toddler. Toddler scribbling is all of a sudden controlling U.S. government.
So
APC can never.
I don't know that Jerry is. Jerry, they don't use America Nigeria election properly.
Someone said, all this BBC paranoia about. Mide says, what is all this BBC paranoia about? Who are these paranoid obedient? Please, 2% conspiracy theories. Please stop it, Abeg. Leave our obedience. So the FBI, that's where the FBI section is. Time to cook the Ghanaian president-elect. Oh, yes, so Tinubu is a Ghanaian president-elect. Thank you, Sister Wahala. Thank you for that. Time to cook the Ghanaian president-elect Ahmed Bola Tinubu Achimopong and his his member of parliament Wike Kwabena. Wike Kwabena. Another name for Ghana, eh? Yes, that's Wike's Ghanaian name. Wike is from Ghana. Please, he's not Nigerian. All right, let me come back to our speakers. I'll be taking more comments. More. Please, guys, go on the Jumbotron. We have big stories on the Parallel Facts website. Big stories are out there. Please retweet the stories, even if you're not going to read. We have over 1,000 people on the platform. Please retweet the stories. We need at least thousands of retweets. Whatever Parallel Fact story you see, please just retweet it. If you retweet 100 stories a day, you'll not die, eh?
Not only retweet, please actually read the story.
And read the stories, yeah. Read the stories.
Yeah.
Read the stories. Serious journalism work. People are putting their works into. Please read the stories, honestly. Please, so that you can come out here and you understand why. And I understand probably that's what Tuma is standing away standing because he knows the amount of work these people are putting into. And he cannot just do it like that. So please, guys, read the stories. It is important to understand why we come out here and make these conversations. All right, let's go back. I think a lady just spoke. My mom just spoke, so I'll come to a guy. Let me bring in Abokina Geri, my brother. Good evening. Mutimlaya yo.
Hello, the great Emia.
Okay, how are your parents, Seth? How you doing, my brother? How are your parents?
They are doing well. Well, we are just managing actually, but Alhamdulillah, we are doing well. Thank you for asking, Otumba. I really appreciate it. Good evening to you guys. I couldn't see N6, but anyways, thank you. Well, I would like to share something I discussed with one APC stalwart today here in Kanu. I won't mention his name, but I was shocked and I was surprised with the conversation we had about all this petition, the tribunal, and everything. What shocked me the most is he said he has never seen in Nigerian history like an inauguration that is like very, very unsure like this inauguration of May 29th. I was shocked. I asked him why. He said that he gave me one simple example. He said that all the petition against APC and Bola Ahmed Tinubu are very, very straightforward. That, see, no matter how corrupt a judge is, no matter how corrupt that person is, he can never scale without, without giving that petition a very, very good treatment. So we were discussing, we were analyzing all this 25% in Abuja, everything. In a nutshell, guys, what I want to say now is all the things we are doing, it's like it is reflecting there in the Abadu camp. I'm telling you, because I'm surprised with the information he's getting about the obedience and what is going online and everything, the petition, the everything. He said that, because like the discussion was in Hausa, like he gave me this example that just imagine someone cooking pomo with your cold water. Just imagine the patience that person has. You understand? So that's how he described the obedience. They said that they are very, you guys are very, very patient and following things with due process. I say, you didn't say anything. He said that all eyes on the judiciary. I'm telling you, all eyes on the judiciary. They must do the right thing. Now, all this news that is coming out, Peter Obi do this, it's all distraction. They want to distract people from the main thing, because judiciary, they have this thing in their mind. So whenever the obedience did not focus on them, the world will not even know what is going on. Tell me, how can you come out to the world and tell us that River State, for example, River State, the votes that APC got in River State, you know that they are cooked. And we have all the evidences. So the IRF has shown it, everything. So how can you come out and give judgment that Tinubu has won Rivers? You can't just do that. So what they can technically use is just technicalities, if I can say that. So all eyes on the judiciary. I think I will create this hashtag, all eyes on the judiciary. Don't ever lose focus. Honestly, I don't have much time because of the condition of my parents, to be following things. But I know that we have people that are following this thing from step to step, or everything. So we are in the safer hands. So please, guys, let's focus on this. Let's be following them. If you're in Abuja, go to the court. Okay? Let's be seeing what they are doing. At the end of the day, we shall see what they will come out and tell the world about this tribunal. But I was shocked. But maybe we'll have a private conversation with maybe either Saddam. I'll tell you more about what we discussed with this man. Like, if a national office holder in the APC. You understand? So I got the opportunity to meet him through one person like this in my area. I was shocked, I was shocked. What he was saying, he said that, look, we are going to do all what we could not to sabotage this process. And I say, you cannot do anything. I told the man, although he's an elderly person, but I told him to his face that, look, this is 21st century or 22nd century. You can't do all that kind of things that you've been doing before. This Nigerians are tired, Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. You say, we shall see. So it was like a bet between me and him to see what will be the outcome in the judiciary. So we hope that everything will be in our favor, because we fought for this for months, and everything that transpired, in our eyes, just 2 million difference. How can you tell me in Nigeria a president can emerge as the president of this country with just 2 million difference? You know that it's rigging now. Now, if you revisit Lagos and Rivers, it can give us that 2 million deficit. I'm telling you. So the case is very open. It's very, very open. So nobody can even deceive it. So we should not be distracted. Honestly, we should not be distracted. Let's continue to push and see what will happen. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate. Savit, it's been long that we that we talk. Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations to Mr. Jerry, the new APC National Chairman. Sorry, I didn't congratulate
You're
you.
going to court.
Court again. Please, Jerry, accept my heartfelt congratulations. Thank you, Jerry.
Fully accepted. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Aboki. Please see your DM. I think
Because I made the first declare.
that will be Tinubu now. That will be Tinubu of APC.
I don't even want that graphic.
You want rig everything, come on. All right, guys, let's keep the conversation rolling. Let me bring in my sister now. Nello, calm down first. Let's bring in Spotlight. Spotlight is rarely on this space, so when she comes up here, I want to give her preference.
She's the supersede. Sorry, everybody.
See, finish, don't enter now.
Now,
Yes,
see,
so
I
when
want,
it comes to Spotlight,
Nello,
we
I
see you
want
finish.
give you co-host. You go co-host.
Bribe. There you go. Collect the bribe. Now, bribe, Bonello.
Nello, should we bribe you?
Then I'll send. Because I want to see
Nello.
All right. My
Okay,
sister.
can I go? Good evening, Adam.
Go on, man.
Adam. Good evening, Otumba. Otumba, you're on fire today. And Jimmy, to all of us, Jimmy, Jimmy on the timeline is like, Jimmy is really on fire as well. Well done to every one of us. Okay, so I came in when I think it was Savik that was speaking, and then General Luchi. And from the topic, I'll just focus on the BBC expose. So what I would just want to say is, okay, if maybe some of us that follow me would have seen my own slant. Yeah, so I am on the other side where I believe that the expose has a slant, it has an agenda, and that agenda for me is just obvious. Because as soon as I read the article, yes, I know that there wasn't really any new discovery in the article apart from two things. One was them talking about the fact that there's no substantial after repeating all that we have known all this while, that there are no substantial. When you add what has been taken, what they believe has been taken away from LP, that it will not change the results substantially. But for me, that is being smart by half, because even if Otumba has argued in ways that suggest that international media organizations may not necessarily, ask that question. But the moment I read it, that was what stood out for me. Yes, we know that the case study is River State, but every credible media organization, every credible person basically would actually ask questions. Even if you don't, I do not expect them to put it out pointedly that, okay, that other states are compromised. But you could ask questions in editorial, when you are editorializing, you could ask questions. You will begin to ponder or make the readers to ask, wonder, could other states have also had similar issues? But they were so stoic, they were so rigid in their conclusion. For me, what they just wanted to pass across was that these things, that River State is a lone case, that Tinubu's selection or election was credible, was fair, and everything, and that they were also trying to shine a good light on INEC for even putting it on the IREV that River State is the only one that is compromised. And then another thing for me was the issue about Dr. Dixon Arriaga. Yes, I think it's a ruse. I know that people like that will exist. Probably there's a Dixon Arriaga, that's fine. But I don't think that is that for me is just going to be a fall guy. Someone unknown, an unknown INEC official that did the result and all of that. And it didn't even put out the guy's clear picture. I'm also checking to see what he looks like, on YouTube, but I've not been able to get to that point. I'm also trying, so if any other person has been able to find a better video of that particular section, that would be great, so that we will all know and follow it through. But I think that we know who the sponsors of this electoral malpractices are. We know who the beneficiaries are.
We know who the custodians of the electoral process is, which is INEC. We know who should have been the enforcers of our electoral laws. They should be the ones focus. I mean, they're the ones that we should focus on, because if you get the ultimate beneficiary, if you get the ultimate sponsor, you will be able to get every other person down the line. In things like crime fighting, you go for the big boys, the big masquerades. If you go for the guys at the lower end of the radar, they will just basically recruit more people. That's just what I think. So yes, it's good to put a spotlight on Dixon Ariaga, but we should not be distracted by that, because the people that sponsored him are very well known, and they are the ones that we should focus on. So so when I read it, the first comment I made to that post was that they should have put a caveat that yes, River State has been established that so and so happened, but is it possible that so and so also happened in other states? For instance, Lagos, where there were issues of a lot of violence, where there are issues of things like that. That would give your report a balance. When Bloomberg was reporting their own about Seyi Tinubu's acquisition in the UK, they put it pointedly that there is nothing that suggests that Tinubu was personally involved in that transaction. But the next line after that, right after that, was them talking about how the Nigerian president visited Tinubu in that same house, how the former owner of the company is an ally of Tinubu, and how the ownership of the company was transferred to Tinubu after some years and all of that. So that gives you a balanced view. So you're the one that will now make up your mind whether you believe that he is involved or he is not. But give the readers all the facts. For me, I strongly think that there's an agenda to that to this post. And let's not forget that Parallel Facts just released a report that Nigeria that Buhari is in the UK lobbying strongly for this government, this next government that they want to bring in. So let's not. So for me, you know that there in many places people are paid to think differently from the rest of the people, and we should not discountenance that. We should not muzzle the ox in that regard. People should be free to think and bring out facts or bring out what they feel, or inferences or deductions from what we are seeing. Then again, immediately this expose came out today, if you recall, Festus Keyamo also latched on it because it fits into the thing that the agenda they've been trying to set, the narrative that they've been trying to pass across, that River State election results cannot substantially change the overall results. This is something that Keyamo has been saying over and over and over again, and it's curious for me that BBC has to also strictly stay within those boundaries. I don't think that's fine. And then again, if we recall, when Atumba was saying something along the lines of, are we saying, is anybody saying, or I think End Bad Politics, that is he saying that Tinubu controls the BBC and the US state government? That is not what anybody is saying, or that's not what I'm saying. But let's not forget that these countries have their own foreign policy objectives, and they may be at variance with what we in Nigeria would like, because we must not forget, our histories. We must not forget what they are benefiting from Africa and from Nigeria, even France, and France being like the hotbed for all these guys now. It's not without some mutual relationships, and it's not also strange that the BBC refused to come to LP's press conference. Why normally they should come, because they are trying to because LP is a huge player in this election. And if they have something to say, especially on UK soil, they should be there as well to at least get some part of it, to hear what they have to say and know how to balance their reporting. It is very, very important for them that they should have been there, because that gives you a balanced view of things. You're not to take one person's side over the other if you're neutral. So again, let's not also forget what Chimamanda said and wrote in her letter to Biden. She was very clear that, the way she even asked him, it was like a question that she hoped he's not going to take the side as, because the US policy usually is about stability over human rights, or every other to like agitate his mind, if I may use that word, that are you going to choose stability, the usual foreign policy of choosing stability over every other thing? So these guys have their own foreign policy objectives, and they will stand by it. The first reaction that Catriona Long, her first reaction was, "Oh, everything is fine. We've made some progress." Immediately, Rishi Sunak congratulated Bat and all of that. So I'm not surprised that BBC would give a slant, but it doesn't mean that what they have done is not a win for us. It's also a good, because every other rational person would also make their own inferences. Well, I mean, everybody is there's a lot of information on the internet, so you would also make your inferences. But for that particular article, you have to take it in isolation. It has an agenda, and that is exactly what they've tried to do. And Festus Keyambo's tweet right after then also solidified it for me. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Thank you.
It's not like I found the picture. His picture is clear, and I also wanted to say something. There's also a part where they also said in the article that this is just one case in southern Nigeria. So it's not like they said this is the only case. They've never stressed that this is the only case. They said this is just one case in southern Nigeria. So that's also in the article. So
yeah, and also I just wanted to point this out also. Everything in that article is factual.
Yes.
If we can all agree that Rivers State elections alone, if that's a standout, if that Nigeria, the whole election was free and fair, only Rivers had rigging.
Is
that
someone
means
speaking?
No.
I can't hear.
I'm speaking on too much.
Saddam, are you there?
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Saddam.
Okay. Please tell Otumba to drop. Tell Otumba to drop and come back. Please say
Otumba, if you can hear. Okay.
Okay, has gone. He will come back. So I just want to say this spotlight. So when we're saying everything on that article is factual. If Rivers issue was just a stand-alone issue in Nigeria, that means Bola Tinubu won the elections.
Yes, but
we know it's not a standard issue. So Rivers issue is a case study. It's a case study of what happens. And if we can all agree that Rivers was rigged, that means so many other places in Nigeria were highly rigged.
That's the inference I'm talking about. They may not explicitly say every other place was rigged, but they could have also wondered. They could have just wondered. That was the caveat. When I saw it, that was the comment I made. And then I now went ahead to now say,
when you're doing investigative journalism, you have a case study. You have a place you're putting your eyes on. If you go out and you cannot go out and say because you've done your work in Rivers State, then you now extrapolate it and say this exactly the same thing happened across Nigeria.
Nobody is saying exactly the same thing. What we are saying is you have to. Okay, there were instances of violence in other parts of the country. There were instances of altered results in other parts of the country. So you can't just say you're doing investigative.
There were instances of violence, but
they did not even mention any of them.
That story. There's a way they curated that story for me.
But the story was about Rivers State.
Saddam and Otumba. Let me just.
They also said.
Okay. Otumba, let me hear.
That says this is just one case in southern Nigeria. It's also in the article. So we can't just brush and say, oh, they spread.
Spotlight. Are you aware of that?
Okay, so
I'll get a screenshot of what he said. Let me get it.
Otumba, this is just one case in southern Nigeria. That is just saying what we are still saying. Oh, this is just in Rivers State.
No. If I say, okay, if I do one and I say this is just one out of southern states in Nigeria, I think this is where there's lazy journalism in this article also. I cannot deny that. But what I'm trying to say is I feel like if an obedient, if this article was not rewritten in such a way where we view the case, the way we view the case, then there's nothing else that would have put in this article that might satisfy us. Is where I'm coming from. Bloomberg honestly feels like a freaking obedient wrote the article because yeah, no, seriously, Bloomberg feels like what's it called? Uber,
No, Bloomberg did a professional job.
or Uber Facts.
No, they did a professional job.
Honestly, that
They chose their words very, very well.
okay, and
They did a
then
professional job.
that's fair, but then I can also build a conspiracy theory and say Bloomberg just gave us a win to make us feel good and move on. And let me explain why. I can also tie Bloomberg to the Clintons, and I can tie the Clintons to Shaguri. So, like, what I'm saying is, my point is, you can, if you want to, no matter where you want to turn and face this conversation, you can find things in that article that will buttress your points. Whichever angle you decide to come from and say, you know what, this is just pushed by the APC. Things in the article. There are also things in the article that leave someone like me and saying, yeah, there's lazy journalism here, but I don't think it's done to just make us forget, because it's the obedience they're dealing with. We can't forget. We're not forgetting
Otumba,
that.
Otumba, let me ask you a question. Who is the target audience of that expose? Do you think it's Nigerians?
It's everybody. Anybody that reads BBC.
Okay, so it's definitely not Nigerians.
No,
yeah,
Nigerians.
but it's definitely not Nigerians.
Nigeria reads BBC also, but
of
see,
course
what I'm
Nigerians
saying,
read it, but that is not Nigeria. It's not the target audience is not Nigerian. And you have to be specific. You have to know who your target audience is before you write.
No,
that
okay,
piece
wait, hold
was
on.
not basically for Nigerians. That piece is supposed to help the APC to gain some international what's the word, like acceptance or validation or to legitimize the electoral outcome.
That a state election.
I do not hold it against BBC because what they have also written is factual.
Spotlight. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So Donald Trump was saying that he was rigged in his elections. Then a news media in America breaks a news.
I know where you go.
A news media in America breaks a news and say the result in California. I'm coming. A result in California with evidence was rigged to favor Donald Trump. Donald Trump won California. That's what Donald Trump said, that he won California. And the news media breaks it out. CNN now breaks it out and say Donald Trump actually won California with evidence. But the California result was not enough.
No, the electoral college value of California is not enough to change the
It's not enough to change the result. Is that not giving Donald Trump every ammunition to go forward to say, I told people that the election was rigged in my favor? When we allow our fears, we allow our fears overlook the greater picture. No matter what it doesn't.
It does.
So we have been saying that we won this. We have been saying we won this election. That they rigged Peter Obi in the election. We have been saying this for long.
But the difference is that in this case somebody has already been declared.
Donald Trump also, yes, now you have been declared also now. Let
me cook what you're cooking well. So remember, Philadelphia was the bone of contention. So let's give Philadelphia and Georgia. If you look at the electoral college map, even if you give Philadelphia and Pennsylvania and Georgia to Trump, he still doesn't have enough electoral numbers to win. But then they go an article and they do a case study only on Pennsylvania. See, the moment you doubt one state, if you
throw every other place into fire, the moment you put a doubt to one state, the whole election is a scam.
If Trump could prove just one county, if you could prove one county, the entire system is in question. Because
just one county alone.
You're saying it's like in court of law. If you have 24 counts, and I can catch you on one, I don't need to catch you on the entire 50 counts. I'm going for one. It's the moment I introduce doubt in that system and say, man, the most popular state in the south Nigeria, one of the most popular states I even want to vote in, this was glaring. See, it's now left for you in that country to decide that
it's glaring.
You want to look at other states, or because
they now tell you emphatically that it is not enough to upturn the result.
Was it not
And
enough?
this is the
Is it
narrative
enough?
that the
Is it factual? Is that factual?
Spotlight. I'm
But
coming to
Saddam,
question.
there's the way you paint the
I'm
truth,
coming. No,
and
forget
it
the way.
passes a particular
English
message.
tea, Nello. You want the one
Nigeria
that
they
will
talk
sweet you.
and
You people want the one that will sweet you. The truth is this: can Rivers State result as it stands now? That they rig P2B with over 1.8 million votes now. That what separated P2B from Tribunal is 1.8 million votes. Can we start from Rivers State now and say, if you give back our vote in Rivers State, does it change that result? Answer me.
See, it's
Yes
good
or
that
no. See,
wait,
I don't want
is
to
it
see.
me?
yes or no. Let me say it's
Nello,
good
please,
that they
you will do your
included that
submission.
part.
Nello,
But
you do
you
your
know what they
submission.
should have also gone ahead to
Nello,
do?
wait
It
now,
should also
wait.
include that this malpractice
My sister, no.
and
You see me, I'm
violence
standing in
is
the center of
all
this
over the
conversation.
country.
Nello,
But that
I'm starting it. Wait
this their
now, wait.
thesis
My
is
sister, wait, I beg.
concentrated on just one state. This is the thing that we say about agenda setting. It's good that
Nello,
they included that.
wait.
It's the truth. It's the
Nello,
truth.
please, I want to ask you a
answer
question.
the question.
Answer my question. Answer my
No,
question.
but you can't just ask me to say yes or no because it's not a yes or no
It's
answer.
a yes or no. This the statement is a yes or no statement. This one is yes or no
No.
statement.
Wait now, Saddam.
If
You're
I
not
wait, sir,
getting
let me ask you a question again.
getting
Maybe
the
you didn't hear me.
point.
Let me ask you a question so you understand me, please. No vex. I'm asking you a question now. Does the result from Rivers State as the result INEC announced result now? Because the problem here, I tell people enough that the first thing I separated from myself in this movement is emotions. I keep my emotions in my
Saddam is
pocket
not about
and I deal with reality. Let
it's
us
not
deal with
about
reality here.
emotion.
Saddam, let me answer
Nello,
you.
answer me. Nello, answer my question now. Answer my question now.
Saddam, let me answer you now.
Okay, Spotlight. You see, Nello don't answer. Spotlight, answer my question now. The
Okay.
result
So,
in Rivers State now. Let me make a question so everybody will understand this question. The result in Rivers State now. Tinubu is passing in INEC's announced result. Tinubu is passing P2B with 1.8 million votes. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it's, yeah.
That's why I say. That's why I'm saying. According to INEC, so I don't want. I'm not taking INEC result for reality. I'm saying, but according to what we have from INEC, of which is what they have put outside there for Nigerians, that Tinubu is passing P2B with 1.8 million votes. Okay, Rivers State result now that they have brought out, it's like when they give back the result back to P2B, P2B is winning with 200 and something thousand votes, right?
Yes. Yes.
So if P2B is winning 200 and something thousand votes, as they have given us back our Rivers. Now, minus 200,000 votes from 1.8 million. How many? What is the result?
Sorry, I was not listening to your numbers. Can you say that again?
Wow. I say
No, I was just waiting for you to ask me the yes or no answer.
Okay.
So I wasn't paying attention.
I don't want to ask the yes or no again because Delo says it's not yes or no. So let's go through a process. It's not yes or no this discussion.
Okay.
So if P2B is vote is by 200,000 that INEC say in this thing from Rivers State.
Okay, that's the gap that we gave them now. Okay.
Yeah, so that is, and Tinubu, they say they gave Tinubu 1.8 million. And everything here is, I'm not accepting the result. I'm just following us in a way. I'm following some way. So P2B is 1.8 million to Tinubu's minus 200 from 1.8 million. That's how much? How many is remaining?
1.6.
1. Let's do calculating like naira. Let me call our money. Because if we call money, everybody gonna start the calculation. 1.6 billion naira. Abi? So with 1.6 million, 1.6 billion naira now where Tinubu gets now. Wait on to vote. Is it that election now? If it ends that way, Tinubu has still won according to INEC. So if you now come and start looking at other states, can we now accept that? Can we agree that? I accept that. Abi?
Then they cannot start looking at other states.
Then we'll no, from Rivers alone, before we start going to other states to collect more of our votes.
Okay, yes.
Our votes.
Of course.
So if you look at
so the point is we have acknowledged that what they have, everything they brought there is factual, but we are saying that for credence, for balance and for professionalism, that we expected that they should have also mentioned, and that's why when I was responding and when I was putting them and everything, my own point was there were other discrepancies across the other states that it would have been nice to point it out. But even at that, this is we that are Nigerians, this is our own. I mean, so it was just like Nigerians also putting forward their own, viewpoints or their own realities and not just what because we know that media imperialism exists. These guys, the point is that every media organization, no matter how you look at it, even Arise has a slant. Everybody has a slant. And for a BBC, oh, okay, I hear. And for a BBC that is like the state NTA, if I may use that, like their own broadcast, their own media organization, they would kowtow to whatever the foreign policy of the country is. There's a slant. And that's what we're saying. We are not saying that what they've published is false. There's no falsehood there. But words and news reports can be skewed to give some kind of inferences. And that's just what we're saying. So we also have, because if you take it back to what they have been saying, APC has been saying, there's a narrative. Oh, APC lost Lagos. Oh, the president lost his state. Oh, the chairman of the APC lost his state. And so on and so forth.
There's also a BBC article that also talks about the fact that Peter Obi can win his case. So my point is, okay.
No, but I talked about what? I didn't get that.
There's a BBC article that also talks about the fact that there's a possibility Peter Obi can win his case, even though presidents say no. That they are saying, I'll say this article, Saddam. What I want to see, this is where I keep saying, is there lazy journalism there? Are there things we should have included there? Yes. I just won't go the extra mile of starting to term them some Agbado media or like. There's also a BBC article. I'm trying to copy it and send it to you, where they broke down the election petition and they also talked about how there's the possibility Peter Obi can win his mandate back. So I just don't want to use a wide paintbrush based on things they left out or angles we feel they didn't take, and then paint the entire them as
thank you. Yes.
Because they are human beings that wrote this article, and they might even be listening to what we're saying. And because I would.
But I'm even happy if they are listening.
No.
Let them listen and take correction.
Wait. No,
let them listen and take correction.
This is what.
Let them
I would
listen,
rather us tell them. No, I would rather us tell them, hey man, okay, fine, you wrote this article, fine. Rivers is not the only state. There's Benue, there's Plateau. It's different than saying you are controlled by APC.
Otumba, do you really...
You see where I'm coming from?
Yes, I get
That's my angle. I'm not saying there's journalism in this article. But I would rather say, fine, you wrote about Rivers. Oh, now write about Plateau, Taraba, Lagos. Than just say, oh man, your APC article, bye-bye. You've been bought by APC, forget it.
See, let me do another mass now. Let me tell you how we take our. Let me just collect our vote now. In just 1 minute, let me take 1 million votes from Tinubu. 1 million now. It's now 200K from Rivers. Even though we know that
listen up, because I know.
Even though we know that we got more than 200,000 votes in Rivers, but the one they gave us, we collect 200,000 votes in Lagos. In Lagos, IREV alone, I'll find that video on our plate. In PDP's own situation room, P2B 980 something thousand votes. Tinubu 100 and something thousand. We are giving Tinubu like 800K, 800,000 gap in Lagos. So you see, when you take around 1 million votes, don't come out for 2 states. 1 million votes have left Rivers and Lagos. We are not going to Benue. We have not gone to Bauchi. We have not gone to Taraba. We have not gone to Akwa Ibom. We have not gone to Bayelsa. We are not going to Ondo. We are not going to Osun. He choke. When if they go all those places, you now understand why just this one spanner they have thrown in this wheel has exposed the whole process that Tinubu rigged in everywhere. The problem is not that there's a fall guy right now that will take the fall first. Wike is the one that they will chop his head first. We have not gone to Plateau State. Plateau will get over close to 1 million votes. Then chop him. Where Tinubu won't get 500 people, 300,000 people from Plateau to vote him? From where? From where? Which forest? Where they won't come up from to vote Tinubu for Plateau? It's not possible. So you see, when we get back all these our votes, it starts from somewhere. They have thrown it out there for everybody to know that Tinubu stole in Rivers. For Tinubu to steal in Rivers, a thief that stole in Rivers, we steal in Plateau, we steal in Kaduna, we steal in Kanu, we steal in Jos. He will steal everywhere. He did not just steal in Rivers State. I think that is where we should look at this thing from and spread this news more, and at the same time call out them for not doing more. We have sentiment here, but we should also look at the bigger picture. They have helped us amplify what we have been standing on since. that Tinubu rigged these elections. I beg, let's move on with this conversation, please, so other people can speak. My sister spotlight. Or let me give you 30 seconds to continue. Then to wrap up. Then I'll bring in the next
Yes,
speaker. Thank you.
just to, because I just want Otumba to to calm down. It's not no, it's not really an argument, like so all those, I'm not seeing anybody saying that they are any the APC state media and all of that. Just to re-emphasize what Saddam has said. Well, this shouldn't even be a debate. We're not against them. We thank them for bringing this expose. We thank them for putting it on the international scene. But we are also going right there in there to explain to them that it's not just Rivers State. And if it could happen so blatantly in Rivers State, it happens in so many other states. And that's the reason for all our agitations or all our, wahala. So there's no debate around this. BBC has done well for now. And we will continue to march on. Thank you.
Yeah, just some addition. In addition, when we talk about this election, it's not just concentrated on what's on the IREV. There was voter suppression. There was, violence everywhere. So these are also things that they should have factored in. For example, in Rivers State, you have over 5 million voter registration, according to what NBAD has sent to me here, and we didn't have what was the number of people that came out to vote. So these are all the things that, if they're, as in, we would have expected, these are all the angles that we would have expected them to look at it, even if we're concentrating only on Rivers. And when all these things are factored, then you can't just say, oh, this is not enough. Imagine if we had about, say 3 million votes coming out of Rivers, for example, or even say 2 million or 1.5, it would have made a huge difference. So these are all the things. I mean, what they have done is okay, but we are just saying that, see, we are smart, we are aware, we are smarter, and don't set this narrative in this way. You want to cover this story, give it an all-round coverage, like speak on everything. And again, they could have easily also added that, this, because I remember that they had their observers, and their observers also concluded that, there was electoral malpractices and violence all over the country. So these are things that they could have also added, just the same way that they took their time to add that the result of Rivers would not make any difference in the election. They could have also added that it's also that electoral violence and all of that, and intimidation also happened in so many other parts of the state. So I mean, Otumba, I get what you're saying, and I also get what Obedience are saying when they're arguing that this particular expose looks like is trying to paint a narrative. Either ways, we just have to be on the alert. And I love the fact that everyone is speaking up. So guys, if you can do your research, go to Benue, go and bring out all the mutilated results and everything that you have there. Let's flood the internet with it, because we're not taking prisoners this time around. All right, back to you, Emir.
Thank you. Neloski, thank you. All right, guys, let's jump back at the conversation.
Yeah, Saddam, there might be a slow network problem on Twitter now. It's very, very slow. I think I've noticed that it happens anytime Elon comes on space. He's hosting a space right now, and over 100,000 people are on there right now. So now wait till even come up me when I been the speaker section now. So people should observe. There will be glitches. It will be sending people off and on. So anytime it comes on spaces, Twitter they always crash. So I'm just putting that out there for people to know. Back to you, Saddam.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let's jump to the conversation. Chairman Jerry, and you have this icon. Icon, so you come next.
Don't wait.
You say?
Sabik don't wait with that.
Sabik, let's take chairman, then I'll come to you.
Come to you, yeah, please, Sabik. Thank you.
Chairman Jerry, my chairman.
Yeah.
How the original chairman on the IREV
You
The
call the
one
The
and
governor
only chairman.
the
That chairman is a
the new APC chairman. Thank you for coming. You know this is an obedient space, but you find your time to come to an obedient space, sir. As the new APC chairman, it is a privilege to have you here, sir. We believe that you want to transform that party. Welcome to the violence space, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much for having us. Yes, yes. Greetings to everybody. The host, Emir Saddam, I greet Otumba. You won't rig me out, but hey, I'm going to claim my mandate, man. I have the real
people's
the real
mandate.
numbers. Yeah. I want to leave something. I beg, Jimmy. I beg.
Jerry, I will run a government of units.
Yeah, I'll reclaim my mandate because I get the original results. I get the receipt. So, no wahala. We meet in court. But yeah, Jimmy, I want to tell you something. Say, I beg, please, make me know to the block APC people. I beg. Because the thing be say, they give them woto. And this face where you put up here, not be for us now. Because if you want to talk to obedience, then you have to put up a handsome face. But this ugly face, now APC is supposed to see them. So I beg, you give them, you give them back to back. So yeah, keep some of them on the yeah, keep them aware of what's going on. So yeah, let me just quickly touch on these topics. So we're talking about US travel ban and then the BBC expose. So for me, basically I feel from the perspective of what do the international bodies expect from leadership in Africa, because going from the precedents, from their history and how they've dealt with African leaders, especially the ones who have decided to stand out and be different, they have not taken a likely approach. Whereas, but Peter Obi doesn't present that kind of radical sort of Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, Gaddafi kind of figure. Peter presents more of a change from lavish, squandering, wasteful, corrupt governance to a reasonable type of well-governed state, as well as a business approach. As a businessman who made his money in business, so he will be able to transact and strike good deals with international organizations. So they don't see him as a threat. But the thing is, I think they probably see that shift based on the religious and the demographics of Nigeria, the ethnic demographics, as a bit of a shock. So they don't want to, as much as they encourage. What do they want? They want, first of all, I think they want a successful Nigeria, but not want to challenge the economic powers of the United States. Like to challenge the dollar, like what Gaddafi was doing, where he was trying to establish a parallel currency to trade oil in. I think that, but if you reduce migration and all these things, and at least even if it's just to improve the economic status of Nigeria, that's something that is positive, at least to reduce the dependency on forex and all those sort of things. So they would encourage Peter Obi government, because he's not seen as a radical, or he'll be seen as an improvement, but not a radical kind of governor or president. So what am I saying? I'm saying that they would want to, because they know that if they push towards a radical president, they would be destabilizing the country, and also at the same time they would also be shooting themselves in the foot, because they would be challenging their economic dominance of the world. So, but they want us to improve, so they've given us a bit of a hint, but they don't want to give us too much, so that it doesn't become something that upsets the Nigerian narrative. That's why they've capitalized on this. Like we were saying that, some of these other media outlets, Premium Times and the rest of them, they published some things on Port Harcourt and they capitalized on that. I think what they did on that documentation is to give more questions instead of answers. It's an open-ended document. What I mean by that is that you can then interpret and extrapolate and say, okay, if this has been done in Rivers State, then what else was done in other states? And it is also solid evidence that, there has been rigging. So it is a good, who's the question? Why, assuming they didn't do it, if they didn't give that document, if they didn't publish that report, who would hold them responsible? Nobody would hold them responsible. They have no obligation to publish that document. So them doing that is making a statement and is giving us the ammunition to be able to capitalize on this project, to expand, and giving us good concrete evidence in court. So now you have the visa ban as well, which is coming at the same time as this. So I think that this one now that's coming at the same time as the visa ban is something, I'll take both of them in positive light, because anyone who is planning to gerrymander in courts, anyone who is planning to do any kind of wuru-wuru, any kind of trickery, they would see this combination as a deterrent, something that will prevent them from, trying to enact their plans, because they know that they're not sure if they're going to be on the visa ban. All these guys are starting to complain, or Festus Keyamo and all these people saying, social media ban, Festus Keyamo is saying that FFK is saying all this nonsense. All put this jigsaw together and present it as a solid case, because we have the judiciary tomorrow, so we'll be keeping an eye to see what's happening there. But we definitely have something to bite on, which we can then capitalize on. And my other question now be, say, is there anything we can do to actually add on to the the prayers that are already in court? Like the dual nationality.
You want kill Tinubu. The prayers in the court. You want kill him. You want make them carry coffin. Come court. Carry him from there. Go cemetery. You don't die. Finish. What's what are you doing? Wait till they add for the prayer again. I beg. If like say you want me to beat you for this APC chairman, we just enter
So, but yeah. To be honest, I think it's gonna work. It's gonna work in our favor. I think them coming at the same time. Even CNN don't publish, say, the Secretary of State in America don't ban some public officials from obtaining visa. So I put that on the jumbotron as well. So these things now, we will buckle them up. They will know that they can't just do anyhow. Every eye must be on this judge, or on this court judge, just to make sure that they don't do anything and get away with it, because every eye is on this case. And this gives us, as I said, it opens Pandora's box. It gives us the reason to explore other states and to document, to present our evidence in court. So make we see now, if let's leave the last straw to the courts. If they're going to break the last straw, then it means that they have just deliberately destroyed democracy in the country. So anything where they see, make and take. Now the thing be that, because as it stands right now, they're really ones who are holding the country together, and they know that the huge responsibility is on them, and then it's an international view. No, I've never seen a case. I've never seen a case where they're like this before, where we say you have so many international organizations, observers writing reports, international news carriers, Bloomberg, CNN, BBC, the rest of them carrying this thing. And the thing, that's the issue with our journalists. They have no balls. But the thing is, that's their paymasters at the end of the day. They can't go and start asking questions to somebody, about these issues. They're not saying they're not good chop. So they have to still, even this Dati Baba Ahmed interview where Shehu Grant, he was, I think Channels was actually fined for that, just for hosting that interview. So they don't have the ball. So we don't expect them to do much. So we are the ones who are shifting the narrative. So please, yes, as we said, parallel, what's that? Our new one where we just launched. That's what
parallel facts.
Facts. We will be publishing, refuting all those things, and trying to also copy in as many and as much as we have people, like BBC and the rest of them, CNN, who are involved. We have to try as much as possible to tag them on any issues. The another issue now be waiting we fit use hold these international people down now to begin to actually write letters to our representatives and to ask them to question why Seyi Tinubu fit carry $11 million, come buy a house for London. Because for somebody to get mortgage, you have to go credit rating. You have to have your credit rating, your bank statements for the last 6 months, all those things. You have to have your police background check and all those things. Just for a regular Mr. Jones to get a mortgage approval from the bank. And then somebody comes with $11 million and lands it in one go just to buy a house, and then no good question. So these are the other things, these are the things we need to start holding these international organizations accountable.
Chaba,
to
beg
write.
in 30 seconds, just wrap up. Eh? That one, you Nigerians in UK diaspora that have to, you people in our work with that. But for
Yeah,
Nigerians
yeah,
at home, now it doesn't affect us at home. It's people's work there. It's not our business back home. It doesn't change
yeah.
anything.
Yes, I'm talking to those in diaspora, even in those in America as well, just to question. So me, I'll go. They write my MP now, just to ask them. Say, yeah, just raise this topic, try and see, because then they respond quite well. So you can make an end up for here. So yeah, but yeah, thank you for the audience, and yeah, let me end it for now. So
All
yeah,
right.
that's my view. Thanks,
Thank you very
bro.
much. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I just want to say this again. We tend to forget that one of our prayers is that when the real votes are counted, it will be won. We tend to forget that that's one of our major prayers there. And for that being our prayers alone, BBC have come out now to show you guys that that prayers is a factus, a day to your election tribunal. We have forgotten that totally. That's one of our prayers. So that alone is a pointer to the judiciary that there is. These people say that they want some elections, and Tinubu's party is saying it's a lie, and BBC breaks it out a day to the tribunal to tell you that these people what they said is true. In fact, look at Rivers State first. So if Rivers State, Peter B said that you stole my elections in 16 states, and we already have one state down already that has been accepted, that APC haven't accepted that they stole it, then there's a headway. So please let's not forget about that. But before that, you talk about FFK. I just want to play a few seconds about FFK. Maybe many of you don't know him, but let me tell you something about FFK.
Ohasu, please. Ohasu, please.
FFK lost Oha Soup. He lost Oha Soup so much that when he finished eating Oha Soup, it turns his brain that he now makes statements like this. Listen.
Party, but of course, the PDP is my party. I will never leave the party. You're never considering going back to the APC? I would never. The APC? Absolutely out of the question. Until kingdom comes, until Jesus returns, that would never happen.
You see, so that was after he ate Oha Soup. After he ate Oha Soup, kingdom came and Jesus came and he went back to APC. That is the power of Oha Soup. So if you have not tasted Oha Soup before, you don't know what you're missing. Thank you. Let me come back to you people. All right, guys, we're just having fun here. Please, in the midst of all this laughter, please subscribe. Follow us on YouTube. Kachuka Pogoko. Follow us on YouTube. Please.
Please, also, while we're doing that, also, I was gonna say also that article we can find the names. Okay, if you find it, please don't go and abuse them or don't go and tell them they're APC people. But just ask them to look into other states also. So yeah, let's look into other states. There's anyway because I remember Saddam. The one reasons why we usually do hashtags and do trending stuff is because we usually want this thing to get picked up internationally. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not something like I mean, whichever way, at some point, some not they're not wins, but I'll take some things. Okay, you know what? Now we've had we've
My
had the
brother is a win. My brother is a win.
because when you say win, I'm beginning to think, oh, what I'm just trying to say, we've had
It's a
the
little
Atlantic,
win. Let's hold on that one
we've
small.
had Bloomberg, we've had Uber Facts, we've had now we've had some people picking up on some parts of the stuff. So I mean, hey, if and the more the merrier. Even if it's at an angle, the more the merrier. That's the only way you change the conversation because, like someone said, there are so many people that would read that, and draw different inferences, but at least it's getting talked about that. Okay, yes, there was a key state where the results were brazenly manipulated, like it was.
They did not drag Wike enough in that article. Oh. That's my own.
Hey, but they can't do the job. Then
I'm
we can.
just, I'm not being serious, Otumba. It's okay. I'm not being serious.
I will do my own back. Don't worry.
I'm just saying that
I'll do my
they
own
should
back.
have dragged
I'll
Wike more.
catch you. I go, you trap where you set for me, I go catch you back. You don't catch you on this one.
All right, let's go on. I think who's Sabik? Where's Sabik? Yeah, Sabik's meant to go next, but Sabik, please go on, and then I'll come to you. Icon Uzo. Hey, Icon Uzo, no vex. Icon Uzo, no vex. You're going next.
Saddam, you see this LPT where they take mention people, you be like say I go stop am. My DP don't blow now. People they say I don't mention their name, I don't mention their name, I don't mention their name. They don't scatter my DP with different message. I say now first come first serve. Now as you they enter church, your name go day on top of now the names where I see are they shout.
Can anybody hear
But
me?
now they don't they
Yeah, Saddam,
I can hear
No,
you.
no, I can't hear you. Can't hear
Our
you.
space was
The space
Saddam,
crash.
Jimmy, Saddam can't
It
hear you.
crash.
Can you hear Jimmy? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
I don't
Can you hear
talk am
Jimmy?
I
since
can hear
when
you, I
that
can hear
guy
Jimmy, I
don't
can hear
dey
Jimmy now, yeah.
Okay, fine.
anytime Elon Musk don't they do space like that, they always scatter, they scatter everywhere. So Saddam, I dey talk. I say people don't they that name calling thing. Be like say I go stop them. My DM don't blow now. They don't they send me message. I don't mention their name. I don't mention their name. I don't mention their name. I ignore them. So we know go they mention because not be everybody
No
I
call
fit
him
mention.
again. No call him. If you don't mention, if you want
Shey you
mention, if you want
understand?
advert, you want advert, you go pay $2.
See,
$2 for the mention.
Jimmy, just mention people when don't retweet space. If you don't retweet space, you don't mention you.
Just check their handle. Check their handle. If they retweet space, you didn't see. You mention them, and how you go do with that? Where they mention him. So mention this. Hey,
then they use the mention collect money, make I know.
I don't know.
Keep quiet.
Jimmy, I beg all the people in your DM say you don't mention them. I beg mention them. No, know them. When I call them.
you want me to break that bucket? So as you talk now, two don't enter my face. Don't mention me. Don't mention
Mention them.
Two of them don't shout now. Say don't mention my name.
Mention the names of
now
noise
who they
makers.
repost? I go there.
Mention the names of noise makers in this church and this mosque.
Me I use their name. Me I use their name do secret for them. Two don't boss me message now. I beg. They don't one just do hand sing.
The good thing is that we see all of you guys. We appreciate your presence here.
Honestly,
it is always amazing having you guys on the platform. We don't take this for granted. Don't get it twisted. Honestly, we always know that we can. If we just open and me, Jimmy, and Otumba and N6 and Nello and Joel, if all of us there, we just catch cruise, But when we come out like this, we are much here. We have these discussions. We have variant views. People are dropping their comments in the comment section. I say this all the time that the replay value of this space is gold. It is gold. When I go back and after tomorrow, probably I did work or something, I got to the head violence for the previous day. It is gold. You hear submissions from brilliant minds, and you just see the reactions. Go to the comment section, and you can have a wonderful day. So, guys, we see all of you. It's just that we cannot call your name. We can call everybody's name for it. That's over 1,000 names. Elon Musk said we crash the space. He go easy and crash out. But we see everybody, and we appreciate your support and your love. Thank you, guys. Please subscribe to Parallel Facts. Please go to YouTube now. Please let me delete everything on the this thing. Please nobody should post it on the Jomo Tune again. I want to sell our market. Please, support us. So people will not be complaining. Vanguard fake news, Cable fake news, Sarah Reporter fake news. We are trying to raise the one that will be giving us accurate news. Only accurate news. Probably mistake you see is typographic error, but the news will be accurate. Please, that's what we're trying to do.
We've worked on the typography.
Even the type of self, we have worked on it. We have worked on it. We did try. So please, guys, support us. Please support us. I think I have a tweet up there on the Jumbotron that everything, all our platforms, every platform that we are on. We're on Facebook. If you don't stress yourself, just click on the link up there. Let me put it up again. We're on Facebook. We are on Instagram. We're on Twitter. We are on Telegram. We are on TikTok. All our channels are up there right now on the Jumbotron. Please just click all of them, follow all of them. YouTube, subscribe. We need all that subscription. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube tonight. It is possible because we have over 1,000 people on the platform now. So why can't we have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube? Please, guys, subscribe to our YouTube right now. Let me go and check our YouTube page and see how far our people. Please, subscribe. Thank you very much. All right. I think Savik was meant to go next. Then we'll come to Icon Uzo.
Yeah. Savik. Yeah, Savik.
No, Saddam, I just wanted to add to my earlier submission, and that was to tell everyone that I think the over-scrutinization of this BBC article is making us lose the bigger picture, right? And the bigger picture is that there is something positive that is in that article that we needed to, blow it up. And if you go at their Twitter handle where they actually tweeted that article, you can just go there and put any comment that you want, all those evidences that you have for all other states. That's actually the opportunity you need to use to at least blow it up, because a lot of people will be coming to that tweet and will be reading the comments. That's the opportunity we have to actually, all these reservations that we have, we'll go there and comment on it, post all those other states that we need to post. But I don't think we need to over dramatize it. We don't need to over scrutinize it. What we just need to do is to pick up those positive things in that article that actually help our case and blow it up. And I think we're not doing it. We've allowed this over suspicion, over dramatization to actually swallow the positive nature of the article, right? And I think we need to do better. We need to do better. Let's kind of take out the positive aspect of that article, blow it up, and like I said before, the key thing for me in that thing, the new thing that we discovered was that INEC actually used someone that is not an INEC staff to announce results in Rivers State. That's a new one. And I think we should have blown that thing up, use it to call out Mahmoud, and probably use it to put the justices in on the spotlight, to be able to know that the case that they are going to be hearing tomorrow, a lot of anomalies were committed in all these states. But we've allowed, those stories go away while we are, running around with trivial things like, oh, we know you guys didn't do this. No, I think let's look at let's kind of take a chill pill sometimes and look at the bigger picture, pick the positive message that whenever we see it and blow it up. That's actually the addition of the thing I wanted to add to what I said before, Saddam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think you made a very important point there. Blow up the most important things in it and keep the little ones that doesn't concern us. I just got a pictogram from our data analyst. What I want to say now is to paint some people, but it's the truth. You see what our comment platform will say, facts don't lie. Man can lie, woman can lie, facts don't lie, numbers don't lie. So what we are getting from our analytics is that Nigerian women, violence women, know they read. Hey! Now, wow.
Otumba, why are you putting one?
Hey!
What is
so,
that?
when I know they read, when I go there, they talk, and I'm going to shout pass. Hey! What I'm seeing here is shocking. You people are boarizing this place. What? Of all our readers, 18.8%, you people are representative of Tinubu voters in Nigeria. 18.8% of our readers are women. Kai! It's a shame. Nigerian women don't read. Are people not the same stock with Chimamanda Adichie?
Try.
Hey, I'm heartbroken, Otuma. Honestly, I'm heartbroken. No, this is not laughing at Otuma. And what I'm saying is shocking. It's shocking. See the, if you see this chart, if you see the gap, 81.2% now men they read. And what a man can do, a woman can do better. No,
Saddam, some of those women, they don't put gender now.
No. Waiting be that. Our this is AI. If you just touch yours, if you just click them, we know whether a man or woman will be. Our algorithm is AI. If you touch them,
you don't make spotlight vex. She don't come back.
Hey, make you pain them. I am shocked. Honestly speaking, I'm shocked. Let me look at the age. Let me now shock people more. Let me now use age, because your age grade. Listen to your age grade. 18 to 24% women they try. Okay, 18 to 24% now only women they read. 18 to 24%, that's the only people reading. Then the highest readers are 25 to 34. If you're in that for women, no. Then, hey, Mommy Bolale, you came back up. Mommy. Mommy, no, I'm disappointed in the age grade. Mommy, no.
My sister Ikonuzo has been here.
Mommy, they are age grade. They say they prefer newspaper. No. Something has to be done. We have to do something. What is this I'm seeing? Countries. Nigeria said they read pass. UK people in it.
Oh yeah,
Yo.
women. Mona just click the link. Subsequently.
Please read. Please don't click the link. Read, please. In Nigeria, Lagos are in the top. Then Abuja, then London, then PH, then Enugu, then Benin. Benin, they read past Ibadan. Benin. Joe Obedient.
London, na me and Mommy B they
We too
represent.
sure now. We too
Joe
sure now.
Obedient.
If not be say we not the we never get this thing. We suppose even beat Lagos. Now population.
Benin, they read.
If you do the percentage population calculation, they do pass Lagos.
I don't know if Lagos.
Now Joe Biden get that 100 views from Benin.
All right, guys, we're just trying to encourage all of you on the platform. Please, we have more ladies on this platform. We have more Vawulence as our ladies, and I think our ladies should read more. Please, you guys should read more for us. Please, please, please do that. Please, it's very, very important. Thank you. And please follow. I posted it on the Jumbotron one more time. Please follow up on all our social media handles, our platforms. We have over 1,000 people on the platform. Why shouldn't we have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube? If you're not subscribed to the Power Factory on YouTube, you're not doing it right. Please get it right. Okay, let me come to you now. Icon Uzo.
Hey,
Icon Uzo, do you read?
I read though, but just as I've just been on this speakers thing, I've gone to pick my children from school. I've cooked soup.
Hey, that's
I've
true.
cleaned.
Work is too much. Work is too much.
I've cleaned the house. My husband has come back. I'm hiding inside the car so that I can speak on violence space.
Hey. And now I understand why the leadership is low. Men have to start doing men of this work also. That's
We're
true.
stressed out.
That's true. Hey.
It's not
People
easy.
just prefer to just listen. But please, you have to find a way before you sleep. You just try and read,
No, me, I read though. I like reading, so I read everything that you post. I love reading. So that's that you people don't understand until we collect our one date. I'm not going anywhere. Hello everyone. This is my first time speaking here, and I'm very honored. I've just absolutely loved, like since I discovered this space. I'm in attendance Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I don't miss it. Uncle Sizzle, when you were speaking, my son kept saying, "Mommy, he's saying a bad word. Mommy, he's saying a bad word." So I kept like going between. So you guys, thank you so much. But please remember that some of us mommies are listening with our children in the background. Though, so
No,
some of
mom,
the words.
in this church, this church is rated 18. This church mocks synagogue. Do you carry your children to the shrine? Do you go to visit the shrine with children? No, this is a shrine. In this shrine like this, it is 18 plus. 18 plus.
You people should help us. Oh, please. Oh, just small, just once in a while. Don't just be throwing it back to back to back to back to back, because then we can't hear anything, because I can't keep like bleeping it.
We should use this spiraling. Spiraling.
Just
Speak with the headphones. Spiraling.
Jimmy, they are calling you.
just small. Okay, let me go straight to my contribution so that please other people can have an opportunity. So I was going to say several things. First one is just speaking about the news. There's a book for those that like reading. No, there is a book. Hold on, let me find the name because I got it for you guys. It's called Butler to the World: How Britain Helps the World's Worst People Launder Money, Commit Crimes, and Get Away with Anything. I'm going to take a screenshot of it and put it on the chat so that you guys can see it. And obviously you can imagine what's in that book. It's pretty much what you're talking about. Is like, why are they letting the likes of Sheikh Tinubu buy an $11 million house, and he wasn't questioned? How come these people are able to move their money to the UK and sit on it, and then nobody's saying anything? So that is a very good book for anyone who likes to read, to really see what these people are doing, which is that none of these people are our friends, even America. America does what is best for America. America comes first. They don't care about good or evil. What they care about is what benefits America. And you can see that from the way they trained Osama bin Laden before he turned on them. So it just depends on what they want in that moment or what fits in with their foreign policy. And so it's for all of us to understand, and I know several people have said it here, is that we are literally on our own. I don't think anyone is standing here self-righteous and America is here going, oh, we have to save Nigeria. They don't care, except if it affects them. So you can see countries like Venezuela, where it's like when you start sponsoring things that are a threat to their national security, that's the only time they come heavily on you. And for me, the visa restrictions, yeah, it's all well and good. But when America really wants to come after people, they put sanctions. Because a visa restriction, yeah, it's inconvenient. But number one is that we don't know how far it actually goes, like in terms of like what it actually does. But with a sanction, when America wants to inconvenience you, they give sanctions. And so it would make sure that these people literally cannot deal with anything American. Nobody can, mess with, nobody can have any transactions with our leaders or whatever if they put sanctions on them. It's more restrictive. But with a visa ban, yes, they can come into America, but it's not extending to any other country, at least that we're aware of. And so I think it's very important that we know that, yeah, that, for me, all of this is like tokenism. But like, multiple have said, and that has been great wisdom for me, is taking what we've been given and run with it and make the best of, whatever the situation is. Again, when he gets into power, he will show them Pepe. Like, I'm sure he's willing to close shop and chase them to make sure that we get, that he teaches them a lesson to make sure that nobody ever thinks committing this kind of brazen crimes is attractive anymore. Then I was just going to speak on what's his name, Wike. I am so happy. I am so happy with what is happening to that man. Like, I can't, and I Southeast and South governors never ever learn. It's like the same thing happens over and over again. I don't know whether the northern governors are like the cool kids. I don't know what it is that they are always willing to sell like their entire region for tokenism. So now, right, you've done this and they've made you the fall guy. And I really hope that, because Wike was truly like, yes, he's rough around the edges, but a lot of people actually admired him. Like, a lot of people liked him. People were like, if Wike, people kept saying until he started really misbehaving that if Wike got the ticket over what's his name, over Atiku, it would have been a very tight race between him and Peter Obi. People were like, they would have genuinely been confused as in on what part to go. But I'm glad that this happened because it has shown who he is. And I'm glad that once again, all of them are seeing it. Omahi, Chimaroke, what's the one from Abia State, that these people will always use them and dump them with no regard. And these people continue to sell us out for their own personal interest. And every time they have lost out. But this karma is the sweetest because it's not like, oh, it's coming, like it's going to come soon. It's like they are facing it right now. Even common Senate presidents, they refuse to give them. They are not even up for discussion. And that's very good, especially that Omahi. If you know the things that man has done, the people he betrayed because he was trying to position himself either for presidency. So I'm very, very, very happy about these things that have that are playing out and that it's playing out in real time. And then the last thing is, I was just like, these people, their criminality is just on another. Like, imagine Festus Keyamo. This is an attorney, a lawyer, a so-called fan, having the audacity to tweet and brag that it's like, oh yeah, so if we give you guys the 200,000 votes, you people still haven't won. And it's like the fact that these people are even willing to open their mouth and say that they rigged the election, like the shameless, like it's like there's zero shame, like no shame with these people. One day I was joking with my husband. I told him that Nigeria is like a conspiracy theorist wet dream, because it's like the things, like when you hear Americans talking and they sound mad, those things that just sound like they're so far-fetched are reality in our country. And this will just like, it's just like they'll just keep going, they will just won't stop. Anyways, I could keep ranting and ranting and ranting if you leave me, but I will leave it here and yield my mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iconzo. Thank you very much. Wonderful submission there. Thank you. All right, let's move to the next guy real quick. Let me bring in Joe the Obedient, my guy.
Let me quickly shout out Iconuzo. She's a 1 million man match crew member. Hi sis.
Hey sis.
You know, your family member, your cartel.
Yeah, so we're PO's nieces.
Yeah, Saddam, call me. Okay.
No, I don't call you. I call your spirit. Enjoy the obedient spirit appear.
Good evening, guys. Saddam, good evening. Me, I come here convert for obedience. So, person come, give una gun, see una opponent, shoot am. Una say the gun not be automatic, it be like saying a trap. These people just came out and gave us one of the best, as in a lot of us know what happened in Port Harcourt. A lot of us have done calculations in Port Harcourt. Those local government they called, calculations have been done weeks ago. We have those information. BBC brought up the part that we did not think about, that Port Harcourt rec was an impostor. Instead of una to go on our states, go find all the names of the electoral officers, find which one be impostor, more pick another state come out. Una come say information when come not make sense, say like saying a spy or na red herring. It is a red, if to say na APC, I feel better now tomorrow you get one of these Peter Obi video, you get Putin that will bring out from that video tomorrow. If na APC get this small gift, this even if na Trojan horse, you put sleeping gas inside the horse, everybody go die. This information, use it as much as milk it. You have the fact that one state, the difference in the results is not like maybe 10, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 or 200,000 difference, meaning one state is bad, one whole state. That is minus violence, minus polling units that are not counted in those states. This thing BBC did. Some polling unit results are not there. They stated it there, meaning that the values will rise. And remember, if it happens in every state, Peter Obi is asking for 16 states, that he was rigged in 16 states. If you put an average of 60,000 votes in those states, Peter Obi is going to increase by 16 times 60,000, which is about 920,000 votes. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to drop by 920,000 votes. Calculate that from the 2 million people difference. We have actually met him on it. When we start calculating those states, those places where polling unit results are not out, places around me that I know that election did not happen at all, as in polling results didn't go there. Materials didn't go there. The people did not vote in the presidential election. If we add that, it is enough to cancel this election and do a rerun. But you have the gun, then give you bullets. They also told you that they did not calculate PDP's results. So remember, places where they could not give APC results, they carried our results to give PDP and NMPP. That is why in a state, in Imo State or is it Abia State, NMPP 7,000 and 5,000 voted for Kwansubu. All this information, we are supposed to sit on it and work on it. Right now, they started with one useless toilet roll today. Thank God punished them, the account was blocked, so you people will not know the information. They have gone and said that with the story of what they call them, US people killed in Anambra, they picked Anambra. Tomorrow is Keso. US, what did they define for Anambra? US when don't evacuate their people before, they don't bring them back, I don't know. But killed in Anambra. That one is to...
Joe, I really wonder, waiting, say US consular there in Anambra. When I didn't even
They know they Lagos, they know they Abuja, they know they Port Harcourt, they know they Benin. Then go Anambra. Then when the news first came out, they mentions two things. They say Wagner Group, Russia. What Russia find go Anambra. They mention one town for Anambra. They not call the states. Then later, their newspaper come announce them, Anambra. People don't they carry them. Trust obedience now. They don't they do research. They are not, just do why they do so. They publicize them more. We have left the whole issue of BBC. BBC dedicated. We are now blaming. In short, BBC go quiet next time now. What's the essence? You know, they drag me. Now they drag us. If BBC, when I say BBC na this thing, they don't give you food. Chop the food. Poison there inside the food, Abi. Find a way to remove the poison. Or send the poison to your opponent. Make your opponents chop die. But just trying to throw it out of the window because you are suspicious. It's almost like all those useless AAC boys that keep saying that they are suspicious that there was rigging in Anambra. That's why he got that percentage. And they are saying you should ignore Lagos, that is the usual electoral violence. Use it. It could be a red herring. Use it to your advantage. If APC had this small thing, if you just bring a report that Anambra had 100,000 registered voters, but 120,000 voted, even if it is untrue, APC will sing with that thing till it becomes true. But it reach our turn, instead of us to just stand, the problem I say we too no book. They bring question paper and they say the question, sir, the question is not correct. It's not correct. Please come and correct the question. That's what we are doing. Please, I beg you now. Tomorrow na Wednesday. There's no violence space. All you have is 1 million man march and then court of public opinion. I beg, Mona use Wednesday take cook this story. Call your people when they their states. Investigate people when come do returning officers. The videos are online. Look at their video. Look at their name. Take up their name to the colleges where they say they lectured. Find out if it's like this. Look at, as in dig deep. There's a lot in it. There are states that have results where me and you know that results that came out in that state are not valid. Edo State, as an example, we're shortchanging Edo State, even if we want Edo State. Delta State, the same thing. So take your time. They do these things. Do the investigation. Find out how they do them. All those your boyfriend or girlfriend, when be family members or relatives to all these people, when they carry them go drink beer, then go expose all these things. This is the right time. Tomorrow in a court case. Right now, these people are actually confused. They are throwing everything. They are throwing us the kitchen sink, throwing everything. They not get waiting. They just they throw. Make we know. Yes, I understand. It's good to be skeptical. We had the same issue with the army during election, but it is necessary to be tactical. Utumba says it's not everything that works with a hammer. Sometimes your remote needs slapping. Sometimes you need to change the battery. Not everything is you must have a conspiracy theory about. It's a conspiracy. Yes, use it to your advantage. Let them regret bringing out this information. But keeping quiet, killing it down, killing this vibe down. It's almost as if they say Uber fact obedience are paying Uber facts. Bloomberg obedience are paying them. BBC, you are now giving it to Agbado. On the media, if BBC gets a lot of engagement and traction, whether it's the government controlling them, they are a business. Once you get traction, that's why Uber fact is on Nigeria so much. Not because they love Nigeria or there's any issue. The traction they got from that. So please, engage it. Give them information. If you have done calculation in any states, please, BBC has an email. Send them an email. Just show them proof of concept that what you did is right. Show that they can go through it. Say, oh, I'm in Borno State. Borno had this. This is it. This was results. These are results I do. Push it to BBC. Push it to Bloomberg. Push it to Uber Facts. These people will pay analysts that will analyze it. Because the cost of paying these analysts to analyze this is half what they will get from their media channels, from YouTube or whatever. They'll get that money like 2 times or 3 times. So please, I understand your fear and skepticism, but please allow it fly. Use this to your advantage. I'll use the mic here. Thanks, Adam.
Because Jesus will God begin, he died for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did. Instagram honestly. You know how many police I don't tear slap? They'll say because we fell out the key. You know because Jesus will God begin, he died for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did. They say because we fell out the king. You know, because Jesus be God the king, he died for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did. Instagram can explain. You know how many police I don't tear slap? They say because we fell out the king. Instagram can explain. You know how many police I don't tear slap? They say because we fell out the king. You know, because Jesus be God the king, he died for you. You must know who you are before you make your move. So I make my move from where I did. Instagram can explain.
Some of us don't know this voice, so
No, what
You know them, they are Tinubu boys.
now what 3 beans? You go chop what 3 beans, tire. You go chop what 3 beans. They go, you go know how far. All right, let's move to Margaret. Margaret, you're staying for the longest, so I'll come to you. Margaret, good evening. You have the space, please. 4 minutes.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba. Good evening, everyone. Well, I think it's morning now. Amazing space, amazing conversations. I agree with a lot of things that people have said, and then there are some things that I just don't belong in that group chat, you know. I feel like we should just focus on our focus. Right now, with the tribunal hearings, we are not going there with just what has happened in Rivers. We are going there with evidence from every state that there was malpractice, you know. So, okay, BBC, like what they have given us, honestly, I read this article and I was like, another one, thank you. I was excited. I'm like, okay, we now know that there was a wreck that is not an INEC official. That is big news. That's the only thing. If that's the only thing that these people gave us, they just said BBC News wreck. If that's the only thing that they gave us in the highlights, we should just take it like that and run with it. Because do we know that there was malpractice that happened in River State? Yes. Do we know that a lot of things happened at state level? Yes. This is not new news to us. So why should we care if BBC is really following an agenda? Everybody has an agenda in this team. Even me, I have an agenda. Anytime I talk to Nigerians that don't have hope again, my agenda is to make sure that I blow fire, I let everybody. If I can even drop small violence here and there, I will drop it so everybody is angry. We have to collect our country back from the hands of these people. There's no negotiation. There's no talk. Everybody has link. Tinubu had links in Lagos. Did he get Lagos? No. Tinubu has links everywhere. Would he allow him be president? We are fighting our case. We need to face our front, focus on our focus. Like Joe Obedient said, to me, these people gave us gun. They gave us gun, they gave us bullet. They even told us, they even pointed us in the right direction. This is where you should face and start shooting. Then we're not asking them, are you sure this is a gun or is it a toy gun? Abi will try first and see if it works out. So I understand like there are going to be some obedience that want to err on the side of caution and ask all the right questions and everything. But man, if we all focus, like we will see all these red flags as well, and then we will call it for what it is, you know. So in my own opinion, with the BBC article, I read it like 5 times because I'm like, okay, what are obedience seeing that I'm not seeing? Because everything here to me is just like, and just check box, we're moving. So I love it though. I loved everything about the article. I had no problem with it. If Tinubu and APC are actually behind it, to me, they've shot themselves in the foot. Because now we know something that we didn't know before. So we are coming for you. All the wrecks. Are you really a wreck? How even INEC in the article, I don't know if I think I saw it in the article that they said a spokesperson for INEC in Port Harcourt said that, oh, due to, lack of time. What time? You do not have time to get staff. They are not telling us when they have caught you that, oh, well, we just had to employ some people without doing background check. And instead of us to focus on our focus, we are saying, what the BBC, they should have asked more questions. Sorry, another thing I want to say about this ask more questions is, really and truly, we're in court for another, maybe 8 weeks, if not more. If BBC really had all these other questions to ask, they will ask everything in one article. Let's also, Joe Obedient already said it, BBC is also a business. So why would they come and with one article, they will answer all the questions of the Nigerian people, answer it for them, give them proof in one article? When they can make more money from this, when they can get more clicks from this thing, there are going to be some bad people who will want to be on the good side of history, who will want to be on the winning side. They might not have good intention, but they will still come and pretend that they are obedient. It is what it is. let's just focus on our focus. That's my own 2 cents about it. And then about the travel ban, I'm very indifferent about it because maybe I'm a bit extreme on what I want to happen to these men, and banning their visas is not going to be it. I'm extreme. I cannot say my views on here. What I want to happen to these people.
Oh, you're not extreme. Oh. You're not extreme. Oh. Me, I
Please
wanted
say it.
economic
Okay,
sanction. You're not
because me, I
extreme.
feel like this whole let them not run to US. Let's deal with these people. Like, there's so much more that we can do. I mean, when this thing is done now, we are still doing civil with our principal. We're still forming, okay, let's try and get our mandate back the peaceful way. Then we'll come and give them criminal. You people will come and face courts. Men will gather and shoot you. If they were shooting Anini back in the day because of he was stealing things, is it now these men that have caused problem like this that are still coming to foil the polity, and every day they are still coming to say obedience are fascist and everything? These men need to answer to us. We don't care what the US wants to do to them. If the US wants to ban them, that's fine. They want to seize all their assets, that's fine. They want to take criminal case against them, that's fine. But it is not the US people are not these. They are not these people committed crimes against Nigerians, not the US citizens, not UK citizens. So I don't see how anyone should be more invested in this thing than us. Like, even just look at Arise channels. Like, our media people are doing their best, but they every day, they are not saying every day Wike did us an injustice. Every Wike did, they're not announcing it to every day. So why should BBC now in one article come and answer all our plights? I just don't see why BBC would even do that in the first place. And we know that Nigerian politics is a very dirty place. So they need to really check their facts before they release anything. So if they've gathered enough information on Rivers, because we've been shouting about Rivers from the beginning and what Wike did on a state level, then they have evidence for Rivers. Let them come with Rivers. The day that they have evidence for Edo State, they will come out and with Edo State. Like Joe Obedient said, me, I'm a Bini girl. And they know that they could not just do nonsense with Benin. That's why they still gave Edo State to Obi. But there was still voter suppression happening there. There was still disenfranchisement happening in Edo State. So our numbers are not even really our numbers. We have so much evidence that we're going to court for. So please, let's just focus. My 2 cents is, please, let's just focus on our focus. BBC they just did us, they just tried their best to help us, put us in the right direction. Leave them. Let's focus on getting our mandate back from the hands of these people. Thank you. I use my mic. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret. Focus on our focus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very important. Thank you. All right, let me come to Idowu. Idowu, you'll be here for long. We'll take the guy and the girl, the guy and the girl. Idowu, you have the space. Good evening. Idowu, can you hear me?
Idowu there. And I say Idowu don't sleep on.
Idowu Israel. Idowu, you cannot sleep on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Okay, great. Sorry, the network here is really messing up. All right, good morning from here. Good morning, Otumba.
I have a genuine question. If we do a poll, when people say it's network problem, is it really network problem? Or are people not really that? So is it really a network problem?
I think I've been having issues with my network for the past week now. I guess it's as a result of because of Elon Musk that is having a space. Okay, that's aside. All right, I just want to quickly react to the BBC expose. So first of all, I'm going to, speak to us as fast as I can, take it, because I want us to understand the right up. So I heard someone, complaining, or rather, I'm making an observation as regards, the tone of the writing. Of course, there's what we call agenda setting, and it's expected of every news media. If you're doing any writing, you should have an angle you're focusing on. So for them to have focused on just Rivers, I think that's just a preamble to the other states of the federation. So it doesn't mean that that was just the only place that there was electoral malpractice. So as Saddam rightly said, it's just a case study to other states. So the most important fact is that there was electoral malpractice. There was actually electoral, fraud, of which APC right from time have denied. So it's a good thing that this is coming this time, where we have the tribunal, today already, and it's going to really give the judges an area to look at. Of course, if you are very conversant, I think Mr. Peter Side also mentioned this. That was in his interview with Arise TV. That was 2 weeks after the presidential election. I watched the interview from the beginning to the end, and he already have the evidences with him. So the report that you see on BBC was actually an already existing, evidences that they relied on. So these are resource materials, of course, that they get from the field. So it's just like they meet you, then you provide some information, vital information to them, then they act on those informations to be sure if those information you are giving them are actually genuine, if they are verifiable or not. So that was just what they did. So they got those facts from on the field, and it's actually verifiable. So it's not a new thing, just as one of us said. Everyone saw what happened during the presidential elections. Rivers State is just one out of the many states that there were discrepancies. So I think we should just relax, because there are a lot of mysteries, according to the headline, that is still going to be touched as this case progresses. So I expect more eye opener, and I just hope that the judiciary do the right thing and stand on the side of justice. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother dude. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you. All right, let's go back to our ladies. Spotlight, you've spoken before, but I'll give you a minute to speak. If you can say something in a minute, good for us, so we'll move on the conversation. Big sports.
Madam, please let me speak after the next after someone, please.
Okay, great. A new Nigeria, Peju.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Saddam. Hi, Otumba. Hi, Jimmy. Um, I just wanted to just to remind us that just last month in April, the conversation was around finding journalists that would carry this topic. And God now provided 7 reporters to write one article. And I'm hearing critics. I don't understand. People are saying it's not complete, it's not full, it's not finished. It should include the ones that were carrying puff puff being on puff puff collectors, on the ones that were snatching puff puff collectors. I don't understand. Why are we doing this? Eh? Last month we were praying for a miracle. Now, who cares what their motive is? They printed this thing and they wrote it and they investigated it. They actually went to this man's hometown to go and look for him in school and everything. I mean, they actually did a tireless effort to put out this article. I agree with Savik and General, and all the other people that have been talking in terms of this and what Emir was saying before. Otumba, your point wasn't completely clear. I wasn't sure I understood where you were going with your point. But I agree with Emir Saddam that, this is You know, they've written an article. We should be thankful for it. We should be glad that an article was finally written, you know, regardless of where the article is coming from. It's an on the international stage, which was what we needed, you know. And the topic of the article is what they addressed, because we've all written essays in school. You know, we don't have to be a big intellectual mind to know that when you're writing an essay, you don't add fluff to it about the people that were on bikes that stole stuff. You just go straight to the point. The point was there was manipulation at the poll. Boom. And they gave you the information, they gave you the guy, they said you can find him on Facebook and his relatives. And I'm sure that guy doesn't know he can go to jail. The imprisonment under the Electoral Act, I just looked it up. Under the Electoral Act, the imprisonment, it says knowingly publishing or announcing false election results different from the signed different from what was signed. It says 36 months imprisonment. Even if he doesn't even collect that one, I'm sure there's other things that he has done, act of omission or whatever. And the interesting thing is this, is that INEC is supposed to, according to Electoral Act, they're supposed to swear in this electoral officials. They're supposed to swear them in. And you know that any form of swearing in, if you violate it, it's perjury. So a lot of Nigerians don't know what they're doing. Look at Sheyi. Did he think he will go to jail now for just slapping the police? He probably was just thinking he will just get away, pay somebody and get away. You know, because we've gotten so used to being so corrupt and so disorderly that finally there's a movement that is trying to bring order now. And we now have to change everybody's consciousness from that corruption mind. Look, there's a consequence for your action, Mr. Arigia Dixon. There's a consequence for your action. And they spoke to his family member, eventually a relative rather. And the relative stopped talking to them after they started to ask more questions. So come on. I mean, this is effort. In order to write enough about what we experienced, the evil we experienced under APC plus PDP. Don't let us forget PDP did not do good in the election either. If we wanted to write it, it would take about 4 chronicles, meaning 4 different parts of books to complete just the presidential episode, not forget even the governorship. Please, let's appreciate this. We were praying for this last month. And now we got a miracle. Now we're not even thanking God for it. We're just like, oh, they should have added and added and added. Aye. You know what? You know what? When we think about it now, the way we were we did a big criticism on these people. We Now we wonder if Peter had won. You imagine all this conversation we'll never have had if Peter had just won like that. Everybody would have gone back to doing all the yahoo yahoo kaku kaku they were all doing. Jesus Christ, help us! Thank you. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Otumba, I still think I just want to I want to use your submission and say it just remind me of the biblical Israelites with Moses. Those people with Moses. Moses don't carry rod separate sea, Red Sea. These people pass Red Sea, pass Red Sea, sea turn to wall, walk out in front of Red Sea, finish. They cross and finish, say, oh God, you were hungry, you must give us food. You must give us food, oh. So you will believe, say, you, you believe, say, God create sea for you. You pass through sea like dry land. You don't believe, say, will give you food. I swear to God, we are the Israelites.
No, sir. Feel like he's some puppet master somewhere
Hey,
controlling, yeah, all the These guys are stupid. They could
Otumba,
only...
another person tell my dear man, do for me one mass, so my head on the crack since. Please, for the people who have mass, please, if you laugh at me, God will punish you. Like this, I got my head on the do boom, boom, boom. If I say Tinubu, now 2,000 votes. If I finish this my mass here, if I say now only 2,000 votes, Tinubu go get to. So I want you have subtracted 200,000 APC, and Tinubu will be, which will be total of 400,000 deducted for APC numbers.
Yeah, which happened? How?
He said, if you come
No,
out,
Saddam, make I explain that for you. If let's assume say Tinubu steal 1 million votes
Can I
from
be there?
Peter Obi.
yeah, I'm here. Otuma, cannot hear me.
No, wait. They say if they take away 200,000 from Tinubu, it will be 400,000. That doesn't make any sense.
See what he said. He said, if you take away, Joel, do you want to explain something?
Okay, see, let's assume Tinubu had 1 million votes, Peter Obi had 1 million votes, and they are tied.
Otumba, can you hear Joe Biden?
I can't hear Joe Biden.
Okay.
But can you hear me?
Yeah, that's yeah.
I can hear Saddam, I can hear Jimmy, I can't hear Joe Biden.
Okay, I'll drop and come back.
And Joel, drop and come back. So let me see what he said. He said, Sada, remember if you add 200K, to Peter Obi's votes, you have to subtract 200K from Tinubu's vote. Abi?
Yeah. You have to subtract it. Take it back.
So that's a total of 400,000.
No, it's not 400,000. It's just only 200,000 you're taking off.
So that's what I'm looking at. I'm saying, he said, scatter my head. He said, if you take away 200K from Tinubu, now.
No.
Wait, I'm coming. Wait, Otima, see this way now. That means Tinubu, as it stands, Tinubu is 1.6 million.
Yes.
Abi?
Yeah.
So if Tinubu is 1.6 million, Peter Obi is plus 200,000.
Yeah, plus Tinubu votes goes up, Tinubu votes come down. So you add the difference. You had what you're taking to Peter.
Let me explain it like this. Let me explain it.
So that means it's 400,000 extra for Peter.
Saddam, let me explain it. Here, Otumba, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, see, let's assume Peter Obi and Tinubu have 1 million each. That's 2 million. Now,
don't do big number. Do 10.
No, let me use that one. You understand the 2 million? You
That
understand?
1 million is your prerogative. Do 10.
Okay, let's assume that Peter Obi had 10. Tinubu had 10. We now found out that Tinubu stole 2 from Peter Obi. You know, you're not going to take that 2 from Tinubu and add it to Peter Obi. Peter Obi will be 12, Tinubu will be 8. So the difference between Peter Obi and Tinubu will now be 4. So the difference is now 4. Because
the difference is 4. Yeah, the difference is just it goes up by 200,000.
What people are thinking, what people are thinking is that when you give Peter Obi 2, Tinubu will be 10, Peter Obi will be 12. So the difference is 200. But the difference is actually 400.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So with this,
you get it now, ba?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's now we're not talking about it's now 400.
So Otumba, can you see that just with Rivers State and Lagos alone, Tinubu have lost.
800,000 votes.
They also talked about. They also specifically said they could not get the result of all the polling units. So there are still votes that are still.
No, Otumba. I'm trying to let's not do the hard work. Let's do that. Let's do the hard work now. Let's do this one at that. Right now, Peter Obi has 1 million votes from Lagos and Rivers. Abi?
Yes.
Peter Obi has 1 million votes from Lagos and Rivers that Tinubu stole. So that means, Joel, please do the math with this one. I beg, do the math because make my logo crack.
I mean, they will call laugh for this one. Okay, see what has happened now. Tinubu is 8 million and a fraction. Peter Obi is 6 million and a fraction. So let's just put 8 million and 6 million. Now Tinubu is leading Peter Obi with 2 million. Now, if you take that 1 million, let's assume Tinubu was one that stole that whole 1 million. You are going to reduce
Oh, they
Tinubu
are
to
equal
1
now.
million.
Now, yeah, they get almost the same number of votes. I see what you're
So they
saying.
will now be tied. They will now
Yeah.
be nearly tied. So the difference between Peter Obi is going to get 1 million to make him 7 million. Tinubu is going to lose 1 million and make him 7 million. So they are now tied.
Oh, hey, you see, just 2 states. Just 2 states. You see, so my maths was made, it did correct from my head, but you know,
You see, when you take talk now, you
AI,
take my head, but the way you
AI,
take talk now,
AI brain, you know, AI
you
brains. Yeah.
they talk say,
Sometimes say to another person explanation.
Oh, but the explanation was kind of head, Jimmy. As the guy does say, what are you saying? There's 400K short. I said, I said, make I ask the public, make I don't go get hope. Now the mask come, the mask come Maswell now. The mask have Maswell. So that means just from Lagos and Rivers.
yeah.
Let's say I know why that man go back France.
Peter Bishop done day London now.
But why
You just, you just say Peter Bishop
hey,
London.
Bro, that guy dey London now. No dey surprised say go enter court tomorrow again. No.
He
I go
announced
enter
in the
now.
itinerary now. He said he go enter Lagos from Lagos to Abuja. His flight was from Nice to London, London to Lagos, Lagos to Abuja.
wow. Oh yeah, well, let's continue the conversation. Let me bring it. So obedience. I don't say I'm not. We don't carry mass help, and I don't say only Lagos and Port Harcourt vote. We'll collect back our stolen mandate from Lagos and Port Harcourt. We don't enter equal with Agbado, and extra and one state more with one state more because
No,
Rivers don't.
no. Rivers, Plateau, and Lagos is the election. If you take just those
My
ones
brother,
alone,
those 3 states. If you never go Benue, we never go
I
Benue.
know. I don't even go Benue. I don't go Taraba. I don't go back. I
Plus
don't go.
Ekiti,
I don't go.
Ekiti.
I don't go Ogun at all. Mm-hmm.
Still
But this guy.
Otumba Saddam.
Edo and Delta.
Otumba and Saddam.
PDP collect
See,
50-50 for Edo and Delta,
see,
100-100.
wow. Guys, see this London where this Peter Obi go so. People don't understand what this thing mean. Oh. Peter Obi when they talk say they don't deport from London from that last thing wey happen, wey come. My brother, my TL don't dey blow now. Apparently, some APC don't they talk say they go delete their accounts anytime they see Peter Obi for London. Can't they see comment for my TL now? They don't they cause all these kudus, all of them. Don't they tag them? They don't they drag their balls for my TL? Bro, this thing is sweet my belly because then say FFK talk say they don't deport him, say na fraudster, say na this, na that. The guy just and now Uber go drop her for Dele Momodu.
I
Hey,
swear. I used to
the
Uncle
thing
Dele.
they
That
bust
one
my
record the entire
brain.
thing. They record the entire
Hey.
thing.
Then another set of people, another group, don't file another lawsuit. Say this guy cannot be sworn in because of dual citizenship. This one a fresh lawsuit, fresh, legit, fresh one. Just they come up for over now. Hey, see, wetin go happen? For this 29th of May, where they happen, will be like next 2 weeks now. It go be like magic. Everything is working along.
My brother,
Everything is working along.
Jimmy,
Yeah, go on,
the
Sadam.
judiciary just have right now. The judiciary should just come out and just tell Tinubu, see, we cannot, there's nothing we can do. There's not how you can escape one of this, except you guys, the judiciary want to end their jobs. I said it earlier, except they all say we don't want to do law again because if with all these cases, all these glaring cases in front of you guys, if you choose not to stand on the side of justice, it is as well saying bye-bye to democracy, bye-bye to and turn that to a banana republic totally because this is we getting serious right now. There is no how you see all the baggage this man is coming with. I think he will be the next president of Nigeria. There is just no how. It is not feasible. I can't see it from anywhere. I don't know what anybody's seeing from anywhere, but they're possible. They're possible. Let's beg. And Jimmy, you want to go on? Well, let's take speakers.
No. You can go ahead. Thanks.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think let's take AGK. No wave today. Oh. You know wave. You aren't paying you. Continue now, brother.
My brother, my brother. I no want disturb. You know, say my internet. I don't know what's going on today. It's kicking me out and bringing me back in. So I just decided to take my time and enjoy the space on the speaker section. But however, having given me the opportunity to speak again, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, there has been a lot, said on this platform concerning what has happened. More on that topical issue is the BBC expose, like I was saying before. This man in the APC meeting that he was invited, the Hitler of Obiabo, he was told 25%. We only need 25% in your state. But as at that time, he was very high on his whiskey, on that 40 years whiskey that he takes. So he did not read that they were saying 25%. He now rigged 125% and rigged into shamefulness and put APC in trouble. But you see, I am not surprised. I am not surprised in the sense that, when you want to take the people's mandate, you will need so many lies to cover a particular lie. And what BBC is telling us right now is already in public domain. Everybody will understand that it is already in public domain. People already know that this man didn't even get 20% in Rivers State. It is very clear. So how come he won this election is an electoral abracadabra that only Wike can answer. But let me reiterate again. You see, anything we are doing in this particular election season and election cycle and our jurisprudence, we must remember that when we get our mandate, Professor Mahmood and most of these critical actors in this election must face justice. They must face justice. There is nothing that anybody is telling me. They must face justice. That beans that my brother Jimmy is talking about, I think we will serve it cold. Probably somehow sour. We'll add vinegar to it and give it to them. Please, they must face justice because, this is the height. How do you explain that somebody who is not an INEC staff rascality? I've never seen this type of thing before. And it took an international media organization to let Nigerians know of this fact. I mean, that is the whole new narrative that I'm hearing today. A lot of Nigerians actually didn't know about this. So this particular petition that is going to sit again today, early hours of today, would further explain what we probably didn't even know. BBC, thank you very much for this expose. I hope that more would come. That is on that issue. Now, you see, the tribunal, I just hope that they can do one thing and do one thing only. Listen to those prayers, those first three prayers. The 25% prayers, the criminal forfeiture prayers of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that convicted him as a criminal, right? The 25%, and then, of course, the double nomination. These three prayers do not need anybody to come and appear to the court as witnesses, for goodness sakes. The appeal court must rise up and give justice. They have to rise up and give justice. These things do not need any other thing. So many legal minds have come out to tell us that if actually the courts are serious, they can actually pronounce judgment on these cases before 12 noon. Because there are issues that are bordering on the Constitution. You just look at the Constitution and make inferences from the Constitution. So it is very clear. I do not want a situation whereby, court continues to give so many adjournments over, frivolities. They just keep adjourning cases. Let's have these judicial fireworks start from tomorrow. Well, anyway, from today, because we're already dawning into the D-Day. So yes, that is that on that one. Then again, of course, I applaud the US travel ban. You see, my brothers and sisters, this is the only way that we force most of these criminal elements either to leave politics or to do the right thing while they are serving the people of Nigeria. If they realize that they don't have any safe haven anymore, you cannot go to the US with our stolen funds and our resources. You cannot go to the UK with our stolen funds and resources. You can't go to Europe. My brothers and sisters, they will think inwardly, either mend their ways or desist from stealing public funds. So I do not actually support those who say that this travel ban does not make any impact. It does. In fact, more importantly, it gives more credence to other nations of Europe. UK, Rishi Sunak must stand up and tell us why, whether he wants Nigeria's democracy to deepen by forcing our politicians to entrench the rule of law, or whether he is supporting this corruption that is going on in Nigeria. UK cannot be a tax haven. So Rishi Sunak, please, anyway, stop them from coming to the UK, for goodness sakes. They are coming there and buying houses with our money. Petitioner. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. I just dey watch P2B video for this scene. P2B go call your own show. You go turn star boy. Birthday boy will call your show. They go leave you the star picture. You have to tell them, say, no, it's not my birthday. It stay in the center. Ha! Kai! Now see, Tinubu just return his mandate. Return his mandate. Because you go to see us for your dream.
He must return it, my brother. He must return it.
It's not possible. You can't steal this. You cannot steal love. You cannot steal love. If Nigeria love you, Nigeria love you. We don't have to pretend. We don't have to pretend. Nigerians love celebration. It is a Tinubu win this election. My small majority say you go see and you feel it in the pulse of the country. No. Tinubu has to return his mandate. Kai. Country, strictly people's orientated, it's the people's platform. Please, guys, we are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Telegram, and yes, our website is also up there. TikTok also for the Gen Zs. Please go on and subscribe. We need everybody here to go and subscribe, please. Everybody should go and subscribe on our YouTube. Please, let's get to 1,000 today. We have over 900 people here, and we have, let me see how many people we have as subscribers. We have, let me check. We have 786. No, now, guys, we have over 900 people here. That means we have people here, like over 500 of you have not subscribed, because this number was like this by yesterday. So please, guys, everybody on the platform, please subscribe to us on our channels. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Follow us on Facebook. Everywhere. Help us grow this platform we're building. Thank you so much, and God bless you as you do it. And if you don't do it, your phone will fall down and break. That's what it be. Your phone will break, eh? If you don't subscribe, you hear me, after this, my beg, but your phone, you will buy a new phone. Next week, you go and price new phone. You will price new phone next week. You will buy it. Yes. If you like, don't go. You see the number will increase now. The number will increase now. Nigerians. Kai! My God. Follow Parent Facts. Don't follow people. I say follow. Don't follow. If you don't follow this man, please don't follow. Follow Parent Facts. It's up on the Jumbo Tree, please. I don't say it's me you follow. Please, if you follow me, your phone will not break. Oh. If you don't follow Parent Facts, if you don't follow me, your phone will not break. If you don't follow my brothers, nothing happen to my boy. See Parent Facts up there. If you don't follow Parent Facts, Mabasi. If you don't know it's Mabasi, call somebody at Quiet Bomb. call Peter Obi wife and ask her, tell what is
So
Mabas?
I want to say one thing. They say Vawulence State go select name when Igbo man they had am to parallel fact.
Anambra people the best for me. Anambra people say parallelogram, parallel, parallel space. I say I don't know, so parallel facts. And please subscribe to parallel facts, please. If not, you buy new phone next week. You buy new phone. You choose one, no. Thank you. Okay, let's take a lady right now. Spotlight. If you're ready, okay, let me I'll allow you. Spotlight. But Bolale has spoken. So let me take it. I've not said anything today. Please, if your English is not frequent, if your English, your English is not in tune with modern AI English, please use your earpiece. But if your English, you want to learn more English, please use normal phone. Let me bring in my English sister, Rita English 1234.
Where you see that?
Hi,
Hi.
greetings everybody. Don't we have an emoji that shows that you are angry? See, you dey squeeze your face for Twitter. I want to show this your way. Oh my God, Sada, why are you doing this? Greetings, everybody. Sadam, I greet you. Otumba, I greet you. Joe Biden, Jimmy Darling. In fact, Mambola Lee is here. Spotlight. I really would want to call everybody. Oh my God, well-meaning Nigeria. I want to call everybody, okay? Please forgive me. Greetings to you, all my special people. Thank you. Okay, you said 3 minutes. I don't know if I'll be able to finish what I have here in 3 minutes, so but I'll try.
Angelita, you dey always come late. Oh, now why?
I don't know. You come church late.
Uncle, you will not understand. You not go understand. But more just leave her for a day like that. Make it for the loss. You forget the fact that Adia Nigeria today is where she is, majorly because of the handwork of UK. You know, they are the main people propagating the genocide that is going on, especially in the Middle Belt for decades now, as herders farmers clashes, where children were burnt. And I asked, who did these children clash with to warrant being burnt alive in that way? And again, these guys that are so-called foreign world power or something, they flourish either by causing chaos in Africa or encouraging the already existing ones. And in case say una don't forget to, Wike said during the campaign period that if elected president, Boko Haram will run as soon as they hear his name. I will not go further on that. Let those who understand what I'm trying to say and where I'm trying to go. This is our day nation we're talking about here. According to Dele Farotimi, I don't want to live in your country. I don't want to come on exile. I only want to come and rest. And after resting, I come back gingerly to my country like every sane country or citizens in other countries. So my good people on this space, I will say I have listened to great submissions on the BBC article. And to be very honest, what came to my mind at first when I saw that article earlier was why Rivers? Because Premium Times already did a great job. And some of us saw a video where Wike went to the market to talk to the people under the rain. The man was embarrassed out of that place. Some of us might have seen the video. I don't think it's all of us here, but for you that saw that video, that was loud enough. And then to make it worse, an APC chieftain on national TV said, "We have never won Rivers before. Okay? We have never won Rivers before." Looking at the whole scenario, I then realized that Wike is now a man that's no longer wanted by anybody because he's a man that follows whatever he believes in to logical conclusion. For those of us that knows him very well, he doesn't care who gets hurt, in as much that is what he believes in. He follows it to logical conclusion. Plus, again, Wike is a very ambitious man with indeed great intellect too. So, with this little that I have realized about Wike, is a man that when he wants anything, he does everything to make sure he gets it. And of course, the UK likes it when we have dummies. Dummies just there, people who are ready to listen to them, push and start kind of people. And then with all the evidences that is flying up and down Atedo Peter's side, with all the revelation and everything, the man talked about Bauchi State, where only 3 polling units gave PO over 1,200 votes. Yet, INEC gave LP 187 votes, if I'm not mistaken. So if you are here telling me that someone somewhere does not want somebody to fall or be the foreman for all the shenanigans that is going on, why didn't BBC go investigate Bauchi in other states or maybe another state apart from the one we already know? Yes, we're giving them kudos. They made us understand, yeah, there is somebody that we didn't see before and all that and all that. Why didn't they go to the ones we've not seen? So that indeed we will know that, yes, these guys are not after anybody. And then at the end of the article or what, they wrote, Rivers alone is not enough to cancel the election or whatever. If you know Rivers alone is not enough, why didn't you go do something else that someone else has not done? This is my opinion. I feel someone somewhere wants somebody to take responsibility for what is going on. Saddam, I see your hand. For what is going on. Okay? So if you really you want to do a great job for us and you want everybody to applaud you, you should have leave this one, or even when you do this, put in that statement that it is not enough to cancel the election. For me, I have a huge problem with that. And that's why I cannot applaud them for this. Indeed, I applaud them when they did the terrorist in Zamfara or something. But on this one, no, I don't. So this is my opinion. I've heard other persons say, applauding them. Yes, we have a bigger issue, but when you want to do something and let the people know that indeed you are doing something. Know when you're doing something, and I know you're doing this for what you're doing this for, and you want me to appreciate you, I won't do that. Thank you very much. I'll yield the mic here because I see I've exhausted my 3 minutes long ago. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. I just wanted to see boys out to this thing, to what we were saying earlier on, and I said, especially we Christians, it is the same thing because the lady came up here and made a statement. She said, "We have been praying since that foreign media come into this conversation, foreign media come into this conversation, and foreign media came, and God have answered that prayer. We now want them to come in the way we want." It's just like Israelite was saying, give us food, give us food. God gave them manna. They say,
Saddam,
wait
please.
now,
Saddam.
wait. Let me know when I want to cook this one. Allow me to cook this food, please. I will allow you to finish your not disrupt you. I want to take this one, take back home and think about it, ponder on it. Israelites were in the desert saying, give us food, give us food, give us food. They're expecting jollof rice. God now gave them manna and quail. And they now came out and say, which kind of food is this? Which kind of food is this? Is that that is just the human nature. We always want it the way we want it cooked. You don't see that food they are giving you is going to serve the purpose that you should use it to serve, which is to belleful your belly. But we want it the way we want it to be. And as long as that is the problem, if that statement was false, I would have said it's false. But the statement was completely accurate. But it was not served the way we wanted it to be served. Perfect. Focus on the statement, amplify it, and leave the rest. Simple. Thank you. Let me
Saddam,
move.
my problem, Saddam, wait, I'm so sorry. You know I don't do this,
No,
okay?
continue. Let me allow you. Let me give
You know I
you
don't do
a
this. Thank
no, go
you.
on, go on.
Brooke, why will you say it is not enough? You knew it
No,
is not
but is
enough.
I'm coming,
So
sir.
why
I'm
the
coming. Let me ask you a question now. Is it enough to? Is it enough to the result from Rivers? Is that enough to change the result announced?
that's the more reason they should have moved on to the next, my brother.
No, they
That's
just
enough
gave you
reason.
no now
They
wait
should
now.
have moved
I
on. They should
focus
have
on the
moved
state.
on.
My
Saddam, they should have moved on to the next. The court hearing is
and
on
who told you
Wednesday.
who told you that they are not probably investigating other states?
See, see,
Not
I
see, I'm
won't
not saying
know.
anything. I'm
I
asking you now. I'm
won't
asking you now.
know.
You now, I'm
I
asking you now.
won't,
Who
I
told you
won't
that they are not?
know.
If they
I
okay, if they,
won't know. Listen,
you
I
don't
won't
know, as you
know.
did not know
But
that
the
they
fact
opened this one
is,
self
but
today.
the fact, Saddam, wait now. But the fact is, we don't already know this already. Even on the IRF self, we don't see the results
My
of this
sister,
if we don't get them.
you
So
that
Madam,
know
why
it
don't
pass
they
let me
me.
just
ask her. Let me ask her this question.
Let me ask
No,
before you
no,
ask,
wait.
please.
So, Sarah,
Let me ask
no,
one question. My
because
sister,
someone
my
made the
sister
point.
now. Do you not any Nigerian media in the world? Is there any Nigerian media that have the coverage at BBC?
Exactly. I wanted to ask: are the same premium time reader the same BBC readers? Is it the
Please
same
answer me.
for
Please
them?
answer us that question, please.
my brother, they may not have done it. But
Answer this question.
No, no, I asked the question.
Answer this
Saddam, can
question.
I, Saddam,
there is
can
a
I
Can
jump
saying,
back?
people in
Can I
can
there,
people
there
in
speak?
is a
UK
saying that
do people in
says,
UK read premium times?
whatever you find yourself doing, do it well. Do it
Wait,
well.
well, based on which standard? Because
Now these
no, no,
guys,
People have to
wait,
19
understand
can I
that
years.
intervene?
BBC is not INEC. Oh. BBC is not INEC.
IPO,
BBC is not
BBC
taking
don't owe you
our side.
anything. They don't owe
They
you
are not
anything.
supposed to take our side. They are not
Does
supposed to take.
BBC owe you anything?
They are
I
not
know
supposed
they
to
God
don't
take
bless
Saddam,
owe
you.
can
us
I take
anything.
my own speech?
That's the
My sister.
reason.
Does BBC
That's
owe you
the
anything? Do
that's
they
the
owe you any
reason
money?
why they should have done it the right way or keep mute. They should have done it the
So
right way or keep
for
mute.
BBC
Because
to
someone else
I'm
has
coming,
done
I'm
it
coming,
already.
I'm coming. For BBC to tell the whole world that your elections was rigged a day to your tribunal, it's not good for you.
Uncle, aren't the word
Saddam,
aware already?
Which world?
Aren't the word aware already?
which
Which
word?
world?
Which
Which
word? I
world?
swear which
Read
word?
Anthony Blinken's letter.
about
If the word
protocol
was
to
not
the
aware, if the word was not aware that the election was rigged,
Saddam,
why would Anthony Blinken put out the tweet he put out just which day talking about the visa ban? I just saw on the Jumbo Throne some minutes ago, CNN has carried that. The word is already aware. The word is already aware. Even the blind knows that it was rigged. So
Oh
don't
God.
come and tell
My
us
sister,
what we
this
already
this is where
know.
Nigeria,
There
this
is
is where
something
Nigeria
different.
this is Nigeria's entitlement mentality, and this is what
This is not about
no,
Nigerian
yeah. Let me
mentality,
explain.
my
Let me
brother.
explain. It is.
Otumba,
It
The
is.
Otumba.
only
It is.
new thing, the only
It
new
is. It
thing in
is.
the whole article is that strange person. Is that strange person. But
Oh
it would
boy.
have been more effective
Honestly
if they
speaking,
have moved. Wait,
my
wait,
sister,
wait, wait,
my
wait.
sister is fine. It's fine. Let's just
Anyway,
move on.
you know,
Let's move on.
each time
Let's
I
move on this
talk,
conversation.
I
Let's
just
move on.
run away
I
from
want
the
to end.
speaker
I want
space, okay? But I just stay there because I really, anyway.
no. You're. I don't. You see what I will never do in this spaces when we're having these conversations. Everybody is right in their own way. I just say I just dey laugh. I'm just laughing at people's view. So I'm not going to come and tell you your own view is wrong or my own view is right or this. I started my view. I started thinking. I started this submission. If you guys listen to this piece on your side, on this side, but I've opened my eyes to see from the bigger angle also. So I'm seeing both sides. I've seen Otumba's side. I've seen our side where I was standing, where you're standing now. And I'm not saying that BBC did me. If we are not just so as human beings, nature of human being that we are not satisfied as human beings, BBC did us a whole lot of good. I have
Yes, so my brother.
and
Then my thought,
as me, I accept the good they did because I gotta check my tweet. I made a tweet about it this morning. People responded to it, and I responded and I say they supposed to talk other places too. But I'm asking, on what right are you paying them for investigation?
my brother, we are not paying them. Okay? Don't come and tell us what we already know.
It is
We
not you. They are
already
not telling
know
You
the
you. They
don't
did not
answer
truth.
the
tell you.
We
question.
Did
The
they
already
write
question
it? Yes,
know.
is
I'm coming. Did they
is
write dear
the
Sister Rita?
audience.
Wait,
They
now
should have
wait.
moved to the next
Rita, please
Wait,
answer
my
the
hearing.
sister,
question.
wait.
That
Rita,
would
I
have
have
helped
one
us
question for you.
more.
God.
Rita, you're not answering my question. The audience BBC gets to, is it the same audience premium time gets to? I want to get that clear. If you establish that fact, then you understand that whoever or whatever audience they are writing for, which some people have also said here that their audience is not Nigeria. And you keep saying the word no. The word does not know. We
Oh,
obedience
great.
know.
Great,
The world
Otumba.
does
Let
not know.
me answer your question.
Nigeria doesn't dominate the world. Everybody doesn't even
Let,
stop
let
thinking
me
about
answer.
Nigeria.
Let me answer your question. Are you aware? Are you aware that Chatham House has been broadcasting that Yakub Mahmood did not follow his own guidelines
How many people listen to
for
Chatham?
some time now? I'm coming. Are you aware?
Yes. How many people?
What
I'm asking
about
myself.
what what what
How many
about
followers does Chatham House have?
excuse me?
Chatham House is a
What
media organization.
excuse me now? What about the tweet Anthony Blinken put out that CNN has amplified? Are
When
you trying to tell me? Are you trying to tell me that CNN don't have views like BBC does? Is that
that
what you're trying to tell me?
you see audience. You see when they say audience and when they say audience, people don't understand this. Audience matters a lot. The BBC audience are totally different from the CNN audience. Are you aware?
Beautiful, Saddam. I
Are you aware? Are
agree
you
with
aware of what I
you.
just told you now?
We are talking about audience here,
And
and what
I'm
I'm
telling you, wait,
saying
now I'm coming. And I'm telling you right now that BBC's audience, the audience BBC have taken this your news to now. Now, this news that you're talking of right now. There are some people in some countries right now that they have been saying that have been all these have been saying that Tinubu is the next president.
it is possible. It is possible. Every media outlet, every individual, every person that does this or that have their own targeted audience. They have their own audience that listens to them. Okay? But what I'm seeing here right now, yes, BBC have an audience, CNN have an audience, Anthony Blinken on his own part is having an audience. In the Nigerian election, the obedience has taken Nigeria to a level that Nigeria has, as in to the views of the view of the world in a way that it has never been before. So when you're talking about publicity to a very large extent, this obedient movement has given it to Nigeria.
Okay, my
There are
sister,
people that
my sister is fine, it's fine, it's fine. We will not
anyway, it's
agree, we'll agree
fine.
to
It's
disagree. Let's
fine.
take other
It's fine.
speakers.
Okay.
Let's take
Yes,
other
it's fine.
speakers. It's
We
fine.
all have
Right?
our
We all
views.
we all
This is
agree to
mine.
disagree. And
Okay.
your views are
Thank
perfect.
you.
Your views are perfect. Nobody's gonna I'm not as I tell you, we always have this argument back and forth for you to understand our side, I understand your side. Hopefully when we all go back home and think about it, we might say, okay, I see more points what you're saying, you see more points what I'm saying. and life goes.
But
Tomorrow will
I mean,
come
my
out.
own is that CNN did not have not talk, they've not talked about the regularities of the election at
CNN,
all.
CNN has
At
zero.
all. Those people, even if they when they peak Obiakpo local government and write on it, I'll be happy.
I swear,
Just
I
people
swear.
local government.
We need
Alright.
every press possible. Every press we get, we thank God. We just thank God for him. Thank you, my sister. All right, let's move on real quick. I beg, guys. I beg you, God. I don't want to have it back and forth to another person, please. Anybody else say just talk. I'll just say thank you and move on. I just thought we can wrap up this space, please. So I'll go fit sleep and we'll get caught tomorrow morning, so I can wake up and do other things. All right, guys, let's move on real quick. Smew, you've been here for long, so I think Jama and you coming next, please. Well, let's take Smew, please 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sadan. Otumba, thank you, and I really can't see, but is it Joe? Joe, thank you very much. Thank you guys for hosting the space. I'm gonna touch on the US and then yeah, I think I'll just touch on those two because we haven't got much time. But so firstly, the travel ban is just ideal, and for a lot of people that are saying, oh, that's not enough, they should have added asset freezes and sanctions and that. Travel bans are a prelude to sanctions. The first thing they start with is travel bans, and then if it gets worse, they add sanctions. So that will come if the rascality continues. I think eyes are on these guys, and believe you me, I don't think people want to rub shoulders with Tinubu. Statesmen, I don't think they want to rub shoulders openly, at least with Tinubu. So just know that it's not only Nigerians that are against what's happening. And then I'll touch on the BBC. BBC did us a very huge solid. I'm not even trying to. I know that we have our suspicions, about the West and stuff like that. I do have my suspicions as well. But when it comes to this particular issue, there's one thing we need to understand. If you live in the West, you'll realize that the ballot box, some of them take the vote. The vote is more important to them than their own kids. It is the most sacred thing in democracy, your right to choose your leader. It is very important. In fact, it's kind of a measure of how civilized the society is. If you understand your right to choose your leader, there are two things in England that measures, that how civilized the society is. One, your ability to understand the queue. The queue, that is when you wait your turn. If you come first, you're in front. They hate queue jumping here. And then the second thing is the ballot. Your understanding of how sacred the voting is. Those two things are extremely important in Western democracies, and our democracy is kind of modeled, after theirs. We haven't had a chance to kind of create our own type of democracy. So yeah, BBC have done us a super solid. Basically, what they've done is, you know, in those days, if you had a radio but it wasn't loud, you needed to get some kind of amplifier if you had a big party for more people to hear it. Yeah, you needed to hook it up to an amplifier. That's what BBC have done. They've just amplified it. Now the Prime Minister of Malaysia knows what happened in River State in detail. Before they would have just heard, oh, there's a dispute and there's courts. This happens in every other country. There's disputes, there's courts. I mean, even in the US, they disputed elections. But if they had the kind of elections you had in Nigeria, in the US, trust me, there will be civil war in the US by now. Elections, like how do you understand? To them, the elections is like if we rights if we don't fight for it, then amplified. Now the Australian Prime Minister, this president, that president, all these people, they read these BBC articles. Now they know in detail. Before they would have just heard, okay, he's a disputer, there was rigging, whatever. But now they know in detail what happened in one state. These people are not stupid. Of course, they know that the ruling party, they did this in one state, they'll do it everywhere. So we have to give them their flowers. But it's now that what they've done is also a nudge. You also have to look at the timing. They didn't release it before the first day LP went to court, where it was adjourned. They didn't release it before that. They waited to see because they don't want to look like they're interfering. And it is not up to them. They're not under any obligations to even write any article at all. But they did. So we actually have to appreciate that. They've amplified our case 1,000-fold. Now everybody knows in detail. And lastly, it actually works against Rishi Sunak's government. And one thing people don't understand, there's this narrative where people say, oh, BBC is British propaganda. Actually, if you know, the BBC is not sponsored by the British state. It's sponsored by the British people through license fee. You pay your TV license, and that's what funds the BBC. If we don't pay TV license, there will be no BBC. And that's why you find in a lot of cases, the BBC and the Conservative government, they're actually enemies. They're enemies. They don't like each other. So it also might be a trap for Rishi Sunak, who is congratulating Tinubu. There are a lot of political undertones, and that article is a flipping earthquake. But we don't know it. We have to look at the local and international politics and then connect the dots. Then you'll see why that article is very important. But the onus is now for us, obedience, to run with it, to take that article, that template. We are the ones that are Nigerians. So therefore, we can look at other states and use that same template to release our own. Maybe we now have.
Smil, I honestly want to hear you continue, but please, I'm begging everybody 3 minutes because we have to wrap up.
Yeah, sorry. I think
And
I've
you're
ended
making a whole
there
lot of
anyway.
sense, honestly.
I've ended there.
I don't even
Thank
ask
you.
me a quick question. Smee, I have a question. Please, who broke the Boris Johnson story that eventually got him out?
What do you mean, I think Boris was an internal issue. I think that was a Sky News. I think they broke that. I don't think it was BBC. Perhaps it might have been them because they too were warring with Boris. But I think the Conservative Party had an internal sort of they have two factions. You had the Brexiteers, and then you had those who were kind of like not really Brexiteers, but they were sort of less enthusiastic about Brexit. And the two factions fell out because of leadership. There was leadership issue. Boris was partying during the pandemic when we're all dying and locked at home. So that caused a lot of friction. And I think it was Sky News that broke it.
Okay, thank you very much, Smil. Thank you. I think Otuma, actually, you're saying 3 states. 2 states, Rivers State and Lagos State flipped with accurate with these numbers. Our P2B has won the elections. Rivers State minus 200,000, Lagos State Tinubu minus 800k. That's 1 million now. So Peter Obi is 1 million up, Tinubu is 800k less. That's 800,000. So you see, we don't flip them. They're just 2 states. They're not go to Benue now and that'll be landslide or bring in Plateau votes. God have mercy. Yakubu must go to jail. Please, let's take 3 minutes. Guys, please, when I say 3 minutes, I beg 3 minutes, please. Jamine. No vex, sir. We
Can
here
you
for
guys
now.
hear me?
Yeah, go on, sir.
Okay, I'm so glad to be back after a long while. Um, so I'll just speak to three things. Uh, on the US ban, no rather on the BBC expose, right? I'm not going to really dwell on that, but I just want to also take a clue from what they have done for us, and that's where I believe the parallel facts news is supposed to fill in that, not really filling that lacuna, but actually be the spotlight for us to own our story and own our narrative and own um, um, bringing out and dishing out the facts the way they are. So where I see where a lot of people are talking about, oh, there are gaps. I think that's why we have the parallel facts, and that's why we need to give parallel facts all the support that they need. Because if you're going to run investigation into all the states in Nigeria, that's going to take a lot of money. That's going to take a lot of resources. Are we ready to pay the price? Are we ready to, if ask for donations right now? People are going to go and visit those places, interview people, and that's where we need to own that narrative and, as much as possible, support parallel facts. So, action point would be okay, the report is not sufficient. What can we do? Parallel fact is there. Can parallel facts be empowered to go to those states, interview people? People are bringing action points. Can we go and find out, okay, if we work in those people who announce the result are actually real or fake? Those are action points we can take out and gas our deficiencies we can bring out and blow up. But that's going to take resources and that's going to take a lot of things from us. You can't, just like Dele Fawotimi spoke, you don't expect these people to come and do the job for you. They may have done, yeah, they've done a little bit. Take it, own it, and support. Saddam has been begging for likes for how many hours and how many days on this space. People cannot just even like the people cannot even like it. But these things will take money. Remember that the BBC guy said they went to go and look for a certain the same Dixon. They went and didn't see the guy and they gave up. So please, we are doing great, but let's take an action point and let's now own the narrative and get our parallel back to that point where even BBC will be drawing up their stories from parallel facts because they know that we have the resources, we have everybody on ground, and we are all spread across every part of this country, everywhere in this country. We have obedience. So can tell you use those resources to push this narrative. Then the next one I'm going to talk about, a lot of people do not know what's happening with the tribunal, and particularly those in rural areas who we spoke to, even those in some cities where this conversation is really happening on this space. I would employ and I would just ask and I'll plead. Can we have maybe just voiceovers or summaries of these things on in a video or something, not in a video, maybe just a voiceover of something you can just put or a voice note you can play and post to the in our WhatsApp stories and all that, so that those people who don't understand the facts, don't know what's happening, they can actually grab this message. So I will not just in quote an echo chamber on Twitter that we can speak and talk to ourselves, but a lot of people who were energized during the campaigns, who depend on us through the traditional media or traditional means of seeing what is happening, can be energized and know what is happening. So I will employ if we can do that. Remy spoke that she could do this, but I don't know if she have done it. But I think we can also push that on from here. Then the next thing I want to report somebody, guys. Oh, I'm biased on this. Is Ireti Kikimbe? I'm going to report her because one, I've never seen her tweet about um, the court case. I've never seen her gone there. I've never seen anything she has done. And what is making me angry more is that we have a constitutional requirement about FCT that is very key in this argument. That is 25% in FCT. So you do know that if the judgment rules against FCT, that means what they are saying that people in FCT do not matter. And you're a senator that is representing the citizens of FCT. And the critical question on do Tinubu meet the requirements without FCT? And this lady is just keeping quiet. She's not tweeting, she's not saying anything. Even if she's not sick, she has a media, even if she's sick or something, she has a media angle. She's just keeping quiet. Guys, let's watch that woman. No, I'm not happy. We are talking about Peter Obi will come back from Nice. He's going to London and he will come back to Nigeria for that court case. And this lady is not saying anything. That's just my submission, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Our eyes are on her. We're watching are watching it. I just try to make sure that we don't overreact to issues. But what you're saying is right. I think our eyes are on her. She knows that we're watching her. Definitely, she knows. Um, and secondly, thank you for that thing you said. Nigerians will come out here. We have come out here and we have said this, say that, say that, say this, say this. BBC for BBC this, BBC that. And I've stayed there since morning. I've been saying follow parallel facts, follow parallel facts, follow parallel facts. God bless you for that angle, my brother. We can't complain. All you do they do now is wahala. You see, thank you. Let's move on real quick. Let me bring a lady now. All the ladies have spoken. All the ladies have spoken. So I we have
Madam,
to.
you forgotten me. Oh.
You don't speak before now. I say, okay, do use 1 minute. Use 1 minute.
Just 1 minute. Okay,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
try to keep this thing, but I can't promise. Just to correct something that we've been saying about this BBC, the Dixon Ariaga man is not the returning officer or the rec for the entire River State. He's just for Oyibo local government, not even for the entire. So he only reported for Oyibo, and that's also one of the things that I'm curious about. So the article started off with River State, and then it now tapered out into only Oyibo. He didn't mention Obiakpo. I wonder why he didn't
But
mention Obiakpo.
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You want to know why?
Okay, okay, I want to.
Investigative journalism is very expensive. That is why. See
No,
as
no,
I
no,
see
no,
as see
no,
as I'm
no,
begging for see as
no,
I'm begging
no.
for
That's
light.
not the that.
That
No,
is why.
wait,
That
wait.
is why. No, that is why. I'm telling you that is why. Me, I'm telling you now that is why.
No, no. I get that,
Wait
but
now. We
okay.
okay. So can I okay. Spotlight, please.
Hmm?
Let me give you a team now. Sponsor this team. Let them go and give you the original result. Will you sponsor it? Oh yeah, no, you
Why
don't
you-
see him. You don't
no,
see
no,
him.
no. See,
It
see,
is see
see.
that is. Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth. It is a
No,
fact about this thing.
Emi
We
Akadam,
want.
you're trying to. You're
It is
trying to.
it is
No,
me play. It's me being truthful here now. I'm just being
no, no,
truthful
no.
here.
I haven't said I
You
won't sponsor it, but but
you cannot
I
even
cannot do
sponsor
it in
my sister.
isolation.
You will the money will drain you. Do you know what it means
Wait
that you
now,
look
but
at the state like River State and you look at River State and say, where are the two places that if we do there's something called sampling. I want to draw a
you don't get
sample.
my point. You don't get my point. At the end of the day, they made a conclusion. They gave a conclusion. They mentioned what differences there are. They did not. Now, the two major places in River State that everything has been originating from is Obiakpo and Oyibo. See, the point is, why are we even having this conversation? It's just because people are asking questions or people are actually supplying additional information. I'm not sure. I haven't seen many people that actually wrote about it, but I'm speaking from my own angle. My point is that there are still more stories to uncover, and that was my own feedback, and that's my stance. And I also queried the fact that this conclusion is given without some steps taken, like behind. Now, I just explained something that they mentioned what happened in River State as a general, they made a generalization. Then they only now came to they now said they want to explain the mystery behind all these figures. Now, that's if you're not watchful, like I said, this piece is not for us. It's for people that are not even so much aware of Nigeria or the dynamics in Nigeria. They now explained it. Now, the only explanation they gave is that they put all this issue on one man. They put all the responsibility of what happened in River State. That is what that article is portraying to people on one man. And even here, we have missed it because Dixon is not the returning officer for River State. He was only the returning officer for Oyibo. And then what was the responsibility or what was the issue? It became like a human error kind of thing. So he misread. Now, why would somebody, you have the data, you have the physical sheet in front of you, and then somebody comes out and reads some numbers that do not tally with what you have, and then INEC adopts it. And that's what so if we just look at the article, and then we're just saying, oh, BBC did an exceptional job. I agree that they did a good job. I applaud them for putting this because it's a stepping stone for more discoveries. But that does not mean that people cannot, you know, poke the story, interrogate this fact, and ask more questions. In risk analysis, you don't just take everything. You begin to ask yourself, what if? And for me as a Nigerian, I'm asking myself, why is Festus Keyamo so jubilant about this news? Why? Immediately
But
that
for
thing
my
came
for
out.
my point of correction, they actually talked about Obiakpo also. So
So what happened? No, they did not give a reason for what happened in Obiakpo.
yeah, but they said they went off IRF. Okay, wait. Okay, but
No.
this is where I'm confused. I'm reading the story. They went off
Okay.
IRF. One, they said on TV they saw that this is what this guy signed. But when on TV, when he was to call the number he called did not match what was signed on the sheet. So they said they reached out to him to ask him why. Why is there a discrepancy between what the sheet you have in front of you that was signed and what you read out on TV?
Exactly. That
So
was
I don't
for
understand
Oyibo.
how
That
what
is
does
for
how
Oyibo.
yeah,
That is
which
for
is
Oyibo
which,
local government. I am saying that article, that article spent more than half of it to talk about Dixon as the fall guy, as the man that basically upturned the result in
no, they
River
didn't
State.
tie him to the entire There was nowhere they said he was responsible for the entire River
Okay.
State
No,
election.
they
They
didn't.
said
They
for
don't
his
have
local
to.
government.
That's my point.
Oh, okay.
Otumba,
Oh, okay,
we do
okay.
not have to
I
agree, but
get it
that's
now.
my point.
I get it now. I
That's
get it
my
now.
point. That's my point. That my point is for the audience that are not Nigerians, that do not know the dynamics in Nigeria, the
But
story that was
the audience are
painted.
not the audience are, I would hope the audience understand comprehension and can read that they said based on one local government there that this is what they found and they followed that local government story and the
And
audience
that
will
is
be
why
smart
I, as a
enough to
Nigerian, I
understand
am
that.
asking further questions. That the fact that they decided to portray it that way is insufficient. And that's my own opinion. I don't even know why we are defending all of this. I believe that if you're going to put an investigative piece like that, you have to cover at least the size that you have, you've decided to cover. You have to let your audience know that this is, you know, this is what happened here. But you can't just say, oh, River State, this is what happened in River State. And then let's now uncover the mysteries behind the numbers. And then you now go on to pick your words and then mention Ron Dixon. See, like I said, we have to, either you want to connect the dots or we don't want to. But people are paid to ask these questions because the APC are happy about it. And that's the narrative they've been saying. Oh, it's not enough to obtain the result. We don't know what the courts will determine for the other areas. And that's why I really love what Joe Obidient said. Part of what he said about we taking the pains to now
I'm
uncover
sorry.
more stories.
I'm not gonna take whatever Kayamo is excited about today. I'll take it with a pinch of salt. Kayamo is not gonna be my yardstick of measuring whether the news is harmful
He's
to
not
Yeah,
anybody's
Keyamo is
yardstick,
actually
but
bitter, just acting up.
he's telling a narrative. He is telling a narrative. Whether we believe it
Do
or
you,
we don't.
let me ask you
That's
a question.
damage control.
Short time.
That's damage control he's trying to
God
do.
bless him.
Don't you,
Like
as in, Amount, do you
Kayamo
expect
would decide
Kayamo to come out and
anything.
say and start crying for you on Twitter?
Like I said, Keyamo has been consistent about this issue of one result cannot upturn is not significant enough. He has been consistent about it from ever since the election result.
And I will
In fact,
argue
even before the
if
election
this
result
was
was finally announced.
I will argue that if it was Plateau they wrote about, it's the same conversation we'll be having. We will say, why did they talk about rivers?
I beg, let's
No,
move past this place.
no.
I beg, please, my star. Thank you.
Okay. Okay,
I think
no. So just to tell you guys, okay, so my final
hey,
submission
my sister, I beg,
is
don't
that
beg. I beg,
Chatham
please.
House is in UK. Why, as they were writing, why didn't they also talk about what Mahmoud promised in Chatham House and what was done? Just to give a balanced view.
Who
Thank you.
asking who? Who are you asking?
I'm asking you now.
There are
Who?
several articles on that on BBC. Have you
Okay,
checked?
okay.
Have you typed in BBC
Okay.
Africa
Yes.
Nigeria and election?
Spotlight. Wait now. To my
Do you know how many
spotlight.
articles BBC has written on the Nigerian election?
So you gave me job in Chatham House. It's not. You employ me in
Good
Chatham
night.
House.
Good
You
night,
don't give me.
Adam.
My sister, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for all you do for the movement. Thank you very much. Thank you for all this question. You know, this question that ask like this. Thank you. It's important to ask this question. But for some of us,
Remember, we talked about this for iRevel, and you shut me down, and you
some
saw
of
where
us,
it led us. We had this argument, same argument before the election. I
no,
told
no,
you
no, no,
guys,
no.
but you did not agree. You said you don't want to. It's just we want to discuss good things that will be, at the end of the day.
All
You
this
see,
one is all this question is how does it help our case? Can we carry to case from court tomorrow?
it helps your case because you would also explode that angle so that they would know that we're not, because they are just trying to line people up for an eventual outcome,
Did
and that's what
INEC
we are going to say no
wait,
to.
my sister, wait, did INEC rig in Port Harcourt?
Yes, of course.
Did I say I ignored it in Port Harcourt?
No, you didn't.
Did I ignore it in
My point is
Lagos?
allow multiple views. Do not
Nobody is
muzzle the
stopping. No,
all.
now you see
Let
what I
people
love here.
express the
What
way they have
the
perceived the
issue is that
article. Don't
the
tell
issue is
them,
that
okay,
my
it's
sister, the
this
issue is that
way.
we're overflogging this thing and other people want to speak. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's drop it.
And
But
when we
I think I've just, because you guys have spoken. That's why I just wanted to bring this up. I'm done.
I beg.
Everybody
Nobody's
can have their opinion. Yeah.
let's everybody have
Cheers.
their opinion. If you see me, what I remember this obedient opinion. I will never shut obedient down. You say, about do, I will do calm down and don't come here. But as obedient, talk your own. But let us not drag this and flog this and flog it. Let other people speak, because this place we will soon shut it down. Let other people still have a chance to. You know, when you hear another person's opinion and say that, I'll come and say all what we are saying is badadash. You will say your own is badadash, mine is badadash. You get if it there, you go hear them. Let me bring you another person I've not spoken here before. So, let Olawaski, come in, then I'll come to you. Women in Nigeria. Women in Nigeria don't dare sing. So, but Olawaski, please, I beg 3 minutes, please. Whatever you say now is right or wrong. If anything say that I don't do it, just 3 minutes, I'll just speak, I'll mute you. If you just pass 3 minutes, I'll mute you and go
This one
next.
now
Please.
operation. But no wahala, sha. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba, Joe Bident, and Jimmy, every other person on the platform. See, bottom line, I beg obedience. Let us learn to just pick. Let's see, even in pieces of advice where your papa they give you, sure you know we collect everything now. Take what you want and leave the rest. Why are we even having these arguments? I think if we continue like this, it means we'll be dampening. See, if only if we know what it takes for BBC to write on anything, no matter how insignificant you think that thing is, what it takes, the amount of resources people push together to be able to move them to write.
Olawaski, you're doubting the power of
Yes,
Abado.
I'm not.
Otuma, please, I beg, no, Otuma, please. Let's everybody else do a submission, I beg, please. I beg you, God, my brother, please.
He
That will end
has
this,
he
please.
has whatever he has, but you see, we have the numbers and we have the ability to turn anything to our favor, and that's what I've been saying since I saw this thing. I saw people complaining. For me, I don't have that kind of time. I will pick what is important and amplify it such that whatever he wants to do, his own, nobody will hear. Nobody will hear his own. The point is, he wasn't writing to us. They are trying to talk to the international community. They are talking. Somebody was saying, "Oh, all of a sudden, CNN only wrote because BBC wrote." Bless you, and I don't understand how these two people run these things. There is a way the global community runs. So if why do you think that Dati was invited to London for that conference? You think all those things, if we really spend time to listen to the things that they were saying at that forum, you understand that these things are not jokes. People are trying to shape the narrative. Let's just pick what is important. And personally, man, this argument, they think they tire my ear. I beg you now with God's name. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I yield.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I just want to say your time don't reach safe. Mommy B, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Is it possible?
No, it isn't.
So that is
I need to use the remainder of my time. You know, I didn't use up my time before.
you
So you
use
add that to the 3 minutes. By my
which
estimation, I have like 7 minutes.
mommy, that means the space will crash.
Oh my days. No, I was hearing all the back and forth, and what I really wanted to say is, right, I'll say it's a quick story. Right, so back in the day, right, I joined this recruitment panel, so we were trying to recruit a new employee to our team, right? Put out the advert. I wrote the advert, put it out, got about 60 CVs come in, right? So the chair of the panel said, you do the shortlisting. And I'm like, oh, I'm all excited. So I started shortlisting, right? But I got caught up, right, in trying to correct people's grammar, right? As opposed to looking at the skills they said they had, right? And after 2 days of shortlisting, I only shortlisted 3 people. I went back to the chair and was like, oh, they sent us really poor CVs, blah, 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 and what have you. The woman asked me if the said employee, when we eventually find somebody, if the person is supposed to be there to help me write my thesis, or is it not just a data entry clerk? Basically, I was majoring in a minor, right? So, and that is something that we Nigerians are very good at doing. Let us, the thing is, BBC owes us absolutely nothing. Zero. They owe us absolutely nothing. They themselves would decide on how wide or how thorough the investigation is going to be, whether they want to extend it to other states. They don't owe us, right? We can't dictate to them how we feel they should have written it, right? We can write our own articles, right? And if we have information, amplify it. But us saying they this, they that, or the agenda, or what have you, just give yourselves headaches and we gain nothing from it. Right. So at the end of the day, one thing that APC is good at doing, right? So somebody might write 1,000-word article. 1,000 words is not a lot. And all of it was negative, but there was just one word that was positive. APC will build a whole article based on that one word. Right? And that is something that we need to get good at doing. Take our opportunities. I mean, it's like at the end of the day, think of how big is BBC's audience, right? How many people is this going to reach? Remember when David Hundeyin wrote that article on Tinubu, right? Even after he, people was like, oh, we don't read and all the rest of it. And he even put, okay, so he did one for YouTube, did he not? However, it didn't gain international traction. Uberfax put out something that was like 1/10. It was simply, a short tweet, and it went viral. And that is what we need to understand, right? They have their audiences. The audiences are not the obedient. Let us be clear about it. They're not in the business to help any of us. No, they're not. And we have to rely on ourselves, which is good. We have parallel facts. If anyone has done any research, has done any deep dive in any state, right? Put it, oh yeah, pass it to parallel facts. We'll write our own articles and then we will share widely. But this back and forth, we just give ourselves headaches because it is the least of our worries. We're in court in the morning and, we need to start making sure that we keep it on the front burner. We keep tweeting about it, talking about it. And even now that River State is established, kind of, let's talk about the other states, right? It's not just Rivers and it's not just Lagos, right? The Middle Belt overwhelmingly voted for Peter Obi. Right. I have not seen articles other than to mention the state, but nobody has put out there a mutilated EC8 or something else, or that can help us push that narrative as well. Nothing in BBC's article is false. And the thing about articles, people can write an article, and the good thing is people can also write corrections to an article. If we feel that they've missed out something, tweet out what they missed to them. Or better still, look for who's the editor for BBC Nigeria or what have you. I don't know. Just write an article and send it to them. That you're correcting a few facts. Add your what evidence you have. Finish. So but this go back and forth, we did not pay BBC. We don't have money to pay BBC, right? We know how we roll. We are the ones who push information out. We shape the narrative. Let's take what they wrote, right, and just amplify the bits that we're happy with. Capiche? End of story. I'm
Thank you.
done.
Thank you very much, mommy. Thank you. away on parallel facts after we have investigated it on ourselves, free of charge. Please write it and bring it, please. It's very, very important. Thank you. Oh yeah, let me bring in my brother. When in Nigeria, you have the space now, please. Almost 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I beg.
I won't be long actually. So I was not at this. I was not around in the beginning of the space, so I came in sometime late. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak, but I kept seeing the. So generally when you come into space, you could literally tell if you listen for a while, you can tell what has been the focus, and like you can tell what the conversation is really about. So first, I'll just say that everybody is right. Actually, everybody that has spoken on this issue is right. So I'll use myself as an. I think most of the time, what a lot of us humans, and I'm not just saying obedience, don't struggle to do is moderation. How to, Apostle Paul said, all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. So it's just that this thing. So, for example, this morning when I woke up, or rather, some time I eventually woke up, the first thing I saw was the parallel fact, retelling the news of that. And, I saw that like, cool, retweet. And I did. Then, when I eventually read the story, I was like, cool. Like I said, in a couple of spaces I've been in earlier, well, not really a couple of spaces, 1 million moments. But I said, for the clout and for the attention, this is good. Like, totally fine. And I agree with everybody that have said, we need to learn how to cherry pick on things that come our way and amplify those we can amplify. But that will not mean I would disagree with people that I disagree with people that say, I also, in fact, as a matter of fact, I haven't and this is me, that as much as possible, for people that hear me speak a lot of the time, I don't go after everything. I try, in fact, I don't try to, but I was concerned to an extent as well, like every other person that has spoken today. And it's good that we clear it. It's good that we point it out. I don't think it's okay that we ignore it. Because I know we have said, for example, that, and we are right. Like we have said, for example, that, this story is not for us. I know somebody was saying earlier that, a Turkish president, like somebody from somewhere, one other country will see this, and now, they've been hearing it, but they now see BBC wrote it. But we should also be, I personally, when I first read the story, I felt very uncomfortable why they felt the need at the beginning to state it, like why they felt that need to state it, that it's not sufficient to change the overall national outcome of the election. So I was disturbed, because that's also, I mean, if we don't carefully cherry pick and clarify things, like if you carry it hook, line, sinker, it will also mean we adopt the liabilities that also comes with some of the position that the article seems to take. So that's why it's important for those people that want to pick out the critical points and, make sure that narrative is clarified. It's very important. So it's not really as if they are being like, people that do that are really, the first person I saw do that today was actually David Undenyi. Yeah. So it's not really as if they are really being alarmist or, being too critical. In cases like this, you probably want to be critical, like what Spotlight was saying just now. If you look at the overall tone of the story, in the same vein that we are thinking about that people in other countries might read it, they might also read it in that same vein and see that, okay, this just happened in one place. Well, every election has its own downfalls, or okay. That means we can even congratulate this guy that they have been saying he won. That means it's just one place now. How many states Nigeria has? Is 36, right? Okay, just one state. So there's the overall body language, but like I said, it's important that we learn how to cherry pick and amplify what needs amplifying. But that overall body language is very important, because you know what I equate this to in my head? I know we've made a reference to Uber Fact a lot on this space. In my head is that, do you imagine if Uber Fact's story on Tinubu drug deal was like, the new Nigerian president had forfeited blah, blah, blah in the US. However, he had done this 10 years ago and it may not be able to hold him. Like, added some extra information to make it look like, this is true, but it doesn't really hold water and all that. So it's important that when those kind of narratives are included, we can try to clarify it. Why we amplify. For me, there's no bad publicity. Those that have talked about it, either ways, I've talked about it. It was a major topic today. The world have heard it today that a lot of alteration happened in Rivers State. So I'm not on the class of who they should go and do every other state because they need to satisfy us or something. I really don't think that's their job to do. But it's important that we cherry pick and try to debunk what we think is essential to be debunked. That's really just my point. I need the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let me continue. Mr. Ikenna, good evening, sir. Mr. Ikenna, are you there? All right, Kolade, you have this. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Saddam, Otumba, the obedient, all of you. I salute you. Oga Jimmy, Mokinyo. Okay, let me just go straight to the point. For me, I think Auntie Bolanle just gave a very good submission on this BBC report. When I read it too in the morning, look, BBC is not obedient, and BBC is not Agbadorians. BBC is just BBC, and they need to balance things up. So if we expect them to write things in 100% in favor of us, then we ourselves are not balancing things up. We know the facts. They cannot publish based on our own facts that we know. They have to authenticate or ascertain that whatever they are publishing as in quote BBC, they have evidence to back it up because they are dealing with the sovereignty of a nation. They don't want to be caught meddling in a country's electoral process. So that is why after doing their own investigation, they can confirm and they can say boldly that this state or this river state or this local government, look, this person won contrary to what INEC said. And that is a very huge one. So if it happens in River State, how many more places could such atrocity might have happened? That is the question that will lag in people's mind, even as a judge, if they come before you. If it happened here in River State, then how many more places? Look, once an integrity of something, a data is compromised, no matter how little, then you have to go through all the process to make sure every other one too, you get it, have not been compromised. That's the simple what they are trying to say, and not be seen as, oh, we are supporting this side or supporting that side. As everybody have said, now this is a time for parallel facts to now step in and let us do some digging. Maybe we should get some people, let's pay them and let them like tabulate everything based on what we have for key states and publish it. Then we now go back to them to say, look, you did that one. And I believe they chose this same state and this same local government when they saw the article from the last paper, I forgot their name, when they did their own. So because there's so much eyes in Obiako, even me as a single as a person, I had to go online and go and look at that local government, and I was surprised to see that the winning margin for other local governments in Rivers State is like 7-3, 7 for Obi, and I was like, so how did they say this guy won this place? That's me personally. So please let us all tamper and let's just see BBC. Look, whichever way it goes, whatever they've done is to our own advantage. As people have said, when they give us lemon, we should learn to make lemonade out of it, which is what this Yesan is just good at doing. He picked the article. He is now jumping on to say that, oh, because they say that it's not enough to outturn the election. Yes, Rivers alone cannot outturn the totality of the election, but there are other states, and that is what we should amplify. That okay, we've certified Rivers, Benue, and this state, Lagos. This we should that. So that is it. So with every other one, then we have enough to outturn the totality of the election. God bless all of us. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much, my brother. I see. In fact, now you win the submission. Now you win the submission. Any other submission, I don't understand again. Thank you. Just say the truth. They are trying to. Journalism must be balanced. Must be balanced. That is what they are trying to do. But I say I will not talk on anybody's submission. But you're almost with me. Well, me Nigerian says with me, but make I no go the mission. Oh yeah, Mr. My chairman, Mr. Kenasa, you fell off. I don't fall off again.
Not only did I fall off, I even fell asleep, sir.
How this kind of conversation will make you sleep, sir? Are we that boring?
No, at all. I'm tired. But I'll keep my submission very, very short. Long time, Saddam.
Good to
My
see you again,
halo. Otumba, Joe obedient to all of you. I hail. I just want to make a very quick submission. The last guy that spoke, Kolade, it was very, very apt. I couldn't put it better than that. I think, first of all, um, BBC doesn't owe you anything. That's just the truth. We need to understand that. If anything at all, a lot of these uh, Western media, they've been funny over this election. So I think what has happened the last few days has been sort of like a tilting over from a position maybe they took initially. We have to check the timing. CNN, you look at what this guy did, Blinken, and then next thing they dropped this one, right? The BBC. Now people complain about what they said at the end. I saw that the parts that they wrote. I mean, I think they capitalized it and then underlined it, saying that this would not have changed the result of the election. I think it was more like a disclaimer, right? At the end of the day, I've said my own, but this wouldn't have changed it, so that I'm not accused of meddling in the affairs of a sovereign nation. I think that's why they put that there at the end. But if you look at what the BBC did, I mean, that was investigative journalism. Like you had said, it's expensive. And I haven't seen any Nigerian newspaper or media house that's delved that deep into what happened in Port Harcourt or River State. So we have a sense of, oh, yes, it was rigged. But how? Where? But they gave you blow by blow. And you saw the zero sum game that happened there, taking votes and adding here. I mean, it really opened the eyes of, I'm sure, of a lot of people. Now, I heard people argue that the world already knew. Yes, the world knows, but it's very different from somebody amplifying it. If somebody like the BBC takes a position and makes a statement, it's very different from even a Nigerian paper saying that. I mean, what BBC did was like saying to the world, this happened. Now, what I want to ask people is, if this story was written about PO and there was somebody did a number on PO, BBC or CNN, and they said, oh, they've investigated in Alimosho, blah, 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 PO rigged it, right, and showed evidence and showed the people involved, you can forget about anything to do with UPO coming to power anymore completely, because they will milk it and milk it and milk it. So that's what that Coladi was saying. They've given you sample. They're not going to come and tell you the story and tell you exactly how you want it. They're not obedient. They're not going to do that. They've given you what you need. You have to now take it and amplify it, and then make it happen for your people. That's what's supposed to happen with that story. They've given names. They've given, who knew about that guy that they talked about? I mean, there's so many angles to that story. You can talk about the fact that INEC employed somebody that they didn't know and then later on disclaimed and said, oh, we took the person at face value after 300 and something billion. Are you kidding me? That's a story right there. Right? You can talk about the arbitrary allocation of votes. There's so many things you can talk about there and milk that story. So I think we should take what we have and be happy that the BBC went as far as doing that, because they've been funny. I don't know what is happening, but as if over the last few days or week, or there's been some sort of shift. You're seeing it from the way the West, maybe they've taken a position, who knows? So that's what I want to say about that. Let's not feel too entitled and feel they don't have to spoon feed you and give you everything on a platter. They've already given you sample. Somebody mentioned something about Trump earlier. I followed that election. All Trump was looking for was just one single state, county, whatever, where there was rigging, and then he was going to go to town and say the whole election was rigged. That's what he was looking for. He didn't find it. He made a brick wall everywhere. Now they've given you your own. Look at the rigging here. Take it and extrapolate. If they could rig here, they did it here, they did it there. That's all you need. So I think we're over. Even if they did it, even with some elaborate conspiracy theory, okay, we here. Take what you have out of it and amplify your own part. I promise you, if they did this about PO, this whole movement would be over by now if it were the other way around. So that's all I have to
Thank you,
say.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. God bless you for this, sir. I'm just imagining how APC took Peter Obi was being searched. Peter Obi was called he went to immigration, called him and said that your passport, your identity is being you're being impersonated, and blew it up as Peter Obi was being deported, and have been running with that story and blowing it up. We now, they will give us something that we should take and destroy. We're now come and focusing on these two. Did it done well? Did they use Tomapep? Did they use Roto? We now be focusing on when we have enough ammunition for them to run all through today, proving that Tinubu stole our elections. We have to find one paragraph or one phrase or one clause in the article. Obedient. It's well, though. Let me come to. Let's take a lady. Margaret, please. You have spoken before, but I'll give you a minute. 1 minute for you, 1 minute for Edmund Politics, 3 minutes for Adam. We'll shut down the space. Margaret, have the space, please. 1 minute.
Thank you, Saddam. I just the last speakers have already said most of what I wanted to, itemize, but just a comment about APC, the APC camp, the ruling party camp, or Keamo, FFK, their tweets to just inside the polity. I just have a comment to make about it. I genuinely don't follow these people for anything. Even if you give them a strand, they are just going to milk it. They are desperate. They are going to pull on every connection they have. They're going to pull on any link. Even if they've helped you do one thing before, they're going to call you now. They're going to hold your wife ransom. They're going to put gun to your head. They're going to do anything at this point. So we can't listen to anything they say. They will be excited. Anything you give them now, they will try and make you lose hope in the fact that you have won a battle that you've been fighting for a very long time. These people don't care for us. So at this point, anything that we can get them on, we need to hold it to the end and collect back our mandate. I yield the mic. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I would think what obedience would have been doing by now is calling out Vanguard, calling out of all the
Exactly.
people that carried
We
that
have media.
local
We
news.
have
It's only Parallel Facts that took it. Which of your local newspapers carried that? Nobody
nobody.
carried it. It's
Yes.
us. We should be. There's some way, but not to helping your enemies to find loopholes in articles that we should be. By now should be on a national newspaper. The channel discussed about it today. Did Arise going to talk about it tomorrow? That's what we should be talking of. Not going to go and find, this cook food, they didn't serve it for me the way I wanted it. We can do better. But thank you, my sister. Thank you. I end bad politics, my brother. You have a minute, please.
Okay. I want to correct two things. The first thing is Rivers State could change this election. And this is why I said that conclusion of the article was wrong. The total number of voters registered in Rivers State is over 3 point something million. Rivers State historically turns out close to 1.82 million votes in elections. So if BBC now is saying they did an investigative piece,
my brother,
they should have started
turned out how many votes?
1.82 million votes.
In which elections?
In past elections.
Example.
Jonathan
We're using numbers here.
Which
election? Name
votes.
Name one of the elections.
Goodluck Jonathan won Rivers State with 1.2 million votes.
Which of and since Wike got into power, Rivers has never got up to 1 million votes.
That is the voter suppression we're talking about.
So, but the way you came out now and say if someone is not following the past 3 elections,
this is why I'm saying.
Bro, wait first. You know, say on this platform and facts and figures they do on this platform. If the past 2 elections Rivers have conducted, what has been the election results?
Wait, I am dealing with facts, right? BBC in their article faulted the result in Rivers State. They are not supposed to now draw a conclusion based on the faulted results that they faulted in their article. You cannot say the results are tempered, some results are missing. Then, based on assumption, you now say it couldn't affect the final result. That is you assuming. Then, if you are saying that is factual, that is not factual. Because if you go by the number of registered voters in Rivers State, they can upturn that election. As me and you here, we are talking, we don't even know the actual number. It could be 2 million. In this election, what a lot of people have been saying is that the turnout is more than what INEC registered. And that's what I'm saying. For us to carry that narrative that Rivers State could not have changed the election, that is a wrong narrative. Because in that same article, they faulted the result, and in a faulted result already, you are drawing a conclusion. That is wrong. And this attitude of, oh, we have to be grateful and all of that. If Vanguard wrote a negative and a false narrative concerning England, British people will speak up and say what you are pushing is false. And that is why I said that article was not balanced. Because you cannot say
my
the
brother, you
results
say
on
if Vanguard write article about British as false, which British people speak up? For where? For where?
Wait
Where?
now.
For where?
I just told you now that based
Nigeria, we
on
see the
their
hype
facts,
ourselves,
When could
man.
they do this when they do this, my brother?
based on their facts, see,
Vanguard.
let me round up with this, right? We are basing on their facts. You cannot say the results
No,
are
we're not.
faulted
They
and
said
then now
based
draw a
on
conclusion based on
their
faulted results.
conclusion is based on the data they got from IREF, which is what everybody has. They didn't
But
manufacture
based on
that
that
number.
IREV now, they
They
said
didn't
some
manufacture. So
results
they are
are
saying
missing.
based on
Wait
IREF.
now, on Tuba, based on IREV, they said some results are missing. So how did BBC now come to the final conclusion that what is missing will not be able to upturn the results?
Because based on what INEC uploaded,
You are saying
is
BBC now, they are saying what
17%.
INEC has said is tampered with. And you are still relying on INEC for your conclusion. You are accusing INEC, saying INEC did a shoddy job.
Who should we rely on?
Who should we rely on? I don't
And that is
understand.
why I'm saying they shouldn't have come to a conclusion. They should have left it open-ended by saying that the court will decide. You don't jump to a conclusion based on the process you're already faulting. Why is Peter Obi going to court?
Have you read their article on the
Peter Obi is
petition?
going to court because he's
Wait,
faulting the process.
have you read BBC's article on the petition, the election tribunal?
I have read the article. They faulted INEC by saying,
the election tribunal
Otumba,
one.
they faulted INEC by saying
Yes.
the process was faulty. Now, why are you now drawing a conclusion based
But it's
on a
based on
faulty
it. When you do a
process?
case study, do you draw a conclusion? Have you done case studies before?
Anyways, I've said my point, right? Conclusion based on that faulty process. The only way you will draw a conclusion based on the faulty process is if you have an initial agenda. What they gave to Nigerians is a poison chalice. You cannot say a process is faulty and you are drawing a categorical conclusion based on that faulty result. That is totally wrong. Because we don't know, nobody has the original results of Rivers State.
I want to ask you a question, please. Somebody said I should ask the question. This article they released today, does it do harm to Peter Obi's candidature or not?
It does a whole lot of harm.
How?
Because now they have concluded on Rivers. And Rivers is our stronghold. Rivers can give Peter Obi 1.2 million in the South.
Please,
They're
how
not
do
the
they
judge? How are they the judge that's going to
I'm
determine?
coming. I know. I want to understand how. Let's explain. Let's give him 5 minutes. Explain in 5 minutes, please. Please, let's use him around this.
Okay, let me tell you something, all right?
No, please, my brother.
Let me
Explain in
tell you
5
something.
minutes. Wait
Let me
now.
tell you
Wait.
something. Let me tell you how. Now.
I'm giving you time to talk now. Let me ask you a question before you talk now. But I want to give you so you can clear your mind. Please use 5 minutes and explain to us now how BBC article.
Okay, let me tell you how.
Harm Peter Obi.
Right? Yes, let me tell you how. Obedience have been shouting that, oh, River State election was rigged. What did Premium Times do? Premium Times released an article saying that, oh, fine, it was rigged, but it couldn't have affected your final results, so it's insignificant. BBC did the same thing. Oh, it couldn't have, yes, it was rigged, but it's insignificant. Which means now they've boxed you into a corner saying that you have 200,000 votes in River State. When in real actual fact, if Goodluck Jonathan can get 1 point something million votes in River State, Peter Obi can get 1 point something in Plateau. Peter Obi could have gotten 1.5, 1.6 in Rivers. But they've now boxed you into a corner, giving you 200,000 on an international platform. If they give you your real result and leave it open-ended, that can flip the election. They've created a narrative and you want to amplify that narrative by admitting that what you got in River State is 200,000. That is a poison chalice they've given to you. They shouldn't have come to that conclusion. My only issue with that article is coming to the conclusion that it is insignificant. It is not insignificant. Because the reason why Atiku was lobbying Wike, Rivers gives block votes in the South-South. Now they've taken your block vote from the South-South. And you are saying it's not going to affect your case? They've created a perception.
My brother,
that is your stronghold.
do you have the article with you there? Do you have access to it? Are you looking at it? Are you looking at it? If you're looking, I want you to, if you can read the last part.
Apart from that, I want to ask you a question. I want
to round up. Can you read the last when it starts with?
No, but let me ask this question before you read this. Let me ask this question. Are you aware of the accredited data of IREF?
You what?
Are you aware of the accredited data on the IREF?
BBC is saying what IREF posted.
Answer this question, my brother. I'm not talking about BBC. I'm asking a question now.
What IREF posted.
I say accredited. I did not say vote, my brother. Forget vote. Accredited data on the IREF.
How can
the number of people accredited in Rivers State?
How many people accredited in Rivers State now? Not vote.
How can you trust the accredited data on IREF and you are contesting the results on IREF? You have to choose one. You either cancel everything on IREF and say whatever that is coming out from IREF is false. You can't pick one and
my
say,
brother,
okay,
accredited.
Sorry, Ember Politics, Saddam and Otumba. I think, truth be told, we need to listen to what Ember Politics. Do you know this argument that Rivers that we are talking about is actually what APC will say in court? I think we don't know how the Nigerian Petition Tribunal works. The burden of proof is on the petitioner.
Thank you.
I think what Ember Politics is just saying, and it's what I said in my submission, we can cherry pick, we can be excited that this story proves that there was manipulation, but we cannot adopt it hook, line, and sinker. I said this thing earlier today. There are still many ballot paper that are inside the gutter. There are many ballot paper inside the bush. There are people that were deceived result sheets in the bush.
I'm confused. When we went to the court with our petition, did we take? Is it BBC's article that is?
Sorry, that's what I was just about to say.
Because I want to know, is it BBC article you took to?
That's why I'm confused.
So hold on.
You guys, let me ask you a question. So if I believe this story, how does this story affect
something to you?
How does this story affect what we have now?
Otumba, you asked me the question about the courts. Let me explain the courts to you, right? You keep giving the courts so much trust.
But nobody trusts the courts. That's why people don't understand.
Now, if you do not trust the court, listen. If you do not trust the courts, APC is already creating a narrative that the court can rest on. If you now say you don't trust the courts, APC is already creating a narrative that the court can rest on.
I'm coming first. Otumba, please, because Otumba, let me ask you one question. Otumba, please. Because right now my head don't confuse. Because you see, that's why I don't like conspiracy theories. Please. Wembley, Nigeria, is you out to ask question now, please. Out to ask question now. When you accredit people, what happens to the data of accreditation?
When you accredit people like on election day.
Yes.
I mean, it's supposed to go to a server.
It's supposed to, or it goes to the server, not it's supposed to. Let's speak, don't do supposed to.
No. I mean, it goes to the server, yeah.
It goes to the server, right?
Yeah.
So there's accredited numbers of voters.
Yes.
Thank you. That's just what I wanted to end it. So whatever you're saying right now is that from that accredited number, let's say the whole 1 million, let's say in Rivers State now, and the accredited voters is 1 million. Vote cannot pass 1 million, Abi.
Yes, of course, it can't. It shouldn't pass more 1 million.
It shouldn't. If it passes 1 million, that is overvoting, right?
Yeah, it depends on the polling unit, yes.
I mean, in the state now, I'm using the state now. If it passes 1 million, it is overvoting, Abi.
Yes, there will be overvoting some polling units, but it will not cancel those states.
And accredited voters, they don't reach that one because it goes straight, because it is before voting, Abi.
As in accredited voters, yeah, before voting, that's when they do accreditation.
Can you read accreditation? I want to know, because right now, where are the kind of go? I don't understand. Can they read accredit now? Straight from accreditation straight to server.
Yes.
So that means all the accredited voters is the amount of. I'm going to bring out, because I don't want this conspiracy theory. I want us to go somewhere now. So if all the voters are accredited in Rivers State, that number, vote cannot pass that number.
No, it cannot be more than that number, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm saying this now because what NBAR is going to come out to say is that they registered 3 million. Rivers have 3 million votes. So number. Jonathan got so number. I want to go and find out how many voters were accredited in Rivers State that day, presidential elections. That's what I have that data. I'll find
I want to read the article. See, this article ends.
I'll bring the data. I have that data, so I'll find them.
Saddam, you are relying on accredited voters. Do you know what INEC did? INEC did not rig up. INEC rigged down. They suppressed the votes.
My brother, all this way you're speaking is English.
It's even two different. It's two separate conversations.
Even if you bring accredited voters on 1 million, right?
Then what happened?
Rigged down. Because me and you,
we know that they suppress vote now. But what are you saying now? What? See, NBAR politics. Your argument has no head or no tail. I'm sorry to say this, because when you're arguing right now, are you saying that the election did not hold, everything's cancelled? There was suppression, yes, we know, but definitely data will be used. Data will be used. Are you acting like that? Are you saying right now that because there was suppression in Lagos State, Peter Obi that got close to 1 million votes in Lagos, they should cancel it, that it don't happen? Data will be used.
If you
people accredited in Anambra State, that this Peter up to. I'm coming first. Wait, let me listen. My brother, listen first. Anambra State gives Peter Obi up to 1 million. Gave APC PDP up to 1 million votes. How many votes they give Peter Obi this recent time? There was suppression. We all knew that. Nobody's going to come back and say there's no suppression. So they say we cancel the elections because of suppression in Anambra. Did any Eastern State give Peter Obi 1 million votes? Did any Eastern State give Peter Obi 1 million votes? None.
They gave Jonathan. Some of them
gave Jonathan. So
what are you saying? It's apples and oranges.
So please, let's stop doing this thing we're doing. I'll be bringing confusion to people's head. Please. Rivers State was they rigging Rivers State? Yes.
Okay, so what is the I want to ask you this question. You talk about accredited voters and the data. So please, what if INEC suppress votes? So what is now the advantage of you bringing the number of accredited voters? How does that?
Because that is the number that stands for people that voted.
The number that must vote.
It's not by the number that must vote. Bro.
Wait, let me try to keep this conversation.
INEC can tell you that people that are accredited.
NBAR politics. Wait.
Or they had invalid votes.
NBAR politics. Wait. I said, when I came to make my submission, I said something. I said everybody was right. And I think the problem usually is most of the time, one person wants to be righter than the other righter person. So like I said earlier, the truth is, this whole BBC piece is an advantage overall in the sense of it brings some traction internationally into the entire process, into this thing that is going on. But like I also said in that submission, we need to learn to cherry pick. Generally, BBC's article, what it portrays, first of all, is that there was irregularities in the election. Then it went further to give figures that portray that irregularities. What Embark Politics is saying, what like a lot of people have spoken is saying is that, yes, let's adopt it and know that and push it from the perspective of, this is just irregularity. If it's happening in one place, it means it's happening somewhere else. What Embark Politics is also saying, or the other set of people, is that while we are doing that, let's also clarify that these numbers and this thing that narrative that they're trying to create, because like I said just now, in court, it is the petitioner's position do you know by BBC's article in court, Peter Obi doesn't win the election by BBC's article, but in court, it is the petitioner's it's the petitioner's onus to determine or to prove his case. So what we need to do is amplify this from a perspective of it shows it is a proof of irregularity, but not to adopt it hook, line, sinker. I think the way Embark Politics is going about it is why it's making it look as if is emphasizing on the other side, and everybody's feel like, it's saying, let's not take it. If Embark Politics is saying that, that whole article is rubbish on that, I too have no agree with it.
I never said all is rubbish. What I said is
I want to ask you. So, what's
conclusion.
your advice? What should we do now? What should we do? What do you think is the next step? What should we do? What's the solution?
What I have done, right, and what a lot of obedience have done, is to push back on that conclusion that it is insignificant. It is just 200,000 votes. When me and you know that the number of votes we got in Rivers State is more than 200,000. So why are we now going to accept that concluding part to say,
so can you read the verbatim concluding part exactly what it is? I can read it for you. Can you read what? Can I read what they said?
Okay, read it. Yeah, read the concluding part.
So BBC goes.
Yeah.
Okay, they goes from this is just one case. This is just one case in one state in southern Nigeria where the evidence points to the result having been manipulated. Okay,
Otumba,
wait,
please read that in again.
This is just one case in one state in southern Nigeria where the evidence points to the results having been manipulated. Then it goes further.
Please, Otumba, wait. Read that first line again.
This is just one case in one state in southern Nigeria where the evidence points to the results having been manipulated.
This alone, just stop. This alone, from here, this word, this sentence alone.
That's not the damning
so
part.
How did they now proceed from here to a conclusion?
Let me finish. So this is the conclusion everybody's gone stuck on. On their own, should I explain what on their own means? Based on this, these altered results would not have decisively swayed the outcome.
How are you sure? How can you be so categorical?
Everybody politics, he said, I don't want to be a politician.
Is it that you don't understand the meaning of on their own? Do I have to explain the meaning of the phrase on their own?
Argument, you're supposed to go by catfish with big stout. With big stout and they drink, they do this kind of, I beg. You don't do any space, I beg you, God, I beg.
No, I think maybe I should explain the meaning of on their own. Basically, when I say on their own, should I explain what the meaning of their own means? Because that's where, I don't know, people are leaving that preface.
And I'm telling you that Rivers.
Telling me what? I'm reading the exact English language they use. Without nothing else. They are saying based on this, without nothing else. This, I mean, do I explain it?
I'm standing on that on the own, Rivers State on its own.
Is you say now why they say the right IELTS with this? Maybe stop this thing. I beg, stop this thing, please. Stop it. I beg. Go just leave it like this, please. Nobody win, nobody lose. You want to take out of it. I beg. Let Adamu come in and let Adamu give his submission. I beg. Make we end this place. If not, go there till next tomorrow now. We're supposed to wake up early. They give update on our court procedures. Please, what time is our court case safe?
I think it's 9 a.m. or something.
9 a.m. I better go. Adamu, please. Adamu. Embark Politics, please don't do this next time again. You don't come now, you don't come carry us. You don't carry us, go. Don't talk like 30 minutes. Well, you just explain what I don't know.
Please, the English major, I've put the end of please come and help me translate. Or maybe I don't understand the meaning of phrases again, or like maybe someone should interpret.
Adamu, continue, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, my
Hello?
brother. Continue.
Okay, good. For me, the BBC article, right, actually points to the fact that in any news you read online, or in any news that a media house shone out, you actually take the one that suits your narrative and you run with it. Wetin concern us for that article be say fraud happen for Rivers, and it happen. BBC don talk am say fraud happen for Rivers. That one favour us, we go run with am. Say at the concluding part, they said the fraud, the votes, if properly tallied, cannot affect the election. That one no concern us. The onus is on the Labour Party and Peter Obi to prove that in court. And the matter is already in the court. So it will be judicial for us to actually comment on that. Then, aside this writing of results, mitigation of election results, most especially in South, there are quite a whole lot of things other people are not talking about this election, because I was on ground in my home state, Edo State, during the presidential election. INEC strategically connived, they colluded with the APC to ensure that Peter Obi's strongholds, especially in the South, in the Southeast, and in Abuja. I'm saying this with fact and evidence that election commenced after 10, in some places 11 o'clock in the morning, while in APC stronghold, election commenced as early as 8 o'clock. These are gimmicks to actually ring the election.
Suppress the vote.
Yes. Oh yes. In Abuja, actually I didn't vote. I didn't vote here in Abuja because I traveled home. My friends in polling units here, I think APC got about 700 votes here in my polling in my area in Abuja. But on that day of election, let me shock you guys, people slept. People voted midnight. The report my friend gave me was that the people that actually came out to vote were close to about 2,000 in the polling unit. But INEC did not come on time. When they eventually came for the election, they were kind of, where do we set up? Where do we? They started at least 4 hours after. Voting commenced at about 3 p.m. when election we're already rounding up in other places. So these are some of the things we should equally look at. Then, if you say you want Nigerian news media organizations to actually go as detailed as BBC to give you detailed information about this fraud, you'll be shocked. They wouldn't. They do yellow journalism. They just sit down. They see investigative journalism in Nigeria. It's a no-go for Nigerian news media, because I've had a little experience with them. They wouldn't do that. But you will be surprised that they would see, even as BBC has done a little bit of investigative journalism for them, they will not even still jump at the story. Check their newspaper headlines tomorrow now. It will be another different thing. Now, even in states where Peter Obi
Abeg, in 30 seconds, please.
Yes, please, let me just round up. Even in states where Peter Obi won, right? The actual vote on IREV, sorry, the accredited voters, on IRF, when like they just look at IRF, okay, 1 million were accredited, allocate votes, and they send. If not for this IRF accredited voter stuff, I'm telling you, they would have told us that Kano gave so candidate 5 million votes, Rivers gave 3 million votes, and all of that. And let me tell you another isolated case the media is not talking about a lot. Look at Bauchi State. Reports on ground and on IRF states that Peter Obi got close to about 30% of votes in Bauchi. In Bauchi local government, Peter Obi won Bauchi local government and is the biggest local government in Bauchi. About 30% of the voters in Bauchi, they are in Bauchi local government, which is the state capital. Peter Obi won there. In a particular polling unit, Peter Obi got, where my cousin voted, Peter Obi got more than the total number of votes that was given to him in the local government, according to the results INEC declared. Just imagine, in one polling unit, I'm not saying I'm working according to what I read online. My cousin stays and lives in Bauchi. He can still provide the results on the election day. But the INEC declared, that polling unit result alone is more than the entire vote of Labour Party alone. It's more than the entire vote of the local government. So it's not only in Rivers that they ringed Labour Party out. Let's beam our searchlight on other areas. The fraud in this election is huge. So we can actually do more by bringing it out for Nigerian conventional media who are lazy, who don't want to do the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anamo. Please reach out to her because let him bring that result. I think we can get an article out of that and just focus on Bauchi. But let me just read this. I just want to highlight this one more time. This is just one case in one state in southern Nigeria where the evidence points to the results having been manipulated. That statement alone is our job right now. BBC have done their own bit. Our job is to amplify the fact that Bola Ahmed Tinubu stole these elections from us. You see someone have come out to talk about Bauchi State. Probably you have evidence in your own local government. You have checked your IRF, your results not tally. Write a piece on it, bring it out for us. I wake up tomorrow morning after our tribunal. I was asking all the media organizations, did you talk about BBC report yesterday? I don't expect them to talk about it, but I think that is where some people should also focus on. Why will such a big news come out and local organizations, local listening are not carrying it, they're not jumping on the story to amplify it. But guys, we have had a very long conversation. Honestly, Otumba, I don't know. I think I should just end this piece. There's no final vote of thanks. Guys, today.
Oh, Sanam, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You want to say something?
I just wanted to say, I think these conversations are good, even though it looks contentious, but I feel like it's part of this is why I love the BDM movement, where we all don't sleep and face the same direction. We have varying opinions, but one thing I just want us to make sure is I don't want us to just go down rabbit holes and live in a world of paranoia. It doesn't do us any, it does us disservice. We can still question everything, but it's like the hammer approach where we don't take a hammer to everything. We just because something doesn't we don't agree with everything someone wrote, and then the next thing is to take a hammer to that and just smash and smash and smash. And I get it. We were forged in, this movement was sort of forged out of, oppression and, we don't trust the government and things like that. But taking a hammer to every story without even looking at it, okay, how can we flip this? How can we, I usually bring up Trump a lot. I'm not a Trump fan, but it's something I love about that guy where when the news comes to him, no matter how negative it is, that dude finds a way to flip it. He will flip it on his head for you. Like, he will just go like, no, this is what I want you to talk about. So I think it's important we sort of learn to, and someone I think what I've learned also is to, because I see things from that angle. I do. But I just want to let's find a way to cherry pick things to favor us. Not we can't just focus on the part that does, because that's what APC does, and APC does it well. APC will look at your story, and APC will ignore everything that condemns them. That half life you give APC. They will build. Someone said the APC will now build a full on. I think Manabola said they will build on full on propaganda with it. So, in a story where 80% of it favors us, and we're stuck on the one line that's contentious, and it depends on your subject to your interpretation. We need to find a way to flip it. To me, this story is like, yeah, you guys manipulated in just one state. So we need to look at every other state. Let's push that narrative instead of just trying to say, oh man, screw them. And again, even if we disagree, I just don't like where we're quick to label people. Oh, these people are con media. Like it's just kind of like, wait a minute, because when they now do a story that completely favors us, we've already shot ourselves in the foot and labeled BBC a mouthpiece of propaganda for the APC government. Then when they get a story that actually favors us, they'll be like, okay, well, I had them do we target. This is not it. If it was Nigerian media, I wouldn't give two flying Fs. But please, we can ask questions, we can quote, we can, challenge, but rather than just take hammer and smash it and say, oh, this is because one part of it doesn't favor us. Oh, the entire story is rubbish. Is where I'm like, I think that's my biggest problem. Like, I don't want to go there. But thank you, everyone. Shannon, thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's been a very, very long day, I did not. You had to be there, no vex. So I know so we're not supposed to pass 6 hours. You see, I don't go there like 9 hours. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much, everyone that have been on the platform today, sharing this space with us. Thank you so much. It's one of those conversations that we must always have, And as I always say, in conversations like this, there are no winners, there are no losers. We just come here to learn. I came into this platform thinking that BBC did us 2.0, and I left here defending the article. You see, so that I've learned something from it. I came in, with a different angle, and I'm living here with a different angle. So I think we can all, and we are not. That's why I always say this: we are the headless mob. Yes, and I own that narrative with my chest. Yes, and I own that narrative with my chest. We are the headless mob. No, but we don't get head to not forget. Choke the club. Go all out today. Reach out to your friends, families, get everybody out there. Let everybody come out to show solidarity. Of our mandate, let the courts be so filled up that when they come in there, they understand that the obedient spirit is here. We are here to save our country. That's the most important thing. How we get there, I say this all the time. If you want to go to Lagos, you can go to Lagos through night bus, some go through morning bus, some use flights, some use train. There's so many routes to get into Aso Rock. And everybody in the obedient movement are taking their own routes. Do what you can do. If your own is to retweet, retweet. If your own is to like. If your own is to tweet, tweet. If your own is to attack. If your own is to calm down. If your own is to pray. If your own is to fast. Whatever. If your own is to finance. Whatever you're doing, please do not stop. Do not give up. Keep doing it. We should not forget that what we are fighting is an easy journey. It's a very difficult one for us. We are going somewhere that will take us. We are trying to take power from an establishment that is deeply rooted in corruption, a system that they have set for decades, that they never envisage a movement like us coming up. So please let us be mindful of the fact that what we have done is incredible. We won an elections, and we are going to court to prove we won an elections. All the facts and data are out there for us, and they are supporting our claims. Please, guys, thank you so much. Keep following the parallel facts. Keep supporting the parallel facts. You see, it is not easy when we come up here and we say, do this, please, 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 please. You know, even it's easy for people to go tweet or to like or to retweet. You say, no, even easy to now. If I say retweet is like they hard for you. Then now imagine people that go and do the hard work. Easy for everybody. Please, whenever I want to say something, put yourself in the next person's shoes. It's very, very important. We don't lose our humanity while we are pursuing what we're looking for. God bless you all, my brother Otumba. Thank you so much. N6 was falling on and off. I think he's in the listeners. Thank you, Joe Evident. Jimmy, thank you, my brother. Endbad politics. What Endbad politics? We supposed to one joint where we're going to drink big stout. with catfish. Because this way you do like this time, I say, you don't collect all the food from my belly. You guys to call me what we did, joint, we get this argument. Because me, I like argument too. Look, ask me, I feel argue for 17 hours. I never chop, but if it's big stout and catfish, we're gonna do
Salam, you used to gist them. I don't think they know me and you argue a
They
lot.
don't know our
They
argument.
don't know.
They don't know. Me and Tuba can spend hours with arguing these different views, But that's the benefit of the whole stuff that we argue this, and I learn from him, he learns from me, and we just keep going and we keep improving ourselves as brothers and sisters in this platform. Thank you, Mr. Ikenna. Margaret, thank you. Guys, if you did not get up to speak, no vex, please. I can't bring Olatunde. I promise you came late. You always come to this church late, so I'm sorry I can't bring you up to speak, my brother. But I promise you, if you come on Thursday, please come early and you will speak. Ajibusu, my brother, thank you to the Vawulence team. God bless the Parallel Facts team. God bless everyone that is volunteering for the Parallel Facts movement. God bless that media organization. You guys are amazing. Guys, please give those guys kudos. Support the Parallel Facts. Amazing Nigerians from all walks of life across the world coming together to put in something that we can change the media narrative. I say this all the time. If you don't tell your story, SARS were crying now. BBC. It's a Parallel Facts, right? That story now. We're not going to argue this thing because we'll give it to you as you want it. You see that it is the power. He who tells the story shapes the narrative. Let us be mindful of that, looking into the future. So it is important when we say follow the Parallel Facts, invest in the Parallel Facts, understand why we're saying this, because it is important we start shaping our narratives so that one day we can stand up and say, yes, we're challenging all these media houses because we have everything on ground to do that. So thank you guys to all of you following, retweeting, liking, putting on your notification up for this, our young baby. We are close to 10,000 followers. Thank you so much. I see all of you. God bless you all. My brother Ajibu. Darren, thank you so much. Anka Dede, thank you, my brother. Well, Ken Pella, hey, see our gubernatorial aspirant of Delta State to Delta.
Salam, I just wanted to say something that Yoruba should know because Yoruba. He came from
Colorado Road. I beg, give me a picture. Make we have to campaign on Colorado. Hey, Colos. And I will think Tinubu call himself for Nigeria. Colos. Colorado. We'll discuss that on Thursday. Therein, my sister, thank you. LV the God, my brother, thank you. Donkey, go and sleep now. Go and sleep, please. Thank you. Kolade, I see you. Thank you. Nze Clarita, thank you so much. Lady G, Vinoski, Spotlight, thank you for bringing another spot to the light today on the platform. Thank you so much, my sister Chiki. Thank you, Bolale. Mama Wakiri, thank you. I know you're using your Bon account. Thank you, Madonna, Sweet Angel, B Rookie, Cindy Gold, Ayomi Day, Gladys, IJ, Dr. Lou, Tech Mayor, Evangelist, Ada. Two Adas, you know yourselves. Oluwadamilari, Estate, thank you, Shrubs, my brother EGK, thank you, Urias, Amoda, Prince, Rookie, Tosin, Antonia, Tony, Pedro, Derek, that tip chick, Skipper. Oh, God bless you all, guys. I can't call all the names. No, I know there's Lady Empty. God bless you. Thank you so much, every one of you. It is always a pleasure having you guys on the platform.
Saddam, not forget our radio and YouTube people.
God bless all of you listening from the radio station. God bless you guys. I know you guys are on the platform, so I can't see your faces. Thank you guys listening on the radio. Thank you guys on YouTube, streaming from the YouTube channel. Mary White in absentia. I know you're here. You listen to this tomorrow. Thank you, Uzizi. Thank you so much. God bless you all, Otumba. And God bless you. God bless you, Jimo. And don't forget, Bola Tinubu will never be president. May 29th.